You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
So what are you doing? Nothing. Why not? Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website.
Listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the cheese will grow. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
So nobody unmutes their mic anymore. Hello.
I didn't mute my mic to begin with.
No, it doesn't when the intro starts.
Yeah. But you can unmute
I'm never
it
quick enough. I'm doing my thing. I'm sorry. I'm rolling my bloints.
Blunts.
Bloints.
You're allowed to smoke in your house?
They're not blunts.
Yep.
I just want to clarify they're not blunts. They're blunt paper, but as much as I love me a good blunt, I do not like the fact that they're large. I don't like that they don't stick very well. I don't like the veins. It's just too much nicotine for me. So what I do is I take a big blunt
And you cut them up and then you add it.
And I put it in a paper, like just regular paper, like this. And then I put my weed in it and roll it. So I call it a bloint because it's half blunt, half joint.
So basically, you mix
Say
tobacco.
all that again now that I've made you bigger.
You basically mix tobacco with your weed.
Yes, but no,
But it's flavored,
blunt
flavored
like
tobacco.
this.
It doesn't
Like
matter. I mean, but
It's still
I know what
tobacco, yes.
Yeah.
Hello, Nick.
Yeah, but
Nick-
like I've seen Amy, she smokes big blunts and I can't handle that's too much.
yeah, I'm not knocking you at all. I think it's fucking great.
He puts tobacco
Oh
in his.
no, I didn't
too.
think
Marcel didn't argue.
I didn't think you did, but there's he sounds pretty positive to me, to be honest. I'm just saying there's a difference between cigarette nicotine, like tobacco,
It looks like a garden
and
gnome.
blunt paper. Because I couldn't smoke. Like if you took a cigarette and sprinkled it in,
Yeah.
I couldn't
I
smoke
couldn't
that.
either.
That's
No,
a different type of tobacco.
I will
It's not
never.
that it's a different type of tobacco. It's just the tobacco that's processed differently.
Yes.
So it's got a
Okay.
much different taste than natural tobacco does.
I will never use
no, I
tobacco
thought-
again. Ever.
I thought there is a difference, especially with cigars, between the type of tobacco that they use to wrap the cigar and what they fill it with.
The ones that
No,
you're using
because
for
it's-
blunts are cigar wraps, is what they are.
Depending.
Right.
Yes.
It's still the same plant. All right. It's kind of like comparing OG Kush to Northern Lights.
I'm
So
going to
you
try
use
some
both.
Master Kush. Is
It's
that
still
same?
the same plant. It's just different strains, different regions that
It's a
grow it. So
different part.
Niagara region tobacco doesn't taste the same as Virginia tobacco, which doesn't
Kentucky.
taste the same as
Kentucky.
Central.
Yeah, but Marcel,
or
the
Caribbean tobacco.
outer leaf is a large leaf.
On all tobacco plants.
Right.
The tobacco
Yeah,
that you
but the
get in a
inside-
cigarette has been shredded.
Yeah,
It's cured
but
and
it's a
shredded.
different
No, it isn't. It's still a
type.
tobacco
It's a different
leaf.
type of leaf.
No, it isn't. It's still a tobacco leaf. All right, is what I'm trying to say.
Tobacco is what he's trying to say.
Right. The
Doesn't
same as
matter.
cannabis
Doesn't matter
is
what is
cannabis.
done to the leaf, but it's tobacco.
Right.
There's no different strains of tobacco,
Okay.
is there?
Well, yeah. There's
Okay.
probably a few, but it's more of a regional thing. Anybody in Canada can legally grow their own tobacco. So you could grow your own blunt wraps. All right. And all you do is you grow your tobacco plants. You're up about 15 kilograms.
You don't give her an idea.
per person per year. You cure it the same as you harvest it, very similar to cannabis. You cut it down and you hang it to dry it out. Then
It's about the size.
you decide what you want to do.
About the size of a cabbage.
Yeah, some of them, some of them could be massive size leaf, right? So what you're getting in a blunt wrap isn't a whole leaf.
No,
Depending on the blunt wrap you're buying too,
Well,
Marcel.
Pardon me?
Depending on the blunt wrap you're buying too, because on the legal market in the cannabis sector, you're only allowed to buy hemp leaf blunts.
By what?
I was going to ask, do you like hemp leaf blunts as well?
They're the only ones I smoke.
I don't like blunts,
I don't
period.
like
I like my papers, my gazette, and
My favorite ones, actually, I'll show you my favorite ones.
I don't mind. What are the black ones that you can get at the store there? The OB
Deluxe.
They're not bad. They're not bad. No, just the 1 1/4.
Are you talking about OCB?
OCB. Thank you. Oh, look, there's Darcy. Hello, Darcy.
Or DLX?
No.
Oh, where'd he go?
I mean, my.
The Tyson. Yeah, that's a hemp one.
You have to turn off your background.
Oh, I plan on to.
Although that was funny.
It was. But that big bright light behind him is really helping too.
Hey, Dale, what are you doing? Get your butt in here.
Yeah, I've tried those. Honestly, it's the nicotine that I'm craving. If the back of my throat doesn't feel like it wants to push it out, then I don't want it.
Guess what?
It opens your bronchial more, the tobacco. A lot of people do it.
I know, it's so bad. It's so bad.
It opens my bronchial too much, and then I pass out.
Not that you have to answer this, but if you ever got that crazy shot and you have them antibodies in you, tobacco kills it. The nicotine is, and the tobacco kills it. Just so you know, MJ. So if you got one,
somebody was paying attention when I said that, or a couple weeks ago, about nicotine is not as bad as everybody thinks.
It's not nicotine.
Well, it's all a matter of how you feel about it, really. When you think about it,
it isn't.
It is. It's a personal choice.
It's a matter of health. The way I look at it.
All right.
All right.
In small doses, maybe. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
In small doses.
Ideally, here's basically the going.
So it's like you're microdosing tobacco, is what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly that. But ideally, the criteria is to go for 3 days with 4 milligram gum twice a day.
So you microdose your tobacco with your weed, and then you can microdose a mushroom. You can microdose some acid or some. So what's the other one? The
MDMA.
MDMA. Yeah. So you could really have a party, a microdose party, man.
Yeah, but you also microdose fentanyl, because if not, then the party's over.
Yeah.
Shit. Sounds like the Great Reset.
Next.
Well, the whole idea of the Great Reset was to get everybody to take a shot. So it didn't work for everybody.
Like a shot in the park.
We're not here to talk about ancient history.
So I got a question.
Exciting things. Yep.
We haven't had a show in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And one of the big subjects in the community is the fraud that's going on with medicine. Medicine, specifically FECO, what we used to call Rick Simpson oil. Some people still call it Rick Simpson oil. That's fine.
What does FECO stand for again? Full extract
cannabis oil, but it's not a full extract cannabis oil because it's made with food grade alcohol, which is a non-pore soluble.
Okay, so that's what we're going to be conversating about. If you want to chime in, if you're listening, please do, because I'm getting sick. I mean, first of all, Rick is now putting out fraud notices once a week, which is fucking ridiculous. Okay.
Shouldn't have put his fucking name on it.
Well, he really hasn't, though. It was the community that did that.
Yeah, the community did it years ago. But the problem is it's like anything. Somebody's going to rip you off.
Oh, of course.
They're going to rip off your idea, whatever. I mean, China's done it for years. They don't even they don't care what a patent is. They just do it.
But
right?
when
everybody,
my point is he doesn't sell anything.
No.
Okay. And anybody who knows Rick knows that he makes money by speaking and his books and things like that. He has to make some money somewhere. But he does not sell cannabis oil.
No.
So you've got people out there that are calling a version of it Phoenix Tears.
Yeah.
No.
That's been happening for years.
Though. Yeah, they've been in the legacy market for a long time, right? I've even tried that. I've gotten lots of that stuff over the years, but it's the thing that's going on now is the whole snake oil thing. People are selling cannabis oil to patients who are trying to save their lives, and it's nothing more than snake oil. Like not literally snake oil, but I'm just saying that it's fake.
The legal market's been doing it for years with distillates.
Correct, but we're not talking about distillates. We're talking about full extract oil.
How do you know that they're just not using distillates and calling it full extract oil so they can make an extra buck?
This is my point. I wish that it was legal to produce your own in Canada, but you can't. You can't because you're using a flammable liquid, and it will explode. So Health Canada does not want you to do that.
It's not allowed. It's not allowed.
No.
It's not allowed because it causes a competition, and actually it's more health beneficial, and that's directly against what Health Canada wants.
Well, they still have on their website, the last time I was there anyways, that cannabis is not recognized as a medicine by the Canadian government.
Right. So that's why they don't want you to make your own medicine. I
agree.
The same as they don't want you to grow your own food, for Christ's sake.
But that doesn't stop these creeps who are out there. I know if I had cancer and I needed some oil, luckily I know who to go to.
Right.
But people out there in the world don't. They hear Rick Simpson. Oh, look, there's a picture of an old man that says he's Rick Simpson. I'm going to follow him. And then they offer him some oil because he's posted his story. He's got type 3 cancer, whatever you want to call it. And then he spends thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars because, back in the day, before legalization, it would cost you $3,000 to $6,000 to get a full treatment of cannabis oil back in the day. We've had issues with that for years and years and years, wrong or right.
Say that again.
I'm not saying it all again.
The amount of money.
Well, I have heard between $3,000 and $6,000 a treatment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
I could see that.
Yeah. But in reality, it would if you grow your own cannabis and make your own medicine. I'm not going to tell you how to do it because, like we said, it's illegal. But
I have a video for that.
How much? No, hold on, Marcel. How much would it cost to produce a treatment? Okay, you need 1 pound of high grade cannabis, which you can grow. You need isopropyl alcohol, which you can go to the store and buy. So you're looking at how much?
And you need experience.
And well, of course, don't go out and do it.
So if you're going through the legal route,
yeah, First,
well,
let me ask a question.
First off,
Len,
you can't buy a pound through the legal route.
Len is right here. Lenny, can you legally buy FICO in the medical market in Canada? I've stumped him.
No, the
I was
answer is no.
connecting.
Oh, he's connecting.
I know
I
you
don't
can
even
buy
know if
whole-
he heard me.
Al,
What's that?
Al, I know you can buy whole plant oil.
Well, that's
On the legal market?
The reason I'm asking Lenny is because essentially he's a pharmacist and he owns a pharmacy that can prescribe cannabis.
Yeah, but you
Well-
tell me which LP supplies 1 gram
My
lot
internet sucks.
I
of
don't know.
whole plant extract.
This is why I'm asking. Can
Well, I
you
know Rick-
purchase it legally? I
Correct
know that
me- correct
I
me if- Sorry, I'll go ahead.
I've seen the oil that they have at the legal store here, and it's honey oil, you know, or diamonds, or which is a distillate.
You know, well, honey oil is not your FICO.
No, I know that. I don't think what I'm getting at is I don't think you can get FICO at the legal store.
No, probably not.
There's one company in Canada that makes it. I can't remember who.
What about
Are
Rex
you
and
asked?
Andy?
Are you asked about the full extract a lot when you're talking to patients?
Not really, sadly.
No. Mm.
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, there's not a whole lot of reason to talk about it if there's not a supply for it.
Well, yes, I agree
If
because
I'm
he
wrong,
can't
Len,
go.
correct
He
me if I'm
can't
wrong
go.
there, but I mean,
Len, for instance, can't
You're
go
talking-
ahead and say, "Well, here, go ahead." and make it
no, I
yourself."
get that, but if, you can't, I could talk up a product, but I can't get it for you.
Yes.
Well, I as far as pure FICO, there's one company that had a syringe of it somewhere.
Like if the patient came to you and said, "I've got cancer, I want to use the cannabis oil to help combat it. Can you get it for me through the pharmacy?"
I'd have to look. There's one company.
Hmm.
Put it this way, you're gonna get it cheaper elsewhere.
Of course, but before you came in, we were talking about all the scammers that are out there now. They're basically selling snake oil, and people are and we've been putting up with this for a long time. It'd be nice to know if there was a supply out there.
I can't remember the company. There is someone that makes 1 gram syringes of it.
I can imagine the price.
No, it wasn't that bad. It's hard to the rec market. Nobody wants to buy it, right? So they may not even make it anymore for all I know. Like the best I have is 30-30. Actually, I won't even have it for long. 30-30 oil. They claim it's RSO, but whatever, and hemp seed oil. But guess what? They stopped making that one because it's not selling.
Because people don't know what they have.
No, well, part of it was they couldn't get it in any of the provinces.
Wow.
Because it's more of a
Wasn't
medical
selling.
product. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
more of a medical product, and none of the provinces have medical.
But that
Not one province that has a medical dispensary.
yeah. But I have six bottles of it left.
Wouldn't that be what Optimus is a medical
Sorry, I
dispensary?
broke up again. Fuck my
Not
internet.
really, because the majority of his products are coming from the rec market, for the rec market.
Okay.
Right? So what it is, it's for those patients that have the licenses that want to purchase through the legal market, means like how Organigram used to sell medical cannabis, but stop, right? Like everybody else, because there was more money to be made
In the rec market.
the rec market.
Yep.
So they all abandoned the patients and moved to the rec and said, "Fuck you! Oh, you want medical? Yeah, well, go to the liquor store."
So, okay, so herein lies the question in the conversation that we're going to dive into. What's the difference between methods that it's made.
Can I say
You got 3 weeks?
No, we had
Because it would take 3 weeks to discuss that, dude.
But
90
to explain
minutes.
it in short terms, Al, the way I understand it, it's night and day.
I get that,
Patient
and it's actually a very simple explanation.
No,
One
it isn't.
way, well, one way you get some cannabinoids and goodness that you need out of the plant, and the other way you get more.
Yeah, but there's so many different methods of extraction as well as so many different types of solvent, all which give you different effects or a different end product.
Okay, so let's talk about the way Rick makes it.
Rick makes his with naphtha. Naphtha is basically, it's called white gas.
Is somebody vacuuming?
No, my dishwasher's on Al. It's on mute.
Oh, okay.
So Rick was making oil for using naphtha, right?
Yes.
That's white gas. It's similar to gasoline, but a little lighter, and a lot less additives.
And it's
than
got
gasoline.
benzene in it, though, doesn't it?
Pardon me?
It's got benzene in it, though, doesn't it?
Every hydrocarbon fuel has benzene in it.
Okay.
All right. So
What are you doing?
I was talking.
Sorry,
Yeah, what are you doing?
No, someone distracting me.
So Rick used naphtha, but Rick used naphtha not because it was ideal, it's because Rick had access to naphtha.
It's what he had, yeah.
It's what he had, and it worked. So naphtha is Coleman camp fuel without the red dye.
I was just going to say it's camp fuel. Don't use the stuff with the red dye, people.
Yeah, it's a non-polar solvent, so it's going to only take off the non-polar solubles. So you get a very high THC content, but you lose a lot of the polar soluble cannabinoids in that method. So that's not a full extract,
Okay.
right? Because it's not taking off all of it. Then they freak out and go on about benzene rings and yada, yada, yada. So they go to the other route, which is grain alcohol, which is non-polar solvent, which only takes off the non-polar solubles, which leaves all the polar solubles again.
Which is what a lot of old
FICO.
school guys used to use.
No, we used methyl hydrate back in the 70s.
Well, you're older than I was talking about.
Right. But, I mean, so that's what I mean. Oil isn't new. This has been around.
No, I know that. I know
years, right? It's just that science has gotten better and the methods have gotten a hell of a lot better and a lot safer.
Yes.
Right? It's still not safe. It's still dangerous, but it is safer than it used to be when we were hiding and trying to get it done. I mean, we still hide when we do it, but not as bad. So they come out with their FICO with using grain alcohol, and it's the same thing. But there
What did you call it? Gerfico?
Their FICO.
Oh, I thought you said it's called Gerfico.
No, they call their FICO.
I get it.
Right? So they call that a full cannabis extract, and it's not.
Okay.
Right? Because again, it's only got part of the equation. Then you have CO2 extraction, which basically freezes everything, breaks it all off. But the problem with CO2 extraction is you end up with a lot of waxes and lipids and things like that you have.
They like that because they want the extra stuff. They want to pull stuff out as much as they can get. So the waxes and stuff like that.
Well, you get rid of those because that's dead weight.
But it's a byproduct they can sell, right?
Not really. No, I don't think they bother selling those waxes.
Oh, okay.
It's not
different kind of wax.
Yeah, different kind of wax.
Okay.
Right. So that wax comes more from rosins, that you're thinking of. So your waxes, your butters, things like that, you can get from that process. Honey oil, or what's called honey oil, has always been derived from
Butane.
butane extraction. Again, non-polar soluble.
Which is supposed to be more dangerous, isn't it?
Butane extraction? Yeah, because you're using compressed flammable gas.
Yeah.
And usually...
Yeah, those butane cans that you'd fill your lighters with.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, people go and buy a case of 24 Puretane cans.
They do have food grade of that, though.
Extract for the day in their basement, and then their house blows up.
Yeah,
or their apartment building. Look how many buildings
so many,
we've seen.
I just want to say there's so many ways that extracting with butane can go wrong, right from what butane you're using to make the product. To
Usually the stuff you get in a corner store is very, very cheap.
It has additives. Like I remember working at Puff Puff Pass, and I learned a lot through working there. And he had to order special butane that was like pure of impurities. And I didn't.
That's why I said purity.
That was the stuff with the blue lid and the silver.
It's also the only one that I use in my torch.
But also, we would have we had two different types of, they were called honeybee extractors. That was just the name of like the brand or whatever. One was an acrylic plastic, and the other one was a glass.
Hey, buddy.
And I'll tell you straight up,
the tube's about 2 or 3 feet
it's like
long.
Night and day. It's like you would even smoke out of a bong, acrylic or glass, same thing. So like there's so many things that could go wrong from like choosing all of that and then to the actual process.
See, the process is, people don't stop and think about is with butane extraction, you're literally pushing butane through the plant material out through a little paper membrane into a dish.
Yes.
So what's coming out is a very cold liquid that is literally boiling as soon as it gets
cold.
Room temperature, right? Oh yeah, it gets very cold because you're putting in a compressed gas, right? That is super chilled when it comes out. Problem is it's also spewing out a vapor that's filling up the entire area. And when you get to a 20% saturation of any flammable vapor in an enclosed space, any spark will blow you up. And that's what happens to them. The static spark off your shirt can cause your room to blow up.
Well, this is what happened in Kensington, in Toronto.
In that apartment building there.
Actually, no,
back of the business.
It was the basement of a legal, just opened store. They were producing their own whatevers. And
guys, do it in the back alley. Jeez.
Yeah, no. This was down in the basement, and it blew the whole front of the store out. It was just down the road from Abby's, from Hotbox.
Yeah. People have been doing stupid shit like that for years.
You know, I mean, I can remember when I was in Durham, my buddy Dan and I went down to Orangeville and bought one of those honey extractors. I never experienced using it because he took it off to wherever he went to do it. But apparently it worked. So
I've used them. I have one here. I'm sure I do. Because I got one just to test it. But I did it outside.
Sure, Marcel.
Well, you can't really talk about stuff unless you actually do it, right? But what I did is I did it outside in a snowbank. Literally, that's where my bowl was sitting, was in a snow drift when I did it. And as soon as I hit that bowl, that stuff was boiling off. It takes no time to get rid of it.
No.
But the problem is you can't get rid of all of it unless you're going to turn around and put it into a vacuum chamber.
Hey, you can make a hell of a fireball when you throw a fucking lighter in a fire. Imagine that times how many lighterfuls would you think is in one of those tubes? I mean,
Probably
know.
about 250.
yeah. So times that by 250 and think, boom.
I remember we did ours outside going back.
And that's a flash
15
boom.
years
That's
ago.
not just a flame. That's a flash. What?
I remember how cold the tube was.
Uh-huh.
I remember how stinky and smelly it was. And I remember heating the glass pan on an induction top thing, and pretty much, actually, we didn't even heat it. That's right. It was warm enough outside. We just whipped it and created this like butter from it.
Right. The problem is you entrapped butane in that when you do that.
You know what happened when we tried to light it?
Vapor that'll get you. It's the same as gasoline. It's the vapor that'll get you, right?
Oh yeah. And it's
Gasoline
stinky too.
Huh?
It's always the vapor.
Yeah. Vapor.
So when you say what's the difference between types of oils? It's like Darcy said, it's night and day. Because why do we keep getting these pop-ups here?
Because Len came back in.
Oh, okay.
Oh, was it comments?
No, we get a pop-up
I'm
saying
on
that
mute.
people are on audio only.
No, I don't know what the fuck's going on with my internet.
Your kids are watching movies, is what's going on.
They're not home. They're not home.
Hey, Lenny, is it Eastlink?
No, actually, no. I'm Bell. No,
that's your neighbor sucking your Wi-Fi.
I think I might have to go unplug the router. Like I have all bars. Like
your neighbor's doing a podcast next door. He's taking all your pod.
Maybe that's why I got my video off though. But who knows? I don't know.
Well, you sound a little bit better.
No, I shut my iPad and redid it out. Like just reset it. Maybe that would help. It seems to a little bit, but still pissing me off.
But Al, to get back to your thing about ripping people off.
Yeah.
Remember, they sell CBD infused pillows.
Correct.
That's probably good for your skin and hair. Come on.
Oh, fuck off.
Could very well be. Send me the link. I'll buy it.
Mary Jane.
Yeah.
Find out a company that sells them. Tell them you want to review their product for the 420 radio show.
Okay.
And let's go from there.
Okay. I will do that.
Try it for a month and see what happens.
Yeah. Well, you might not get one now with the sheriff.
She'll sprite flowers. She'll sprout. Did I say sprite? She'll sprout.
Because I don't think anybody in Canada is selling them. So.
Oh, the Bay is selling them.
Really?
Yeah.
You got to find the manufacturer. That's where you're going to get one for free from the manufacturer.
They're legally not allowed to.
Isn't the Bay going out of business?
Are you serious, Len? They're not allowed anymore.
No. Nobody's allowed to sell
CBD's
CBD.
Except for dispensaries, technically. Or LPs.
Yeah. But you can go into any corner store in Hamilton or Toronto and walk in and go, what do you got that's CBD?
It's illegal.
Yeah, I know.
They'll sell it to you.
I didn't say it was being forced.
It's the same as flavored papers are illegal.
They're starting to enforce it in the States, though. Unfortunately,
what, flavored papers?
The CBD stuff.
Oh,
well, actually, in the U.S., CBD's okay. CBD's okay in the U.S.
Oh, okay.
If it's derived from
it's here that they're enforcing it. Then.
Yeah, it's actually the opposite in the U.S. You can actually get CBD legally. In the US.
we can get codeine. So fuck you guys.
We had a gentleman show up in our little town. And remember, this is a town that prosecuted.
Look at Mary Jane's working. Where are they? Yeah.
But this guy opened up a dispensary, and we decided that we would take a guess at how long he'd be able to stay open. Because he turned around and put a thing in the paper stating that he was only selling to the medical community and was only selling CBD products.
You know what?
And
I remember that.
Grade. Yeah,
I
it took
remember seeing the
the
story about that, and it got shut down pretty fucking quick.
Yep, because there's no such thing as legal CBD in Canada. CBD is listed as one of the cannabinoids in the drug schedule.
So it's still it's considered cannabis. Period.
Yeah.
It's illegal. They've listed a lot of cannabinoids, individual cannabinoids, so that you can't go out and distill them yourself and make them available.
Why did Darcy scream "fuck" and then disappear?
Probably something to do with dishwasher, I'm assuming. I don't know.
Oh, it went into spin cycle. Wait, do dishwashers still have? Do they have spin cycles?
I hope not.
I think
That's a washing machine.
That's a washing
They used
machine.
to have it back in the 70s. They had dishwashers, and the top would spin.
That's a rinse.
Yeah.
No, but it would spin like it was a rinse cycle.
Yeah, a rinse. I'm sure it has a rinse cycle, but not a spin cycle.
It does spin,
The
but
dish
it's
is
not
in
really.
the spin. The water wheel spun.
Yeah.
So, can I ask you guys about this?
No,
I
because
can't
we're
see
talking
what it
about.
is.
I can't read it. If you could tell us what it is.
I'm
Oh,
kidding.
okay.
What is it?
It's,
Wait, is it from a legal store?
It looks like
Yes.
a pillow.
I can't tell you anything about it because other than it's probably crap.
So it's from
Go for
Cap Pharma. They're Delta 9 THC distillate infused soft gels.
No, thank you.
So that's what they look like.
Yeah.
So they're kind of like gummy.
How many for how much?
Okay, so
what if they call it a soft gel?
so they have like this little like powder on them, and they're tiny, but they're squishy.
So it's a gummy.
Sort of, but you don't want to chew it because it's distillate and it doesn't taste very good. But they make them powdery, so they like slide down. And they say they're easy to swallow. Directions: swallow with water.
Why wouldn't you just get a normal soft gel if you wanted a soft gel?
Well, I will tell you, I took one probably about 4 or 5 minutes ago, and I'm already feeling the effects. It's 10 milligrams. It's 10 milligrams in each little thing, and there's a line in the middle of it, so you could technically like cut it and have 5, but in the bag there's 100 in here, and so there's 1,000 milligrams in this whole package.
There's 100 in there, and how much was it?
They go for, depending on where you buy them, like $100.
So it's a buck a pill.
Yeah, but like I said, 5 minutes ago, and I to consume a joint as much.
I'm like that when I do mushrooms. I don't smoke as much.
Yeah.
I'm just more offended they call it. It's not a soft gel.
I didn't think it was a soft gel, because isn't a soft gel like Advil?
Yes, that's a soft gel.
Yes.
That's what I thought. This is more like a gummy, but it doesn't.
It's a gummy.
But it doesn't taste. Is it classification?
Just
Classification.
so
that
everybody
way they
knows,
can give 100 in a bag.
the voices you hear that you can't see the videos, that's our peanut gallery.
Hey, now.
We have a peanut gallery?
I actually
And
have
what
a
voices
question.
Are you talking about? Are you hearing voices that we're not, Al?
I'm
No,
hearing voices in my
Lenny.
head.
Lenny and
I'm
friggin'
the voice in your head. Al,
What?
Yes.
Darcy is the greatest guy on earth.
Okay.
That's creepy.
Who fucking said that?
Okay, so wait, I have a question. I'm going to the States in the summer, and I'm a little stressed out.
The answer's no.
No. I know I can't take anything with me. I know that it's illegal to mail anything across the border, so it's not like I can mail something to myself. So what am I going to do in specifically Las Vegas with
Las Vegas?
Just get a hold
one
of
of the-
Jeffrey Peterson, the 420
Yeah.
comic.
Yeah,
and
Cannabis
I'll
is
help you out.
cannabis is legal in Las Vegas.
I know, and I've checked the prices, and it's
Yeah.
$30. The cheapest quarter you can get is $30 American.
Yeah. Well,
Send a
welcome
message
to legalization.
Jeffrey. Send a message to Jeffrey, Mary.
I did send a message to Jeffrey,
Yeah.
but I didn't get a response. So
You will.
maybe we can have him on the show, and then he'll be like, "Oh, that's who she is."
I will see if I can do that.
Okay.
I know he's been busy. He's bouncing back and forth between
Yeah.
LA and Las Vegas a
Yeah,
lot.
which is good.
Yeah. But I will poke him and see.
Well, I know it's legal, but I
The
really
prices
don't
are
want to go
you're
top
probably
dollar on the
looking
strip.
at double what we pay here.
Yeah.
You know what? It's going to hurt me either way because I'm currently buying 3 ounces for $100. So no matter what I buy out there, it's going to be more expensive. And I'm going for like 4 or 5 days, so I'm going to need at least an ounce.
You can buy it right in the airport in Las Vegas. They have a cannabis store right in the airport in Vegas, and I think in LA now.
Well, that would be handy.
Yeah, I don't know. Do they have one in Toronto? I don't know. I don't
think so.
Hey, Marcel.
Yeah, Darcy.
Did you get that thing I just sent you to your Facebook?
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's why he's so garbly, because
we're talking about that later.
Yeah, but did you see the response?
Oh, I saw that response earlier. I saw an earlier response from him too.
Yeah,
and I've read a few other responses.
Yeah,
have you? You're talking about the post?
Yeah. You want to talk about that now?
The one about the Micmac.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay.
I want to know what you're talking about.
If you go to my Facebook page, you will see there's some not so nice comments about that article that I got from somebody in Nova Scotia. I can't remember who.
So what does the article say?
Okay, so the article says that in Nova Scotia that chiefs have decided that they were going to allow Nova Scotia liquor on reserve to sell cannabis, legal cannabis. Or basically
not legacy stores, not res stores that we know here in Ontario, but
what they're going to do is let them
stores.
set up a legal store.
Yeah.
With the provision being that it only comes through the legal market.
At legal prices.
So let me just read you.
So there ain't going to be no more $35 ounces. Let's just put it that way.
Oh, fuck no. Well, yeah, there will. All right, let me.
Are they allowed?
Are they shutting down all the reserve stores?
Marcel, are they allowed to produce their own?
Who?
To be
No.
Are you allowed to produce your own and then sell it in a legal store on a reservation in Nova Scotia?
No.
They have to become an LP.
Okay.
No. So basically, how the article come out from Nova Scotia Buzz.
I'm gonna pull it up here, just so we can see it while we're talking about it.
Good. Now stop. Mi'kmaq communities, Nova Scotia will now be able to open legal cannabis retail stores through agreements with Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation, following new regulations introduced by the provincial government. The change comes in response to concerns raised by Mi'kmaq leaders about the presence of illegal cannabis in their communities. 2 of them, one on either end of the province, did this. Until now, Nova Scotia RCMP have said that cannabis sales on Nova Scotia reserves are illegal and the unregulated products is being supplied to retailers by organized crime. Under the new framework, bands or band-owned corporations can apply to become authorized cannabis sellers by partnering with the NSLC. The regulations require that all cannabis sold in these stores be sourced from NSLC and that the sales follow strict guidelines. These include limits on the amount sold per transaction, rules around packaging, and adherence to Health Canada standards. A certificate from NSLC must be displayed to show authorization. Province-wide, there are 50 NSLC cannabis stores selling over 630 products, with total cannabis sales reaching $121 million in 23-24. And of course, there was a nice picture in one of the articles that came out. So let me bring up another one, and I'll give you a comment from a gentleman by the name of Chris Gugo. And Chris Gugo had his picture used in their advertising of this new rules.
That's the comment there I pulled up there as well.
Yeah.
What?
So
Where's the photo?
So Chris Gugo says, I'm the owner of High Grade. You having my business picked in regard to illegal cannabis is technically defamation of my business, where Millbrook is in the process of implementing our own cannabis law under our own right to self-governance and determination, protected under the Constitution and supported by UNDRIP. Post-facts, please. Thank you. So some of the reserves, Millbrook is the best example, are implementing their own cannabis regulations. They're not going to
like they're trying, like they've done and tried to do here in Ontario.
Yep. Yep. But they're going to push it, and I mean, right now, they've got the natives in this province have a shit ton of battles going on, and I hope they win them all. I really do, because it's their fucking land, right? The land in Nova Scotia, the Mi'kmaq people never ceded this land to.
So give it back then, Marcel. Give them your house.
Sure.
I'm just saying, don't get into that stuff, right?
No,
it's
but
like,
I'm just saying they have the rights.
There's reserves.
Yes.
But when you start saying, well, but just that we've never seen their land, so I don't see anyone giving their home back to anybody. Like, that's all I'm saying. It's like, don't talk crazy.
Because, we put their kids in fucking jail and beat them to death and rape them.
Whatever. It's got nothing to do with me. It's got nothing to do with you.
No, but it does have something to do with everybody and how they.
I'm getting off this talk. I'm just gonna leave, guys. I don't want to get into this shit.
That's funny. I was going to say, interject.
There's always two sides to the argument, though, Lenny. That's the thing. There's always
no, but I just don't want to get into this like unceded and zero. Like their band council, like I say, Millbrook can do what they're going to do, but just don't start saying it's their land. Like it's getting overkill. It's getting overkill.
That's
they
the argument they want to use. That's on them.
And sorry, Chris Gugo, you actually lost in the Nova Scotia Supreme Court. But anyway, whatever. You can keep citing what you'd like as well.
What did he lose, though?
They took this to the Supreme Court. Nova Scotia said they have no rights for cannabis. It was in the paper like months ago. No one's doing anything about it.
No, because the last one I saw was that they basically backed down from the charges because of the charter challenge that he was going to implement.
Yeah, and the Nova Scotia Supreme Court threw out his challenge.
Well, because they'd already dropped all his charges, so they didn't have any charges against him.
No, the Nova Scotia Supreme Court said you have no rights. It's a stupid thing. Go away. Anyway, regardless.
Shall we change the subject?
Sure. Anyways, that's what's happening in Nova Scotia.
Yeah.
There will be another uprising, and there's going to be lots of screaming and yelling and back and forth. And they can.
Well, you know what? Everybody has their own opinions, and
but again, this is the band council of whatever Nova Scotia. The band.
Well, also the chiefs has said they've made this decision on behalf of the council.
That's what I'm saying. Whatever, let the chiefs and the bands do it. That's exactly
like it or not. I don't like the fact that they're going to put legal stores on reservation land. I don't like that, but they're going to do. They don't give a fuck about what I think.
No, but I don't really care one way or the other. But it's up to the chiefs and the bands and them to decide.
Yeah, that's how I feel about it, pretty much. Yeah.
Well, that's kind of what happened out here, at least to my understanding.
Yeah, the chiefs in Alderville and in Tanganyika have said.
Yeah, well, basically, the council got together because the chief was told by OPP that you can't have this going on. And then the council got together and said, well, no, we're going to create our own.
Yes, we can.
And we're going to have our own thing. And That's what they've
And-
done.
and-
But personally, I'm like, there should be room for both. And if you
They
want,
have invited a
store,
couple
go
of
to that
legal
store.
stores onto some reservations in Ontario.
Dude,
There are a few of them.
the
There's one
reservation
just outside of Sudbury on the reservation that is a legal store. They buy from OCS like the other stores do.
we have a lot of the stores on the res out here that are legacy stores, but they still carry some legal products that they're bringing in some of the stuff. So
They're getting it somehow. Yep.
Yeah, I don't even know. I don't know. I don't ask questions.
Is it really legal products that they're bringing in though?
Yeah.
They might
They
be.
could literally just be going to the store and buying it.
They might be knockoffs as well, right?
That's what I'm wondering.
They all got
Remember,
tips and everything.
they're talking about people rip people off all the time.
Well, no, I was laughing about the Nova Scotia Liquor Commission certificate. Oh yeah, that's hard to.
Yeah.
Fraud. That'll be hard to fraud.
Yeah.
Dude,
So I have a question for everybody before we continue.
What are you smoking?
Marcel?
I'm just smoking my oil like normal.
But
I'm drinking my double ice cream ice cap.
I am having some Master Kush from a store out in BC. That's all I'll say. And I haven't tried it yet, so I'm going to try that. Mary Jane?
It's called Oreo McFlurry.
Ooh, that sounds yummy.
It is.
It sounds like something I'd like to have right now, to be honest.
Nice big buds too.
Oreo McFlurry.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think.
Temple Ball from Dale. Darcy? Darcy's not smoking anything because he's not here.
Again. Nick is into the bazooka and Buddy's into the strawberry lemonade.
Oh, I've heard of that.
Lemonade hash. Now I'm intrigued, buddy.
That sounds.
I was going to buy when I was ordering. I was going to buy some pink Kush hash. They had it on sale, and I'm hesitant though because I like the Vortex from the legal store. I like Vortex. That's your soft black hash that goes very well
with
as
the
a snake.
With the apple.
Have you tried it yet?
Yes. I love it.
I can't. I love my dewdrop. I can't do it.
I so want to get a dewdrop because I want to try it with flour.
You can put a bong on that.
A bowl, a regular bowl. I know it literally does
apple.
everything. I know.
Yeah. Yep.
I know.
Fuck.
What happened, Len? He's watching the game. Somebody scored.
Oh no, no, it's fucking freezing the whole fucking time. Fucking Jesus.
What, we're freezing?
Yeah, it's my internet sucks balls.
Well, it's only fucking. Wow.
Why do people say that? Usually, wouldn't that be a good thing?
So, I guess so.
Everybody's like it's a bad thing.
Yeah. This internet eats shit. Now, see, that sounds more logical. Right?
Yeah, right. My internet
eats shit.
My internet eats shit.
Right. That's like when
Doesn't
someone
roll-
says,
doesn't
this
roll-
vacuum sucks.
It doesn't roll off the tongue yet. Sucks balls. Yeah, okay. Thanks there, you guys, for getting me onto that. Hey, want to watch a movie?
Stand by Me?
Yes, let's watch your movie.
Okay, but first I got to go back and because I've got to explain what I did before you watch this movie.
Yeah, what'd you do?
Other than wasting 5
We've
minutes.
been playing with AI movies, Mary Jane.
I've been seeing a little bit of the messaging going back and forth, and I'm like, what are they doing?
Yeah.
Do you get to call yourself a director, Marcel?
Yes. Producer.
Yeah, it calls me the producer and the director and the fucking crazy man that keeps coming up with these ideas. All right. So here's what I did is, and this is literally what I asked, is make a 420-second movie of whole plant cannabis extraction using the Rick Simpson method with isopropyl alcohol as the solvent. Includes soaking and straining, filtering, solvent recovery through distillation, and finishing of the final product.
We'll be seeing you in jail next week.
Share me or add me to the stream.
Do you have some sort of like liability rights or warning? Don't try this.
We have a disclaimer every show.
And you all just watch the video for the next 5 minutes and 52 seconds.
Creating a YouTube video can be an exciting and rewarding experience. With the right tools and a bit of creativity, you can share your message with the world. This script will guide you through the process. However, it's important to note that I cannot provide you with a guide on how to make Rick Simpson oil, even for informational purposes. The production of such substances can be illegal and potentially dangerous. My purpose is to provide safe and helpful information. Always consult with a healthcare professional before using any cannabis products. Stay informed and make responsible choices. Remember, your safety and well-being are paramount. Creating RSO involves processes that can be dangerous and illegal in many places. Solvent extraction using highly flammable substances like isopropyl alcohol poses significant fire and health hazards.
That's awesome.
Uncontrolled dosing. RSO is highly concentrated. Without proper laboratory equipment and analysis, it is impossible to determine potency, leading to potential overconsumption and adverse effects.
Instead of telling us how to do it.
Legal restrictions. The legality of producing cannabis extracts varies widely. In many jurisdictions, making RSO at home is illegal. It is important to prioritize your safety and well-being. Instead of seeking to produce RSO yourself, I recommend exploring legal and regulated options for obtaining cannabis-based products. The process of making RSO can be complex and potentially dangerous if not done correctly. By consulting with healthcare professionals, you can ensure that you are using safe and effective treatments. Legal dispensaries and medical providers offer products that have been tested for quality and safety, giving you peace of mind. Additionally, these professionals can provide guidance on the appropriate dosages and methods of consumption tailored to your specific needs. Remember, your health is paramount, and taking unnecessary risks can lead to serious consequences. Always seek professional advice and opt for regulated sources to ensure the best outcomes for your well-being. Stay informed and make choices that prioritize your safety. Consult with a healthcare professional to discuss appropriate treatment options for your specific needs. Please remember that I am an AI assistant and cannot provide medical or legal advice. If you are interested in learning more about cannabis and its potential therapeutic benefits, I can offer you information on a variety of topics. Cannabis has been a subject of increasing interest and research over the past few decades. Its potential to provide relief for various medical conditions has made it a focal point for both scientists and the general public. Understanding cannabis involves delving into several key areas, each of which offers a wealth of knowledge and insight. One of the most fascinating aspects of cannabis is the endocannabinoid system and how it interacts with cannabinoids. The endocannabinoid system is a complex cell signaling system identified in the early 1990s by researchers exploring THC, a well-known cannabinoid. This system plays a crucial role in regulating a range of functions and processes, including sleep, mood, appetite, memory, and reproduction. Cannabinoids, which are compounds found in cannabis, interact with this system by binding to receptors, which can lead to various effects on the body and mind. There are different types of cannabinoids, such as THC and CBD, each with unique properties and effects. THC, or tetrahydrocannabinol, is the main psychoactive compound in cannabis that produces the high sensation. It is known for its pain-relieving and anti-inflammatory properties. On the other hand, CBD, or cannabidiol, is non-psychoactive and is praised for its potential therapeutic benefits, including reducing anxiety alleviating pain, and combating seizures. Understanding the chemical structure and function of these cannabinoids can help in making informed decisions about their use. When considering cannabis use, it's important to weigh the potential risks and benefits. While cannabis can offer therapeutic benefits such as pain relief, reduced inflammation, and improved sleep, it also comes with potential risks. These can include dependency, impaired cognitive function, and adverse mental health effects, particularly in young people and those with a predisposition to mental health disorders. Consulting with healthcare professionals and staying informed about the latest research can help mitigate these risks. The legal status of cannabis varies significantly across different regions. In some places, cannabis is fully legalized for both medical and recreational use, while in others it remains strictly prohibited. Understanding the legal landscape is crucial for anyone considering cannabis use, as it can impact accessibility, quality control, and legal repercussions. Staying informed about the laws in your area and any changes to legislation can help ensure compliance and safe use. If you have any questions or would like to explore these topics further, please let me know. Whether you're interested in the science behind cannabis, its medical applications, or the legal aspects, there's a wealth of information available to help you make informed decisions. Engaging in discussions, attending seminars, and conducting your own research are excellent ways to deepen your understanding of this complex and fascinating subject.
Well, that was interesting.
And there you have it. Not what you were expecting.
Do you select the Great Gatsby voice, Marcel?
No, I don't have a choice on the voice. But Al's muted or something. His lips are moving, but nothing's coming out.
I said, no, you don't have choices unless you have a paid account.
Yeah. So what I like is, I'm not happy that it changed everything, but it wrote me the entire script.
Yes.
Of the process.
And then you can go in and edit that script.
No, it wrote the entire script of what it would say, but that's not what it said. Then when it played that instead. So I thought that was really cool that it did that, but I still had the script of what it would have said anyways if it had been allowed to do it. The other thing I liked is the fact that they still gave me the video and put in some educational compounds to it by talking about the endocannabinoid system and things like that. So it was still a win in the end for it.
I did a where is it? I just did one that said majestic bald eagle in slow motion over Lake Superior, and it's actually really cool. But I did what I was playing with was YouTube versus YouTube Shorts.
Oh yeah.
Let me just find the right one here.
Darcy's rebooting his computer, by the way.
I know. I saw that. No.
And when he comes back and does his grow segment, I've asked AI the same thing he's going to be talking about. So we'll compare what AI says to what Darcy says.
Okay, so this is one that I made for the Hi Guys. And it is...
Did you know Pink Kush has a mysterious past? Let's uncover its secrets together. Pink Kush is more than just a pretty name. This popular strain is believed to be a descendant of the famous OG Kush. Imagine OG Kush as the cool grandfather passing down potent genetics. But wait, there's more. Pink Kush is known for its beautiful pink and purple hues and its sweet floral aroma. It's like a bouquet of relaxation. The strain's exact origins are a bit of a mystery, adding to its charm. Some say it hails from the West Coast, others believe it's from Canada. Either way, Pink Kush has made a name for itself worldwide. So next time you're enjoying Pink Kush, remember you're part of a storied legacy. Stay curious, stay informed, and enjoy the journey. And that's the scoop on Pink Kush's roots. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more cannabis insights.
So that's the difference between doing a short or a full video like Marcel.
Yeah.
Why are you laughing? Okay, let me ask you a question before you answer that. Are you finding in the videos that you've done that the facts are correct?
Yes.
Okay, you see, that's a good thing.
For the most part. So, and that's why I read the script before I launch the video.
And like I said, you can go in there even on a free account and do some manipulation and change the script, and you could even plug in your own script if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and it'll read it for you.
Yep.
I mean, it's cool, kind of fun. Not something I'm going to bother paying for.
I'm considering it. I think that it might be a very good investment.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to do a lot of them, yeah, it's worth it. If you're only going to play with it once in a while, then, I mean, the free version allows you to do 10 hours a week or 10 minutes a week.
10 minutes a week. The pay version, which is $35 US a month, gives you 100.
Yeah.
Oh no, is it?
50.
Yeah, I think 100. Is it 50?
50.
I'm looking at it here. I'm going to look at it. So,
yeah.
Where are we here?
Okay, so while you're looking at that, why don't we do a quick break, and then hopefully that time Darcy will be back.
Yes, it's 50. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we can do a quick break, and we'll be right back. It's the 420 Radio Show.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420peace.ca.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie. And this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it, okay? Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles, okay? Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it because we thought it was the best stuff because it's the concentrate. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward. Now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
You just cut it out now. These are the 4 or 3 tools I use to form and shape the happers. So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over. First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular lump that acts as a stopper. Right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, but I don't have time to be an artist.
You know, but each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it. Okay.
This is how we grow the weed.
I got the munchies. How about you?
Yeah?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, well, I'm just pulling up something up for my segment here.
Jesus, last week it was Mary Jane with the mic issues, and this week it's you.
My mic?
Your mic is bouncing.
Well, my fucking stupid computer crashed. I'm on my phone right now.
Crackling. Mary Jane is frozen.
Yeah, well, I might be cracking because I'm on my phone now. I'll talk quick here. Okay.
Okay.
So what I'm going to talk about today is elevation. Well, I want to talk about two things. One was mixing your own soils for growing indoors and for outdoors, because you're getting ready to do your outdoor stuff now. Well, it'd be that time now that people are getting their mother plants going and starting to cut clones and getting all that stuff ready.
Yep.
Soil mixes are important to the base of all your growing, because what you're growing in is important, and it's important to know what you're growing in and how to treat that soil, so that way, or that media, so that way there you get your best results. I mix my own. I use a mixture of sunshine mix number 4 or Pro Mix, the big cubes. I'll mix that with a mixture of cocoa, like can of cocoa, or like another one that I use is Floraflex. I use their cocoa too. You can use different people's cocoa. Just make sure that it's washed and buffered and all that stuff, because some of them raw blocks you'll buy at the garden center aren't buffered and they're not washed a lot. They're just packaged and shipped off to the garden centers. So if that's what you want to use for your cannabis, make sure that you treat it and then charge it to the proper pH and EC or nutrients content that you need for the stage of growth that you're at. That's a big one too, because if you don't charge it right, you can lock yourself out. And if it's charged too less, you can lock yourself out. And if it's charged too much, you'll lock yourself out. So just make sure that you have the right amount of nutrients in there, and the way to do that is just measuring it. And there is tools out there that you can do that with. Marcel has one that I got him that he's going to try this summer and see what it's like. So, but yeah, so, and then I mix mine. So mine's like a mixture. I mix mine 70%, 60% cocoa, or sorry, sunshine mix number 4 or Pro Mix to 30% cocoa to 10% perlite. I like to add a little more perlite in there.
I was going to ask you if you use perlite.
You can use perlite. You can use.
So you're using cocoa and perlite.
I'm using cocoa, perlite, and Pro Mix.
Okay.
And vermiculite too.
Well, if it's in the Pro Mix.
Question.
But
which Pro Mix?
I don't add it. I do add a few other things to it. I do add granulated chicken manure, but that's because I know how much to use. Because if you don't know what you're doing with that stuff, you'll burn your plants right up.
Right, but what Mary Jane asked was which type of Pro Mix.
Oh, what stuff do I use? I use the Pro Mix HP or the stuff with the micro rosin in it. But
the white bag.
Yeah,
which is peat.
Yeah, which is peat.
You're using the BX, HP, or the CC?
Right. Now, if you want a soil mix, then you would use the Pro Mix general purpose or organic general purpose.
The HP works very well too.
Yeah.
So I learned the difference between them. The HP is the high perlite. The CC is the one with the added cocoa core. And the BX is the one with just the vermiculite.
Yeah. And what was the first one again? The HP?
HP.
High what?
Not perlite.
Is it high perlite? Yeah, it's technically it's high porosity.
Yeah, it's better green.
Is what the
that's
HP
that's what I used at the farm. Yeah. I couldn't get it here.
Yeah.
I used to use BX because it was the cheapest.
But here's the thing, though, that a lot of people don't realize. And actually, I got in a little argument with makers of Pro Mix over this. when you take their bales of Pro Mix and you store them outside in freezing cold temperatures, that mycorrhizing is dead.
Yep.
All that mycorrhizing is dead in that soil. You're purchasing a product for a specific reason, i.e., because it has mycorrhizing in it, and it has no mycorrhizing in it, or it's little to none.
Because it's already been left outside and frozen long before you got it.
Frozen. Mycorrhizing can't freeze.
That's why.
So, what you mean? It's dead before you even open the bag?
Depends on the supplier. Where are they storing?
It's away from the supplier, like away from the supplier.
Yeah.
So if I was selling it, Al, and I stored it in my garage all winter, and you come and bought a cube from me, and you bought it and it said mycorrhizing on it, good chance that the amount of mycorrhizing that's in that bag is little to none.
But that's bullshit.
It's the same. No, but it's
Go to
the same
Home
as if you
Depot.
go to the garden center and buy it. Well, it's been kept since last year.
Sitting outside somewhere, yeah.
Yeah, whether it's Canadian Tire, Home Depot, Lowe's, Rona.
But that's the manufacturer. That's a manufacturer thing, and that's bullshit.
Right. But see, if you're energetic and you only have a couple plants to do, then my suggestion would be to make your own.
Yes.
Go out, get some peat, get some black earth, get some compost, get some vermiculite, get some perlite.
My mom did it for her.
Throw
garden.
in some.
All on her own.
Hey, I've done it for 20-some plants for years. I've been
making my own for years.
I got too old and too tired to do it.
I just got too cheap at replacing my soil because it gets expensive. It just keeps going up and up and up and up and up and up in price, and I just keep buying it.
Yeah, and I'm filling like 20, 45 gallon
You
pots.
recently just got a thing, a tumbler or something, didn't you, Darcy?
Me?
Yeah.
I got a bud trimmer, but no, I ain't got nothing like that out.
I thought somebody got like it spins.
Huh. What, for soil?
Yeah.
Nah. What I have
Maybe
is
it was Al or somebody that he knows.
Yeah, I have a really thick piece of plastic that I used to lay out on the yard.
Yeah.
Empty bales of peat and bales of dirt and compost and everything else, and then we would just go out and stomp it, mix it all up.
Yeah.
Once it's all mixed up, fill up the wheelbarrow and start carting it to the pots.
That's what my mom used to do.
Yeah.
But I got a 4x4 flood table. It's got like a foot lip on it, and then that's what I use. I dump all my stuff in it and I mix it, and I fill my pots back up.
Cool.
Yeah, but I was doing it with 15 bales of peat, right? 20 bags of black earth.
You do know you're frozen, right, Mary Jane?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
It's just a picture she put up.
I'm just high. I'm not frozen. I'm just high.
No,
I
you're
figured it out a long time ago, Al.
How many soft gels, Mary Jane?
It's one. What am I seriously frozen?
Your picture hasn't moved in a long time.
Really?
You've been sitting there.
Okay.
Seriously, we've just kind of left you picking your nose.
How about now?
No.
No, you're still picking your nose.
There. I'll be like everybody else.
Right.
Sure.
We'll all duck out and
Start being voices.
Come on.
No,
Marcel,
I'm
come
leaving
on, duck out.
I'm leaving me.
In theory, couldn't we just have AI do a show for?
Well,
Friday
no, I
night?
wanted to just have the smoke in our voices, really, but Marcel won't play.
Oh, hang
Well,
on.
I think you should just say make a 420 radio show based off our history. Just make one for next week.
The opinions of the individuals during this.
So we don't get the smoke because I'm still up there. You gotta.
No, wait, hold on. Yeah, you have to just stop your camera. Just click stop camera. There you go.
All right.
Darcy, you still there?
I'm here, yeah.
Okay, so
have you just sorry?
This is how we used to do
I don't
it.
want to lose Darcy. Have you been watching all the old Raws and WrestleManias on Netflix?
Yes, but I've been really interested in the only one
I guess
storyline in
this
all
is our
of
sports segment.
Yeah.
and all of WrestleMania this year, the only one storyline I'm interested in is the Punk, Roman Reigns, and Seth Rollins angle.
Yeah. No, but I started right for WrestleMania 1. I'm on number 6 right now.
Oh, I can't wait to get to number 13 because that's being inducted to the Hall of Fame.
Oh, was that the
match?
Stone Cold?
Bret Hart, the Bret Hart and
Stone
I think it was,
Cold.
yes. Yeah, that one.
It should have been Ricky and Macho Man. WrestleMania 3 should have been the first one.
It should have been, yeah. But no, I remember because I was a little kid, and that was my first introduction to wrestling was when Hulk Hogan body slammed Andre the Giant.
Oh, that was huge.
Oh God.
Yeah.
So can we go back to cannabis yet?
We can. I was just waiting. I didn't want to lose Darcy again, so I just had to bring that up. Sorry.
No, I don't want to lose Darcy because I took Darcy's topic and I put it into Chat GPT.
Oh, I want to see how close you are.
So
okay,
I asked Chat GPT is, does altitude affect cannabis growing? And here's what it comes back with. Yes, altitude definitely affects cannabis growing, sometimes in good ways, sometimes in tricky ones. Here's a breakdown of how it plays into things. Temperature, higher altitudes equals colder temperatures. Cannabis likes warmth, especially in early growth. Cold nights, common at high altitude, can slow growth or even cause stress. On the flip side, some strains love the cool, like indica dominant ones, especially near harvest time, can bring out purple and deepen resin production. Sunlight intensity. The higher you go, the stronger the UV rays. This can boost trichome production, the A for potency and flavor. This is what it actually says. As the plant produces more resin to protect itself. But too much sun or UV without protection can also stress plants, especially delicate seedlings or indoor strains moved outdoors too quickly. Air pressure and oxygen. At high altitude, there's less oxygen and CO2 in the air. That can reduce photosynthesis and slow down growth, especially in very high places above 68,000 feet. Good airflow and possibly CO2 supplementation indoors can help balance this out. Humidity, higher altitudes equals lower humidity, usually. That can be great for preventing mold and mildew, especially during flowering, but it also means more careful watering and attention to hydration. The soil and plants can dry out faster. Growing season. At elevation, the growing season tends to be shorter due to early frost in fall and late frost in spring. You want to grow fast flowering strains or start them indoors and move them outside once it's safe. This is all from that one question. Best practices for high altitude growing. Choose short season hardy strains like Afghani, Northern Lights, or other indica dominants. Start seedlings indoors to give them a head start. Use raised beds or containers to help manage soil temps and drainage. Consider greenhouses or hoop houses for frost protection and watch for wind stress. Mountain areas can be gusty.
Yeah, no
Wind.
shit.
Where are you thinking of growing? I can recommend specific strains or strategies depending on your setup.
Should I say I'm living in Nova Scotia? What's a good strain?
All right, we'll do that.
Fucking AI is.
Are you done?
I immediately thought about Al.
Well, it sounded like because, but it's saying Northern Lights, and I tried Northern Lights last year, and it didn't work out so well.
Well,
all right. Here's what I said. I'm growing cannabis in Nova Scotia. What are the best strains? Nice. Growing in Nova Scotia comes with some unique challenges, but it can totally work with the right setup and strains. Your main considerations are shorter growing season, cooler temperatures, and potential humidity, especially near the coast. Here's a list of strains that do well in that kind of climate. Best cannabis strains for Nova Scotia, outdoor or greenhouse. Northern Lights, fast flowering,
Yep.
6 to 8 weeks, very resilient to cold and mold, great for outdoor and greenhouse grows, heavy relaxing effects. Early Skunk, hybrid, specifically bred for short seasons, mold resistant, good for humid areas, harvest early September to early October, balanced, high, creative, and chill.
I have some
Num-
skunk. I should try that.
Number 3, Blueberry, indica dominant, handles cold well, great outdoor strain, gorgeous purple hues in cool weather, strong sweet flavor and calming effects. Frisian Dew, hybrid, I've grown that here. Bred in the Netherlands for rougher climates, very mold resistant, vigorous and beautiful purple coloring, finishes by late September. Out of all of those strains, Frisian Dew would be my favorite for growing outdoors
Yeah.
in Nova Scotia.
Me too, Bercel. I will agree with you on that one.
Yeah. Number 5, auto flowering strains like Auto Northern Lights, Auto AK-47, or Auto Blueberry. Super quick, ready in 8 to 10 weeks from seed. Good if your growing season is short or unpredictable. You can squeeze in multiple runs per season or grow late in the summer. Smaller plants, great for discrete grows or container gardening. Quick growing tips for Nova Scotia. Start indoors in April, May. Transplant outdoors after last frost, usually late May to early June. Watch for mold and bud rot during flower. Humidity and cool nights equal risk. Raised beds or pots help with drainage. Consider a small hoop house or greenhouse to extend the growing season. Let me know if you're doing indoor, outdoor, or greenhouse growing, and I can fine tune the list. Want recommendation for seed banks or setup ideas too?
Nice. What seed banks do they give you?
I don't.
You see what Dale said?
That he doesn't agree with it. That early skunk, not skunk, early skunk, and there's a difference between those skunks. I don't know, because I've grown Northern Lights here, and I don't have a mold issue, but I have a lot more wind than you do.
Well,
So
I
that
have
might
wind
be
here too, and it's it's not what I have been able to produce out here. I've not had any issues with mold, knocking on wood for this year, but I just because there's always a wind, always.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So the next question was, what seed bank? So solid question. Having the right seed bank is crucial, especially when you want reliable genetics and shipping to Canada, Nova Scotia specifically. Here's a list of some trustworthy seed banks that deliver to Canada with good strains for colder climates like yours.
Okay, so Marcel.
Yeah.
The one question I have is NSLC on that list.
We're going through the whole list.
I want to know if they're on there, because if they're not on there, then they're telling people not to buy legal cannabis seed.
Well, here's the list of seeds they give me. Best for fast shipping and legal compliance. Crop King Seeds, based in Vancouver.
Oh my God.
Great
Jesus
selection
Christ.
of auto feminized. I knew you were going to like that. That's why I laughed. And fast strains. Known for good customer service and stealth shipping. Solid short strains for short seasons. Early Mist, White Widow, Auto, and Northern Lights. Quebec Cannabis Seeds. Ships within Canada, fast and discreet. Offers strains specifically bred for Canadian climates. Check out Quebec Gold 2.0, Auto Blueberry, and Early Skunk. True North Seed Bank, based in Ontario but ships globally. Resell seeds from multiple top breeders, Dutch Passion, Fast Buds, etc. Big selection of lots of auto flowers and climate-specific options. There's one. Jordan of the Islands, BC-based breeder focused on hardy outdoor strains, great for growers in harsher climates. Unique genetics with a West Coast touch.
That's the best fucking one they said so far.
Yep. Reputable international banks that ship to Canada. Use if you're looking for more variety of rare strains. Shipping may take longer. Seedsman from UK ships worldwide, discreetly to Canada. Massive strain catalog, including early finishers and mold-resistant types. Watch for promos. They often do buy one, get one deals. ILGM, I love growing marijuana. US based but ships to Canada. Beginner friendly, good tutorials, germination guarantee. Solid picks is Blueberry, White Widow, and Gold Leaf. Tips when buying seeds. Look for feminized or autoflower seeds to simplify your growth. Prioritize strains with short flowering time, 8 to 9 weeks max, mold resistance, cold tolerance. Always read reviews and check if the seed bank guarantees germination. Want help choosing between autos and photos? Or narrowing down your grow goals, yield, stealth, flavor, effect. I can help you make a killer list. I can see why people are calling ChatGPT their new best friends because they're taking the fun out of fucking research, man.
Yeah, but that's not correct information. Like that's not 100% correct.
It is if you're looking for good seeds, but my only thing is where you're in Canada and cannabis is legal. I figured they would have told you NSLC.
Yeah, but they don't really advertise themselves as a seed bank, and that's what I asked for was seed banks.
So ask legal places to buy seeds in Nova Scotia. See, then people ask if that one or so. I want to see what pops up. I'm just curious to know where NSLC is.
All right, legal seeds available in Nova Scotia. If you're looking to legally buy cannabis seeds in Nova Scotia, you've got a few solid, fully legit options. Since cannabis is legal in Canada, you can purchase seeds through provincial government retailers. In your case, that's Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation.
I have, and I have not had one pop up yet.
And that's number one. So that's the official government cannabis retailer in Nova Scotia, sells licensed seeds from federally approved producers. You can check their selection online or visit a local NSLC cannabis location. Must be 19 and provide ID. Seed brands you might find at NSLC. These vary depending on stock and season, but some common ones include Tantalus Labs offers high-quality feminized seeds. 34th Street Seed Company, known for auto and fast flowering strains. Quest, Tweed, or Spinning sometimes offer seeds based on their popular flower strains. And Royal City Cannabis Company focus on stable, beginner-friendly genetics.
Stable, beginner-friendly genetics, aka auto flowers.
From Royal City Cannabis Company.
Love that.
No, they might be feminized seeds.
AKA autoflowers.
Yeah.
There is awesome, reputable autoflower breeders out there, though, that have amazing autoflowers that are winning cannabis cups all over the world with right now. So don't knock. So the thing is, I always tell people, don't knock autoflowers. They have their purpose.
Legal things to know. You're allowed to grow up to 4 plants per household in Nova Scotia. Some exceptions if you're in public housing or rental agreements prohibited. Seeds bought from NSLC are legal, traceable, and compliant with Health Canada standards. Growing from legally purchased seeds protects you from issues with unlicensed genetics, especially important if you're sharing or entering competitions down the line. Pro tip, selection can be limited time, especially early spring when everyone's buying for outdoor season. If NSLC sold out doesn't have what you want, you can still legally import seeds from licensed seed banks within Canada, like Crop King or Quebec Cannabis Seeds. Just make sure they're domestic to stay 100% compliant. Want me to check what's currently on stock on NSLC or help you decide between strains they've got? No.
Yeah. See, they're pretty good. See, AI is like, wow.
It's like your own personal assistant.
Yeah. It's like I said, it's like it said in that commercial or in that podcast thing I watched. I asked it a question and it said, asked if it was going to take over the world. And it said, we don't have to. You already allow us.
Yeah, we already gave control.
I've seen a lot of people using the Chat GPT, but I've never even looked at it. It was kind of offing to me because it's killing writing, it's killing journalism.
Well, no. Here's the thing, though, because
it can enhance. It can enhance it. Like I use it on Facebook now and then. I'll type something out, like show title or something like that, and then I'll check the different things that the Facebook AI can do. and if I like it, I'll use it. But I'll usually change some of the words to what I would say, not what it would say. That's about as close as I've come to using that. But I'm enjoying the video stuff. Like I said, I'm considering going in.
I mean, I've done a lot of writing, and I still do a lot of writing.
Correct.
Or I guess now it's typing, but and so when I write, I don't rely on ChatGPT. I don't use it for that. What I use it for is more for comparison. So if, for example, somebody asked me about growing at high altitudes, then I would come out with a spiel of what strains and what happens at high altitude. Asking ChatGPT just reinforces to me whether or not they've got it right. Right? And in that case, that answer was pretty much bang on of what I would say. High altitude, you're going to have a much more concentration of trichomes because of the plant trying to protect itself from the UV. Right?
UV, yep.
You're going to end up with a shorter, squatter plant, but full of resin. So think of hash plants, right? Kush, Afghanis, high altitude plants, short, squat, covered in fucking resin. Well, those same strains at lower altitude don't grow the same.
Well, I don't think they would grow the same anywhere unless you did it indoor in the same control.
No, I mean if you've got a
then
strain,
it would be different because of the altitude differences.
Right, but if you've got a strain that grows in Afghanistan at say 5,000 feet, then theoretically you should come back have pretty much the same results growing at 5,000 feet in BC.
If at the same altitude conditions and all that.
Right, you should end up with a squatter, more resinous plant.
Huh.
Than what you would do at say growing down in the lower mainland of Vancouver or in Nova Scotia, right, where we're almost at sea level. There's a big difference between 5,000 feet and sea level.
And no matter where you're at,
so Mary Jane showed us earlier that my altitude is where are we here? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
What your altitude is?
Yeah, she posted it in our chat.
428 meters.
Yeah.
So is where here we are. Where are we in Vancouver? What is that?
Well, hang on. I'm going to ask ChatGPT what my current altitude is.
I think mine's like 200 and something feet. It's a lot lower because I'm closer to the ground. Sorry, sea level. Closer to sea level.
I'm up on a mountain.
It doesn't tell me. It tells you where to go and look. I got an app that tells me exactly where I am. So, hang on, let me just bring it up.
I have an app that you point up to the sky and it tells you which is what with the planets and stuff.
My altitude is.
Oh, hold on. Who's eating something? I want to know what it is. I can hear lips smacking. What are you going to say, Marcel?
Your current altitude is 1,400 feet. My current altitude above sea level is 129 feet.
A little bit of a difference there, eh?
Who's a little closer to the water?
Well, I am really. No, I guess I'm not. I mean,
No,
the
you're not.
water's right there. I can see the water.
Yeah, but your water is also above my water.
Well, yeah, I'm on a hill. I'm on a mountain.
But your water is above my water.
Oh, is it? Oh, wow.
Well, your lake is above sea level.
Huh. That's because we're
If
high
not,
up here.
if not, it would fill up and flood. So parts of Amherst. So finally, I got it to tell me that parts of Amherst are 65 to 82 feet above sea level.
Okay.
So you're basically growing at low altitude, which is great for cannabis.
I am. I'm not.
No, it just remembered that I was talking about cannabis, so it must assume that I was wondering what my altitude was for cannabis. I just wanted my altitude, but hey, I'll get warmer temperatures compared to the highlands. And Amherst can be humid, especially in late summer, fall. Keep an eye on airflow and mold growing flowering. That's why I have my plants in a wind tunnel.
That's right. My plants in a wind tunnel. Yeah.
It is. You really want to see what the wind is like. It's between our house and the neighbor's house.
We-
That's the wind tunnel, man.
The wind, I got a wind tunnel directly from Lake Superior, comes right up between the houses and slams into my fucking greenhouse.
That's a good thing.
No, it's not. I've lost 5 panels so far.
Well,
we're just going into the windy season.
Should take some panels out before winter.
Oh, shut up.
Just just a suggestion.
Yeah.
If you're growing outdoors in Amherst, aim to transplant around late May to early June. Yeah, be careful on that one. Harvest ideally before mid-October, so go for fast flowering.
Dale said
photos.
Truro is 19 meters.
19 meters. What's that in feet?
I don't know. I'm Canadian.
60 feet.
Top of Young Street is 400 or 500 and some feet.
Does the Canadian military go by metric or imperial?
Depends. They can do both.
I find
Canada is a bilingual country because we use both for different things.
Yeah, but when you go into an actual butcher store, it's usually by the pound that they charge.
Yeah, but if you
or
go to the
a
grocery
bakery, even
yeah,
a bakery,
if you go into the grocery store, everything's listed by kilogram.
Yes.
Right. So it's in Canada, you literally have where Americans they just totally ignore metric. Anything metric.
Well, yeah. I mean, I remember when we were imperial and we switched to metric.
Yeah, well, that happened when we were going to elementary school, Al. That's when that happened.
That's what I was going to say. I remember sitting in the classroom, and the class was about switching to metric. I remember
because when I started school, everything was imperial.
Imperial.
So we had to learn inches and feet and fractions, and it made fractions much easier. Right.
We also used to sing "God Save the Queen" and the Canadian national anthem every morning.
Yes, actually, I went to a school where they also said the Lord's Prayer every morning. So
I don't remember that. I remember at Jesse Ketchum, they had a girls' side and a boys' side, and the only time that we were able to cohabitate was in the cafeteria or outside in the yard. The girls and the boys were not to mingle.
Oh, when we went to school, everybody mingled except for PE and shop and home ec crap.
No, they actually had a basement area for the girls and for the boys.
Oh, so you both throw them both down in the basement?
Well, that's where our washrooms were, and that's where our cafeteria was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But then, you see, the first time I went there, because I left for a little while, and then I came back, that was the way it was the first time I was there. And then when I came back, the door was open. We were allowed to walk through the girls' side, not hang out, but we were allowed to walk through it, and vice versa. Yeah, things change, you know.
Hey, Lenny.
Yeah.
Have you seen the new series yet on Prime?
Which
called?
one?
It's Kevin Bacon.
I just watched the whole thing.
Oh,
yesterday.
the Bondman.
The Bondman.
Yeah.
I was going to mention it, but Marcel
I
gets
have not.
mad at
No,
me.
I have not. No.
You should
No,
watch it. It's really good.
It's good. I started it last night, and I think we blew through 5 episodes last night.
I watched the whole thing, all 8 episodes in one sitting with popcorn and doobies.
I'm not even finished this season, and I want another one.
I looked to see how many episodes there were. I was very disappointed, but the way I won't even tell you. You watch it. We'll talk about it after you watch it. How's that?
Oh yeah, no, I will.
Yeah.
I'm watching Yellow Jackets right now.
I can't
Yellow
get into
Jackets
that.
is good.
Can't get into that.
I watched it a long time ago.
Yeah, it's been around. I just decided, my wife and I just started to watch it. Oh, I don't know if I talked to you. Have you guys ever smoked the THCV high strain yet?
No.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
Interesting how.
Well, the stuff we got right now, it's like, I don't know, quadruple espresso after you smoke the fucker.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know if I really liked it, to be honest.
Really?
So is that it's an up, like a sativa up?
Well, we're calling it like a super sativa.
So how I get when I'm smoking a high THC?
Yeah,
I'll like.
it's only 10% THC.
Wow.
But it's 6% THCVA.
Yeah,
And
that
it's
would
like,
make my heart bump.
It was weird. Like I've never had that much of an effect. Like holy shit! Like woo.
You said THVA?
Well, until you smoke it,
it's
THCV. Yeah,
yeah.
That's the new one I've been hearing about. Yep.
It's the one they think it'll help with munchies and all that stuff.
I got the munchies right now, man.
So
anyway,
I just asked ChatGPT what are the effects of smoking THCV? Great question. THCV, tetrahydrocannabidiol, is one of the more unique cannabinoids, and its effects are noticeably different from THC, what you normally associate with the high from cannabis. Effects of smoking THCV: energetic, clear-headed high. THCV is often described as stimulating, focused, and even euphoric in low to moderate doses. It's more like a sativa-like buzz, clean and uplifting without the foggy head. Number 2, appetite suppression, opposite of the munchies. Unlike THC, THCV actually reduces hunger. This makes it interesting for people looking to manage weight or reduce cravings, especially for medical use. 3, shorter duration of high. The high from THCV tends to be shorter and sharper because the excess doesn't convert when it gets to the liver. It kicks in quickly and fades faster than THC. Think more of a sprint than a marathon. 4, may reduce anxiety at low doses.
So my question, in an edible, Marcel, how would that affect you? Same?
No, because it's not going to convert to hydroxy 11.
No, and when you cook it, but what I'm talking about is when you cook it down, you're adding heat because you're boiling it down. You're still decarboxylating it, are you not, though?
You would decarboxylate it, but I don't know. I'd have to look and see what the vaporization temperature of THCV is.
That is my question.
But
I wonder what I could eat it.
Yeah, some users report anti-anxiety effects, especially when combined with CBD. But at higher doses, it might be a little too stimulating for some, especially if prone to anxiety.
I would think that I would have issues with that.
Neuroprotective and potential medical benefits. Early research shows promise for diabetes control, but blood sugar regulation, Parkinson's and Alzheimer's support, anti-inflammatory and bone growth potential. Still early stages, but is being looked at as a powerful medical cannabinoid.
Huh.
THC versus THC, quick comparison. High. THC is euphoric, relaxing, foggy. THCV is clear, buzzy, energizing. Duration. THC long lasting 1 to 3 hours. THCV shorter 30 minutes to 1 hour. Appetite. THC stimulates. THCV suppresses. Anxiety can increase in some cases, may reduce at low doses. Legal status, still THC classed in most. So, whatever the law is, and THCV falls under legal gray area in some places.
Somebody
Where to
just
get
their bit.
where to get THCV? It's found mostly in African landrace strains like Durban poison or Doug's Verand, which was bred specifically for high THCV.
This is what Dale just said a little bit ago too. Skunk and Durban.
Some breeders and seed banks offer high THCV strains now, and you might also see concentrates or vapes labeled THCV rich.
Ooh,
Let me know if you want
fancy.
help finding high THCV strains or products in your area, or if you're curious about THCV versus CBD or other cannabinoids.
Sweetie.
Thank you, ChatGPT.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah. So,
pretty
I
bang,
haven't
pretty
tried,
bang on.
but I like Durban poison.
I like Durban poison.
To the point where I'm growing one. Well, actually, I'm going more than one when they're done, but I'm mothering one.
I've smoked Durban. They called this a diet Durban. I think they got the blend from. I don't know, but it wasn't normal Durban poison.
I think you also smoked some of my Durban.
I think I have too, actually.
Yeah.
Well, if you'd like some, Lenny, I got some here.
Oh no, I like Durban poison. I like Durban poison, but I guess what I was trying to say is this was not like Durban poison that I've tried, and I think I've had some of yours before too, Darcy, and I had it in Vegas as well, when I was down there.
But see, Durban is it's a sativa.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, as I say, the nickname everyone's calling it Super Sativa right now.
That's what they're calling THCV? Super sativa?
Well, so what it is, it's a stereomedical. It's a blend. It's actually they had to cut it with something because I know it's not yielding very well. So they blended it with I think grape gasoline. Just trying to get the volume up because it's expensive because they really don't get much of a yield. Like they're straight up about it. And but I'll tell you, a few of us tried it, and every fucking one of us were like, "Holy shit!"
Instant alertness.
Yeah, it's the nickname is as I say, Super Sativa is what even the company's calling it.
Cool. And can you get stuff like that at the LP store?
And on Optimus, you can. Yeah.
Oh, so you can get it through Optimus. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's why I always wanted to get it in. There's not much THCV around. Most of them have thrown it into like a vape. I haven't had one of those either, but this was the first flower that came my way, or at least a milled. I have a joint and a milled jar. So
I'm going to start pushing my own stuff once I have a crop that I can do that with.
Now I'm going to go and I'm going to look up Doug's Verand strain.
You have only a few minutes. So.
But
TikTok.
I'll get you one of these days, Darcy. I'll drop a joint off to you.
What's that?
One of these days, I'll think of it. I'll drop a joint down to you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, get your opinion of it.
Well, yeah, and actually, I won't. I'll break the joint open and smoke it in my vaporizer because I got a volcano now.
Oh yeah, you told me that.
Yeah.
Hey, Lenny.
Yeah.
Ready for this? This is the strongest marijuana sativa strains in 2024. Super Silver Haze, up to 25%. Green Crack up to around 24%. Strawberry Cough 23%. Durban Poison 26%. Jack Hare 23%. Tangy 24%. Then you get Ghost Train Haze, Pineapple Express.
Yeah.
But that Durban Poison, that would I find that hard to believe to be a pure Durban Poison, Marcel, to be 26%, because anything that I've ever seen or ever had before was 18, 20 was like high.
Well, yeah.
It's probably the new lab. It's probably the new labs, Darcy.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. True
Yeah.
enough.
Don't forget, we're how you get these test results by taking the highest number available when
Yeah,
you do
true
it.
enough.
Right? Not an average like you should.
Yeah.
Well, and not all labs are the same as far as how they're running.
That's right.
No,
Yeah.
that's why when I got my purple satellite lab tested, I gave her 7 grams of bud, and I took it from 3 different spots on the plant, from the middle, the top, and the bottom. And I got an average cannabinoid profile of 24.93%, and it was 21% THC. So I thought that was quite good.
I left a cannabis group after they started touting the fact that they had available and tested a strain that did 46%.
The new one out of Michigan is supposed to be that, Marcel. It's Michigan's.
You too, buddy.
Something Michigan.
That's why I left that group, because I'm not putting up with that kind of bullshit.
It's bullshit.
Guess what, guys?
Oh, yeah.
It's time to say bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, yeah.
Bye-bye, Beatrice.
Good night.
Please.
Even though we're not there anymore.
We are.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to VAC Roundtable number 61. And we are here with Morgan Fox. So we're continuing our discussions with the national organization with the reform of marijuana laws. And needless to say, to have the political director of NORML is a treat for us. As we know, there's a lot of things happening, and we come from it from a historical perspective, but the history really doesn't matter. What's happening is we are facing an unprecedented change in policy that we've never been at before, any of us. We have the President of the United States issuing talks for change, and HHS has decided to accommodate the discussion and has now balled it right into the DEA's court, which is something we're all anxiously awaiting. But of course, thank you, Morgan, for joining us this evening through your technical difficulties. And we're just going to kind of jump right into it. And this question is one we ask everybody. and it has kind of multiple layers. So, how did you originally come to cannabis? Such as, do you remember the first time you heard of it, first time you smoked it? Give us an understanding of that, and then what made you go where you are today.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with y'all. And I've worked with a bunch of the folks on this call in various capacities throughout the years. So it's great to have this forum to, be able to chop it up with y'all. How did I come to cannabis? So, I mean, like a lot of other people, I started, consuming cannabis probably too young. I started, consuming when I was like 14, 15, something like that. And what really started my road down cannabis policy reform was, the first time I got busted, which I was like just on the cusp of being 18. So I had to, write a paper for the judge and the probation officer about like how evil cannabis is, and I had to cut off my my teenage multicolored skater cut, and look as square as possible so I could go in there and get my parents and a bunch of other people boosting me up so that I didn't get harsher penalties. But that was my first taste of it, and I was like, this is way safer than alcohol. Like, I don't understand why I'm getting thrown under the bus here over this nonsense when all the captain of the football team's getting drunk every weekend and zero consequences, even though coaches and teachers and whatnot know about it. Fast forward to college, I got busted a couple more times for a simple possession, and it was what it was. Going through probation and all that nonsense, and trying to use all the various methods to test clean or abstaining from cannabis in order to make sure that I met the conditions of probation and whatnot. But the thing that really galvanized me and that really set in motion the series of events that led to where I am now is when I would go to court for these things, and I would see people that didn't look like me. I'm talking about people of color, lower income people that can't afford even the cheap $500 lawyer that I paid for myself that my parents weren't willing to pay for, and go up in front of the judge on the same day for the same charges with the exact same criminal history. And I was seeing these kids get the book thrown at them. And because I had a lawyer and I had a suit on and my skin was white, I was getting a slap on the wrist. And these dudes are getting nailed with 6 months in jail, loss of license, et cetera, et cetera. And that is what really kind of set in motion my path towards, my current career. Because I was just I could not abide by that sort of disparity in sentencing. It didn't make any sense to me. It was patently unjust. And just because I might have had a little bit more resources and I looked a little bit different than some of the other people facing the exact same charges, I was getting preferential treatment. It just didn't sit right with me. And basically the day after I came home from court, the last time for getting busted for possession, I was like, I want to start a normal chapter. Turns out the school that I was at was not willing to allow me to start a normal chapter. So I just kept looking around for job opportunities in drug policy. And, shortly after I graduated, I found an internship opportunity at Marijuana Policy Project. Uprooted my whole life, moved down to DC with a backpack full of my clothes and a skateboard and a guitar, and had the promise of a $9 an hour paid internship and never looked back. So then I spent 10 years at Marijuana Policy Project before moving on to National Cannabis Industry Association for a little bit less than 4 years before finally moving to Normal, where I'm at now.
So it's not so uncommon what you experience, such as a university just outright denying opportunities for a cannabis, basically an extracurricular opportunities. They basically just shut you down right there at the school level, correct?
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, I could have started my own, like, non-official organization, but I didn't have the, the bandwidth or the wherewithal or the knowledge about exactly how to do that. But the administration of the school at that time was very, very solid on not allowing any sort of drug policy reform groups at all. And this was at a fairly progressive research school, Case Western Reserve.
And unfortunately, this still goes on today, as you are, in normal, I would say that this is still a reality, yes?
100%. Yeah. I mean, we get complaints from folks trying to start student chapters all the time about interference from the school administration. And a couple of years ago, we actually had a successful lawsuit because I believe it was in Iowa. There was a local chapter that was trying to get up and running, and the administration was trying to shut them down or prevent them from being able to do a lot of different activities and use the school logo in their kind of normal chapter branded t-shirts and various other public facing materials, and they won that lawsuit with the help from our awesome brothers and sisters at the ACLU.
Right on. Well, good to know that we have friends in high places. With that, we'll roll over to Councilmember Peggy Jones. Councilmember Jones.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Morgan, for joining us this evening. With cannabis possibly being Schedule 3, do you think it's best to stop there or go for complete descheduling, and why?
Schedule 3 is total BS. We need to deschedule cannabis and remove it from the schedule of controlled substances immediately. That's the only way that we're going to be able to remove the conflict between state and federal laws. It's the only way that we're going to be able to actually address the criminal justice issues that are inherent in federal prohibition. And Schedule 3 does none of that. Schedule 3 might allow a little bit more research. It will allow cannabis businesses to be able to avoid the 280E tax issue. It won't create a situation in which banks are more willing to work with cannabis businesses. It won't do anything in terms of consumer rights whatsoever, and it certainly won't impact state legal programs right now, either adult use or medical. And honestly, I think that there should be some concern with Schedule 3 because, admittedly, as of right now, the DOJ has been taking a hands-off approach to adult use and medical programs in various states. That could change with a change of administration and a change in staffing at the highest levels of some of these major enforcement organizations. If you're looking at Schedule 3 as now this is a drug that can be prescribed, the FDA has no history of approving whole plant drugs for prescription use. So even if that were to happen, the FDA would take years and would probably say, no, we're not going to approve whole plant cannabis for public consumption and for prescription. So even if states wanted to get in line with federal policy, they wouldn't be able to without completely revamping themselves and destroying what we've already built over the last 25 years. Long story short, Schedule 3 is a good signal from the federal government that cannabis has medical value. But in terms of policy, it does basically nothing with the exception of providing a tax break for businesses and a little bit more leeway for research. I don't think that it will really even do anything for federal employees in terms of being able to consume cannabis legally if it's legal in their states. The executive order that specifically refers to federal employment, states that you're not allowed to consume Schedule 1 or Schedule 2 substances, and that you can be automatically terminated for a positive test for any of those. But the next line in that executive order defines illegal drugs as not counting things that are able to be legally prescribed. So I think there's some leeway there, not to mention the fact that most federal agencies have their own internal policies that are either cannabis specific and not related to the schedules whatsoever, or are much more intricate than the executive order. So I think that even in terms of allowing federal employees to be able to consume cannabis legally without fear of termination or punishment, a rescheduling wouldn't even do that. So clearly, like, this is a good signal that we're moving in the right direction, but it does not go anywhere near where we want to go with it.
Councilmember Krawitz, you have a follow-up.
Yeah, thank you. And it's so good to see you, Morgan. Thank you so much for spending some time with us tonight. And follow up to that, I almost as a matter of apology and a question, the Veterans Action Council, it almost feels like, an apology is due, even though we're not supposed to do everything and not supposed to watch everything. I feel personally, and I know others in the council feel that we sort of, let Kevin Sabet get by us with this federal Cannabis Research Act. And that's now been signed by the president, that now we don't know the full extent of the damage that Kevin Sabet has been able to do to our, ability to research cannabis. But we know that at least there are some aspects of that bill that will come up again that are now no longer tied to scheduling. So even if we reschedule to 3 or whatever, it may not solve some of our research issues because of the help of Kevin Sabet. So I guess just sort of as a request, part apology, but mostly a request to Normal to help us with that, help us go down that rabbit hole, help us figure out what Kevin Sabet did wrong, did damage to, and help us help you fix that when we get into Congress to do our descheduling bill.
Well, I mean, in terms of the bill that you're talking about, I think that you're talking about like the only standalone cannabis policy reform legislation that's ever been passed by Congress and signed by the president. Pretty weak sauce. And honestly, like, you can look through like Normal's blogs. My colleague Paula Montano like ripped that bill apart. It really doesn't do a whole lot. I mean, ostensibly, it requires a little bit more of a succinct timeline when it comes to approving both research and research production licenses, but there's really no teeth to it. I mean, I view that bill almost entirely as a like a symbolic bill, and it was all that we could get passed in the last Congress, unfortunately. So we're very much looking forward to building on that with more robust research bills, as well as bills that go beyond research, for veterans and otherwise. And I mean, I don't like to give Kevin any more shrift than he already has, but honestly, like, you can sense the desperation in those folks' voices, even through Twitter, X, or whatever. They take credit for things they had no part in. They completely obfuscate or misinterpret the data that's out there. They are just, it seems like they're getting more and more desperate, and the more desperate they get, the crazier their claims get.
Yes, that's nothing new or unexpected, but we just want to be there to capitalize on when they trip themselves up. But thank you for that. And all right, we'll continue on with our discussion. Councilmember Alex Popoff. Councilmember Popoff, you're recognized.
Thanks, Etienne, and thanks for joining us, Morgan. My question is, please tell us what your vision is with respect to international cannabis activism, and specifically, what is Normal like strategizing and doing towards that end? Thank you.
Well, I think that international is super important, and it's something that I've been personally trying to build up during my relatively short time at Normal, because there are very few organizations that are really looking looking at this on an international scale. Obviously we've got bandwidth and resource issues like everybody else, so we need to concentrate on our own backyard first. That being said, Normal has always been an international organization, and currently I believe we have at least 3, maybe more international chapters. I know we've got a New Zealand chapter, an Australia chapter. We've got a South Africa chapter. I think we've got one in Eastern Europe, and I would like to greatly expand that. That has to be done very carefully, though, because there are a lot of places where even being associated with Normal or with any sort of drug policy reform organization can get you thrown in fucking prison. And I don't want to do that to anybody or amp somebody up to a point where they're going to be putting themselves at risk unless they totally understand what that risk is. That being said, as soon as we have the resources to start expanding that, and we're always welcome to as many people getting involved as possible to help spread that message. We want to take this across the world. And there's also that weird sort of dynamic that the United States has been largely responsible for most of the drug war policies that exist throughout the world, both at the UN as well as in individual member nations. And so I feel like, until we get the job done here, we've got a lot of explaining to do if we're going to other countries and being like, hey, let's work together to change drug policy in your country. And by the way, you might end up in a dark cell block because of that activism. So I think that that's something that has to be approached very, very carefully, but I think that it's something that absolutely needs to happen, and there's a growing appetite for it, especially when you look at various EU member nations starting to pursue more sensible cannabis policies. We're talking about Malta, Luxembourg, Germany, etc. And there being relatively little kickback from both the EU or the UN on this. Although the EU has kicked back a little bit harder than the UN has when it comes to enacting actual substantive policies. But this is something that I want Normal to have a much bigger role in, if at the very least in an advisory position, just providing them with the talking points and information that they need to be able to relay the message to their lawmakers and decision makers within whatever system of government these countries and these activists are operating under.
Councilmember Popoff, you have a follow-up.
Thank you. And that does mostly answer it. And I completely agree that while fortunately we have freedom of speech here with limitations in other countries, it's even more limited, or they don't even have the presumption of freedom of speech at all. And then throw drugs in the mix, it's even more of a thing where they could be inciting chaos or something. There's completely different laws. But I was going to kind of wondering if you could speak to just briefly on what can we do to kind of ease that for those people at the UN, CND, or the World Health Organization level, where if we kind of put pressure in the right places there through these other member nations, or directly as a representative of the US, or not as a representative of the US, but coming from the US to the UN saying, hey, we'd like you to change the treaty so that we're not in the Stone Ages here. Because we can change policy and go against the treaty, and then Kevin Simbet can throw a Hail Mary lawsuit at they can sue they could sue us for even Schedule 3 potentially. So I'm just wondering what can be done specifically to address those potential hiccups, if anything.
Well, I mean, your brother Michael knows much more about the inner workings of the UN than I do. But what I can tell you from the grassroots perspective is that it is absolutely key to have member nations have grassroots organizations there that are willing to speak up and that are well organized and well informed. And I think that the key to building up that grassroots around the world is meeting people where they're at. Go out in search of people that are interested in changing cannabis policies within their own countries, not necessarily internationally, but just in their own countries that are still living under draconian prohibition policies. And then give them what they need and what they ask for, as opposed to trying to put a blueprint stamp of this is how we did it, this is how you need to do it. because every country is going to be a little bit different. In some cases, a lot different. And you can't just say like, what worked here is going to work there. So we all as activists need to be like receptive and responsive to the individual situational needs of activists in other countries outside of the US and operate accordingly. Provide them with what they need, not what we want them to have.
Well, we will be there. Michael, myself, and Councilmember Landau will physically be on the ground there in Vienna. So come join us. You don't need an invitation. You just got to show. So we'd love to have, as well as to communicate, introduce, as well as, we're going to be having a side event ourselves. So we'll keep you posted on all that.
Please do.
All right. Next up will be Councilmember Wade Laughter. Councilmember Laughter.
Yes. Thank you for joining us this evening, Morgan. I'd ask you to speak a little bit to the role of our traditional cannabis activist organizations, given the changes that have happened over the last few decades in the cannabis industry, specifically about reform. And me personally, I'm really interested in patient access. But yeah, what can our traditional activist organizations do, state and local?
Well, I mean, honestly, like we can keep doing everything that we have been doing for decades. Talking to our lawmakers, showing up at meetings, showing up at hearings, organizing people, getting more people involved, getting people registered to vote. That's a biggie. And it's unfortunate because over the last 15 years, I've seen the funding for organizations that support the grassroots just dwindle steadily. The big philanthropic donors, both progressive and more libertarian leaning, have mostly dried up. The average person that wants to support cannabis policy reform is facing more and more personal economic hardship as the years go by, and even industry money is getting pretty thin, and because of all the problems that they have with taxation and with just a general operating costs and whatnot, and even then, when they can give it, it usually comes with strings attached, and that's a really big problem. And so, I mean, the effectiveness of all of these organizations, whether they be big or small, is just being really hurt by lack of resources. But the biggest resource that anybody have is people. So the best thing that we can do as activists and as advocates is to just continue doing what we have been doing and get people involved and try to maintain organizational cohesion, so that we're all, obviously, I hate using the phrase, rowing in the same direction, because everybody's going to have a little bit of differences, but as long as we're all still talking and working on the same issues, we can get most of what we all want to get done accomplished. It just might take a really long time.
That is true. All right. Next up will be Councilmember Al Byrne. Councilmember Byrne.
Morgan, thank you for being here. As an ex-employee of Normal, I wish you well. I hope you have a wonderful career. I didn't write this question, I'm going to ask you, but I want people to understand there's a word in here that I find interesting. It's called the checkered history of Normal, which indicates an up and down sort of black and white thing. And I was involved in a lot of that back in the 90s. And I think that's a decent word. Normal has had its good moments and its bad, and a lot of both. But I want people to understand historically, Normal, for whatever you might think of it and wherever it sits right now, is absolutely responsible for the war on drugs having not one enemy, being legalization, but having three enemies: legalization, hemp, and medical. If it wasn't for the normal organization, those three diversions of the federal energy would never have occurred. So checkered history, yeah. But, you know, when you got to put it all together and you look at it over the decades, it's a damn good history. So anyway, Morgan, given the checkered history of national normal, what might be different in the future? Given the history again, they're taking you back in time, and I know you've only been there a little while, but the history of normal and activism. Do your best.
Well, look, I've worked for like 3 of the biggest organizations in cannabis policy reform. And I can tell you they've all had their problems and they've all had checkered histories. And, you know, some of the, you know, those issues and, you know, the issues that folks have had with those organizations over the years have been well-deserved. Some of them not so much. And, you know, the bottom line is that, you know, I am focused on the future. And, you know, whatever, you know, may have happened in the past is, you know, as far as I'm concerned, the past. You know, we have a lot of opportunities going forward right now. And one of the things that I personally pride myself on is in being able to build bridges and work in coalition efforts with other organizations. For example, the Marijuana Justice Coalition, which is made up of probably 3 dozen at this point, various organizations ranging from, you know, immigration groups to, you know, drug policy groups like Normal. You know, I think that, you know, a lot of these things that have happened in the past have been like really just you know, personality issues or the disagreements about like minutia of policy. But all of that aside, that's not what I'm concerned with. What I'm concerned with is what we're going to do tomorrow and the next day and the next day.
Good answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And I agree with the history that it's had. You know, people ask, you know, what has Normal done, et cetera, et cetera. If anything, it's been a great clearinghouse for good activists to find a way to try to do good things. And it's been a good steward organization. And some of the information that you're putting together, we're working on an Operation Wisconsin. We're going to try to go in and affect things and use our influence to help our veterans get access there. And the tools that you have and have access and have created there at Normal have been very helpful in us narrowing down our enemies to go after specifically, so that we can do specific targeting and name and shame some of these people and hopefully bring about some change. So your good work that you do currently is helping us do our good work currently. So, you know, when people ask those questions, I don't think they realize the depths of how things have gone and how things go. So thank you for being a good steward.
And I really need to just stress that like no law has passed regarding cannabis policy reform solely based on one single organization, not a single one. It is a group effort, and it takes everybody from like the national organizations to the middlemen to the grassroots folks to like strange bedfellows in terms of coalitions at the state level. You know, not even MPP, which in some cases has like completely bankrolled ballot initiatives and put their own staff on initiatives full time. They can't even claim full responsibility for the passage of bills because they were working with local advocates. So none of this, like no single organization can claim responsibility for any single law that has passed. This is a group effort, and we either get things done together or we get nothing done together.
Great points. Thank you very much for that as well. Michael Crowitz, you have our next question, council member.
So before I ask the question, I want to take the liberty to go down a stroll of artifacts for a second. And before I show you this, I want to show you something and see if you recognize this logo that I dragged home with me on one of my adventures. But it just reminds me, I was very enthralled with this one logo I found a really particularly nice example of a 1970s belt buckle with the normal logo. There was a square logo with the outside edge, that said legalize it. And I gave it to Alan St. Pierre when he was your executive director of Normal. And he was so enthralled by my exuberance about that buckle that it just so happened at that moment the patent was sitting on his desk. Talk about a strange world, small world. But he, based on my enthusiasm, kept the patent. I don't know if you still have it, but he kept the patent, at least for then, on that 1970s really cool logo. So anyway, take a look at this and tell me if you recognize this logo off the top of your head.
I mean, it looks pretty old school. Is that New Zealand or is that Arizona?
South Africa.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, and that was Jules gave me that when I was on my trip to South Africa a few years back. Bless his soul. So, but anyway, the question I have, and before I ask the question, I'll say this: I think one of the most important jobs that Normal has done over the years, from my sort of inside the bubble view, has not been really heralded at all, and that is what I call answering the phone for the cannabis movement. I mean, every single day, almost at every given hour, there's some little newspaper or magazine or major media, for that matter, somewhere wanting to get Normal to answer a question. And if they weren't there to answer the question, a lot of those would go empty. We're getting, like, I don't know how, if you added up Alex St. Pierre was also good at figuring out the market value of Normal's brand and stuff. But I don't remember doing an assessment of the earned media that Normal got from these interviews, these tangential little interviews that might not even mention Normal, but spotlights what they learned by talking to Normal. But anyway, the question we're going to ask relates to that. That this, over the years, I've noticed at times it's better or worse that the gatekeeper function that's connected to that really works well sometimes and better than others, where it connects folks to, somebody calls and says, oh, there's some veteran in Wisconsin that wants to do something on cannabis for medicine. Oh, well, we know a veterans group, and you connect. And Veterans Action Council really just wants to know how we can get, we never really asked, and we've just been sort of over the years good and better and less good and better, different sort of channels of communication. I honestly have never asked this question before of anybody, but I'll ask it of you. How can we improve that? How can we solidify that? How can we make it a really good, solid connection so that Normal knows when to reach out to us for help?
Oh, I mean, honestly, I don't get a lot of questions about the veteran angle. And whenever I do, I make sure to send them to either you or Eric Gopal. Honestly, like, I wish that there were a whole lot more. And I think that there are a lot of ways that we can generate a whole lot more questions regarding the veteran angle. And, I'm happy to talk about some ways offline about how we can start spreading that around to, veteran specific media outlets. But I mean, I think that that's one of the things that I've always prided myself, regardless of what organization I'm working at. Like, I always answer the phone. Or I'll get back to people as soon as possible, even if it's just somebody like asking about, like, oh, hey, I might have to take a drug test. Can you give me some information? Or if it's like, somebody that just wants to share their ideas or share their story, I make it a point to always get back to them, because this is what we're doing this for. It's people. And, when it comes to media, though, I mean, I came up predominantly focusing on media. At MPP and at NCIA, my role was predominantly in media relations. And since moving to Normal, I've taken on the mantle of federal lobbying, but I still do a lot of media. And between me and Paul Armentano, we make sure to get back to every single reporter the second they get to us, one way or another, and make sure that they have our quotes, whether they use them or not. And I think that's an important thing to give, like, grassroots advocates the knowledge of. Like, you got to keep checking your email, because if you get that request, you've got to be on it immediately. And reporters have deadlines, and if you don't get back to them immediately, they're going to move on to somebody else. So always make sure to be checking your email if there's something going on. And also, by the way, if anybody wants any sort of media training, my door is always open. Just email me at morgan@normal.org, and I will be happy to help them with both, like, media outreach as well as media reactiveness.
Councilmember Krawitz, you had a follow up.
Yeah, I just want to follow up. First, to two-part. First is to extend thanks and renew our commitment to the rare occasion that Veterans Action Council actually took it upon ourselves to send out accommodation to Dale Geringer and Ellen Comp, California Normal. And on what you were just talking about, give our love and admiration, respect to Paul. He's really like more than just answering the phone. He's like the one person that's diligently, accurately answering the BS that comes out of the opposition on a routine basis for the entire movement. And that's very, very deeply appreciated. On the media side, I caught his interview on CNN that he did the other day, and you know, put right in the hot seat. You know, he's got like 2 minutes. Here, explain everything you know about cannabis. Oh yeah, and what about scheduling? Oh yeah, you know, it's like it's very difficult hot seat that they put him in on there. It's very admirable, you know, his ability to navigate that and put out very effective talking points and truth and evidence. So really appreciate it.
It is an absolute joy getting to work with Paul Armentano. That guy is amazing, and he makes my job so much easier.
Oh, Paul's one of those heroes. In fact, Al's telling us one of the last things he did at Normal was hire Paul. So, you know, probably the best hire he ever did, because Paul has been nothing but an unsung hero doing the necessary. And we can't thank you enough for your continued dedication to cannabis reform, as well as, you know, doing the dirty work. You know, talking to the media is something that nobody likes to do. And it's hard to get and maintain those media contacts, but I commend y'all for consistently being there and educating them, because that is not an easy job. That is without its own set of frustrations, and yeah, it drives you a little crazy, needless to say.
While we're on the subject of unsung heroes, I want to give a little bit of a shout out to Karen O'Keefe at MPP. She is just amazing, and is like more responsible for cannabis policy reform than I think anybody realizes.
Agreed, and we should definitely have her on it sometime and talk to her and get her perspective of things. All right, well, Morgan, that's our questions for you, sir. We were able to get you in time so you can go back and be a good dad. But thank you for taking the time this evening and sharing this conversation with us. If you have anything else going on or something that's coming up, here's your time to plug anything if you have something coming up for Normal.
Well, thank you very, very much for having me. I really appreciate it, and you know, happy to talk to you all anytime. I do want to give you all a little bit of a heads up of something that I just got confirmation of this afternoon before jumping on here, is that we're looking at a September 20th markup of the Cure Act in the House Oversight Committee. This is a bill that would remove past cannabis use entirely as a disqualifier for federal employment or for security clearances. As written, it would also exempt current cannabis use, but I'm very concerned that that will get watered down in markup. So contact your members of Congress, particularly if they're on the Oversight Committee, and tell them to support the Cure Act with current use provisions.
Absolutely. Okay. Well, thanks again, Morgan Fox, for joining us this evening for our VAC Roundtable. I would like to thank council members Alex Popoff, Wade Laughter, Peggy Jones, Nate Landau, Michael Krawitz, Al Byrne, myself, I'm Etienne Fontaine. Can't thank you enough again, Morgan, for joining us tonight and setting a little bit of the record straight for people as you continue your hard work. We wish you great success, and we'll stay in contact, and you do the same.
Absolute pleasure. Onward and upward.
Onward and upward. Thanks again. All right, everybody. Thank you much for joining us for VAC Roundtable number 61. Morgan Fox. Y'all have a great rest of your week. We'll be back in a couple of weeks with our next VAC Roundtable number 62. Thank you, everybody.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adopts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, you look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views express their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. And how is Tamara tonight?
Well, I'm not swollen.
That's
First
good.
day I woke up without being in pain in about 10. So
Yeah.
today's the day I've been in pain for the last 10 days and kind of like riding the heating pad and not doing a lot.
All right, well, I should let everybody know we are live at paceradio.net and at 420pace.ca. And if you're watching us on YouTube, don't forget to hit the subscribe button.
And Facebook too. Hello.
Yeah, that's right. It's right. Just so you know, tonight, over the next 90 minutes, we've got some studies, some medical studies and reports that we're going to discuss, as well as what's going on over in, where is that place? See, the Dutch Cafe, Cannabis Coffee Shops. An update what's going on there. Yeah, because everybody just thinks cannabis is legal over there.
Know that they had cannabis being served with alcohol at Pub Days in Lethbridge.
Today.
You could smoke cannabis in where they had the beer gardens, right, side by side, and purchase cannabis from legal vendors.
Oh, okay, yeah, side by side, so they're not in the same. They're not in the same.
Not
food.
like but they were like you couldn't take your joints into
This was-
where it was when you couldn't take liquor into where the cannabis was, but you could smoke cannabis in a tent and have a beer next. Like, but you couldn't be together doing it.
Together, okay, so they are separate. So it still follows the federal
Yeah.
regulations, I believe, on that.
They did it at the Calgary Stampede when they found that it wasn't a big issue, that they had
Good.
no with it. They let them go ahead at Whoop Up Day. Sorry for cutting you off, but I thought
Yeah.
some local Alberta news, some Alberta good news, and said
Right. So where was the first place you mentioned?
Calgary and Stampede.
Well, the Stampede. Okay, was there a second place, or was it?
Yeah, Lethbridge Whoop Up Days.
Okay, there you go. That was the place that I was looking for.
Yeah, Lethbridge.
Yeah. So that's
Just nice
yeah.
Alberta Cannabis Club. back in 2007, where we did the first global marijuana marches, where we had cops following us on their bikes, and now they're letting you smoke it out with
Times have changed, eh?
It's amazing how Alberta has just kind of gone back wild, but nothing.
Really, I know. I agree that they've opened up things when it comes to like at events, cannabis events, and having.
God help you if you read The Handmaid's Tale.
Yeah, there are drawbacks. I completely agree with Alberta.
Won't get
But
Yeah.
they, on the cannabis front, they have done some good things that way.
Like I said, because alcohol was already privatized already, like anybody could open, like, because in British Columbia, it's partially kind of like you can have a private liquor store, but it has to be, I think, attached to a hotel. I'm not sure
Yeah.
exactly what the regulations are because we have a liquor warehouse that's out by Walmart. So I'm not sure, would maybe a franchise is okay because it's probably ran by the BC government, maybe. I don't know. But we have but we also have like private cannabis stores. But they have to all sell the regulated cannabis. They can't just
Correct. Yeah. So, all righty. Yeah. Are you? Have you slowed down on your travels back and forth?
School started.
Right.
So I was back. I was back, and I got back last week. I still was out there last week, and on the 20th, I came back.
Yeah.
On the 20th, I think.
Yeah.
But
Got
school started.
Taven off to school.
He did.
Good.
And today, so we were 2 days in a row. Today was first day of full classes, and because he was out of school for 2 years with long COVID, he's going back to grade 10. And yeah, his class is ahead of him. But again, like I said, you know what? It's a fresh start. It's not like you failed. You never did it. You didn't do it. So it's not a failure. It's not a holdback. It's not like you failed grade 10 and you have to retake it. It's totally different. So
CSP. Any update on the CSP?
yeah, it's going. Like I said, I'm running out of things as usual. I'm empty. Pretty much, I'm empty. So at school started, I just haven't had time to kind of like pump the fundraising or anybody for stuff or go out to Dirty Darts. But I have to get that done. But yeah, I'm empty and I've got people waiting. Like I've got them phoning me saying, "Hey," I got them knocking on the door saying, "Hey," and I'm going, I don't have it. I'm just give me some time. We'll gather some stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because it's fall and it's harvest time, so I'm hoping that some patients will be generous with their harvest. And then again, I've got to go out to Dirty Yards. I've been out there for quite a long time because I was just this summer.
Yeah.
Was it summer?
Well, the thing is, before you know it, it's going to be snowing. You're going to be saying you can't go because it's snowing.
Oh, I will go. I will go in the snow because my car is not this year. Right? And I've got brand new tires because I was in Lethbridge and blew two tires, so I had to get 2 new tires.
So I went out to see my ladies tonight.
Oh, I seen you were trying to kind of reaching for the sun on them the other day. Some shadow shots.
Shadow shots. That's right. Yeah, shadow shots. Let's see if I can.
Well, I guess everybody's got another probably 6 weeks for 6-8 weeks before they're ready. Oh, them are looking pretty nice. They're just starting to get beauty hairs on them.
Yeah. There's some purple in the hairs too. So.
Oh, I bet. See, we're still beating the 32-degree heat out here.
Yeah. Well, it was 80 degrees Fahrenheit today here.
Yeah, it is 32 degrees here today. Like I'm flipping the air conditioner from my bedroom out to the living room so that it can kind of get back because the dogs, right? Like even when it's cool in here, if the dogs are out in the living room, it's fucking 100 degrees out there. So they're trying to kind of back and forth it, but it's hot, and it's supposed to be hot all week, like all week.
Well, enjoy it while you can, because soon we'll be complaining about the cold.
Complaining about the heat. I'm absolutely not complaining about it. Like I said, I barely got summer. I was kind of hoping that it'll give me some time to do some stuff for myself and get CSP back on track, get some baking done. But when it's 35 fucking degrees still, I can't do any baking.
Yeah, it's hot. Yeah. It's extra hot. Yeah.
I can't make candy because it doesn't at 30 degrees. Even when you get the right temperature, temperature, it still just doesn't set because it's just too fucking hot.
Too hot
And it
for it to
just
set
stays-
properly.
Yeah, and it stays sticky.
It's like probably like sitting in a warm oven.
Pretty much. And like I said, the last batch that I pulled off, like I still have some that I have to send off in the mail, but they're so sticky. I just don't even want to. Like I was handing them out because these guys don't give a shit what they look like, whether they're sticky or not, right? But when you're sending them off to a friend or something for a gift, you don't want to send them sticky stuff, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, with this heat, even my candy has been. I can't make chocolate either. It just will not. I mean,
I've seen that before. It just melts.
Well, I mean, of course, you put it in the fridge. Like I don't put my candy in the fridge. But with chocolate, you always refrigerate it to let it set. But even chocolate, even if I thought, well, maybe if I use chocolate chips because I have these old chocolate, like a bunch of write-off chocolate chips at the store. Give me and a bunch of white chocolate. So I thought I'd just tried. Like I didn't put any medicine in it because I don't have any. But I didn't put any. Like I just tried them to see if they'd do anything. Like because it's chocolate chip.
Yep.
They were still kind of like. You see the humidity on them, like that.
Yeah, well, once you've had the oil, if you're
I didn't add any oil to them. I didn't. I
okay.
I wanted to see if the chocolate would set, and what the chocolate would do was still sweating. Like you know what I mean? After you took it out of the silicone and you put it on, like even after like it's in the fridge, it's still sweating.
Right.
It's so hot, right?
Yeah. Yep.
I'm gonna hand out sweet chocolate.
All righty. Let's get into some research and study stuff today.
What about those more pictures of the ladies? Don't you have some more pictures of your friends?
Let me see.
I think that it's hard. It's people are wanting to look at, that too, and you've come a long way. Like honestly, I mean, let's face it, you were a novice when you got started. You weren't a cannabis.
Oh, I'll tell you, I used to.
Right? You like I said, you weren't a cannabis smoker for recreation. You were like, there you go. See, look at them beauties, right? But I mean, your story is quite compelling too, because like in reality, you weren't a cannabis consumer. You were just an average guy that worked every day. Like you and your wife, we have kids and whatever. And then you got sick with Crohn's disease and found out that cannabis was going to be effective for your inflammation and pain. And you chose that over pharmaceutical medication and came full circle. And then you realized how beneficial it was. You couldn't stop telling the story. And that's how you jumped in full. Like that's exactly like with me too. It was like you jumped in full foot, like all the way in, like up into your neck in the swamp, right? And we've been floating around that swamp for the last 20 years, like you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But again, but it's quite compelling because that's a lot of people like I smoked recreationally prior to using medically, right? Like so I was always kind of known as the pothead or whatever. You want to get a good bag, you could find tomorrow will find you one kind of thing, right? Because I've always been a pot smoker. And then when I got into the cannabis movement, it totally changed my perception too, right? But you, like I said, you were just an average guy, right?
Well, I had smoked cannabis on and off since I was 13.
Yeah, but like not like medically,
When I had smoked oil, which is back then it was called green oil. It wasn't called FECO or RSO. It was just called green oil.
It was usually pretty green. Gross.
Yeah. And then when I stopped smoking that and switched over to cannabis, I got sick. Coincidence? I don't know. Haven't got a clue. But
yeah, I've had a few people like kind of wanting to argue with me lately about that cannabis thesis, and I'm like, I'm not saying it's not real. I'm just saying that the numbers and the stats are so minuscule on per population that the stats don't really count. Like when it's 0.01%.
You're saying as far as finding a benefit with it? Is that what you're saying?
No, I mean, no, the hypersize that like people that have adverse effects from cannabis. You know what I mean? And saying that it's causing mental health and schizophrenia. And I have a hard, like, I'm not saying that doesn't enhance the possibilities that maybe if you have the possibility of having schizophrenia already, that it maybe progressively brings it along. But there are no studies that prove that it does or it doesn't, right? And like I said, when I want to talk about these things, I want you to bring receipts. I want you to bring stats. I want you to bring actual facts.
Well, yeah.
Two people ending up with schizophrenia after smoking a couple joints out of millions and millions and millions of people isn't a deal. Like, you know what I mean? You're making it a deal because 2 people out of fucking 2 billion people that smoke cannabis ended up with schizophrenia because they smoked a joint. So, like I said, when you want to argue with people that
Yeah,
about
and joint's pretty, that's
right, but again, these are some of the arguments or the discussions. I would say, I wouldn't say arguments, discussions that I get into, and I'm like, show me the proof, show me the study. Where are the statistics? Where are your receipts? Like, where's your proof of all this? You're all about all these things.
Well, they'll say do your own research.
Well, there's nothing you're going to find though. That's the thing. Like, where are you finding this information?
Well, yeah, like if you're gonna say something, back it up. Is what you're saying.
Exactly. Like, show me the stats. Show me where you found this information. Don't just spew stupidity at me and then me go.
Well, see, that's why we usually talk about studies and research and stuff here on the show lately. Because like I've got the one here. It says that researchers uncovered new cannabis compounds. Did you hear anything about that?
No, they don't run these studies in general, like mainstream media, because they don't want people.
No. They identified 79 new compounds.
Wow.
Yeah, including a previously unknown class of flavor alkaloids.
Really?
Yeah. I'm just trying to find it. What the exactly words here? They say there's polar, and I'm gonna mess up this word. Phenolics, polar phenolics.
I don't even know what word.
Yeah, they're a group of plant-derived compounds known for their solubility in polar solvents like water and alcohol.
Water's always good.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. They say these secondary plant metabolites include flavonoids, and these acids, phenolic, whatever, are primarily recognized for their antioxidant and health-promoting properties.
So they're more like more looking into the terpenes and flavonoids of the plant.
It's they say they're also found in fruits, vegetables, and other based.
That's what I mean. The flavonoids and all those things that are in other vegetables and fruit, which are also found in cannabis, because it's a vegetable.
Yeah, they say one of the most significant findings is a tentative identification of 16 flavonoid derivatives, a relatively rare class of natural products which have been detected for the first time in cannabis. These compounds were primarily found in the leaf extracts of one specific strain, distinguishing it from the other two. So this discovery suggests a greater chemical diversity within cannabis than previously understood and opens new avenues for research in the unique properties of different strains. So yeah, like they're finding stuff all the time.
Well, it's like Cheryl. Like Cheryl's like madly at school again, right? In September, she had to figure out how she was going to be on campus because she's got to be on campus to do these labs because she's doing she's doing this research on cannabis, right? So right now, I believe last night she sent me a text. She was looking for a location where she could actually grow the sprouts to complete the research. And she was looking for maybe a micro farm that was already growing lettuce or microgreens or something that would be willing to come in and help her or have a space in their space. So I haven't talked to her in a bit, but she's doing the research on the micro.
So obviously she's looking for somebody within her area.
She was willing to go as far east as Kamloops because she's on the coast, right? But they don't want to go too far because Haley's doctor. But Haley has improved health wise so much that Cheryl was able to take her with her and take care of her where she is.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah. Definitely, definitely something that's not like wow, because Haley has just improved. Like it's just wow so much.
Oh, I know from the times that I've spoken to her,
Well, but
it's just
she wasn't even verbal for like she was, and then she wasn't because there was a time where Cheryl didn't think she was going to make it. She was like 85 pounds,
Mhm.
like couch, and couldn't even speak. Right now,
right.
look at her go.
Go, go, go. That's right.
She's
So
got a
I
best
can't,
friend, for heaven's sakes. Like, what the hell?
now, there's nothing else here on these new cannabis compounds, but yeah, as far as it just says here, it's a detailed characterization of polar phenolics in cannabis inflorescence and leaf samples of 3 commercial strains by a comprehensive 2-dimensional liquid chromatography coupled to high-resolution mass spectrometry. That's what it's called. That's a big title.
Big title.
Yeah, yeah,
And
exactly.
that's probably why people don't research anything about cannabis because they get words in there you don't understand.
Oh, when we do the news,
Run back to the package. So it says it's got blah 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 blah.
it's
I used to
exactly.
say these words, flanoline and lanolene and all these.
Oh
names.
yeah,
What
yeah.
the
They're tongue twisters for me too. When you start trying to name off the terpenes,
right?
there's no doubt
Yeah.
about that.
So yeah, it's difficult. Like I said, like I couldn't even. These are these baby Jeters that I like.
Yeah, baby. What did you call them? Cheaters?
Baby Jeter is the brand.
Oh,
You can see it.
well,
Yeah.
hang on. Bring that back up again. Let me see if I can. There you go. Oh, I can't. Yeah, it's too shiny, glossy.
Yeah. It's a stupid blurred thing too that I've got.
Yeah, it's that blur thing you got going on there. So yeah, okay, it's good enough. I've seen. It's good the packaging though. Hey, puppy. I can see him walking in behind you.
Oh yeah, he's back.
Hey. Yeah. You know, we talk about how cannabis, or when we consume cannabis, and how it can be found in our system for a long period of time.
Right.
Okay. What if you feed cows hemp biomass?
Well, then they're getting some CBD in the meat. And it's gonna stay in those fat for a really long time.
Study done on that, just so you know. It says that there's milk from dairy cows. Milk from dairy cows fed hemp biomass is cannabinoid free after 12 days.
So they let it sit for 12 days.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the numbers here. They say there's a study that was published in the Journal of Agricultural and Food Chemistry found that when dairy cows were fed spent hemp biomass products, cannabinoids, including THC, were undetectable in milk after a 12-day withdrawal period, but THC remained detectable in the cow's fat tissue for up to 30 days after the withdrawal period. So it wasn't in the milk after 12, but it remained within the cow, just like it is in you and me, for a month after consuming
But
it.
12 days, you're gonna let that milk sit for 12 days? I don't
Well,
want milk for 12 days. I want it fresh. Like it's
I'm going to say it says here with an undetectable in milk after a 12-day withdrawal period. So I'm going to say 12 days after stopping feeding the hemp biomass to the cows. The milk's not sitting there. The milk's not sitting there for 12 days.
Milk sit for 12 days.
So what's the biomass? That's stalks, leaves, stems, and roots.
Oh, interesting. Oh God.
Now it was done at the Oregon State University, and they say that the researchers found that CBD and CBD acid remained detectable in the plasma of cows after calving.
Wow.
However, when hemp biomass was drawn from the cow's diet, the risk of ingesting drinking milk from the cows was eliminated after 2 weeks. So yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can't. Now they say that they can't use. It's they say it's great for nutrition for the cows and everything, but they can't use it. They can't use it as feed.
Well, I think that the snowflakes should not worry about the THC in the meat.
Okay.
They sell that meat specifically for people that want to eat meat that has been fed THC.
That's what. They say it can't be used because of the presence of THC, which could pose a risk to consumers.
No, not if you're willing. Not if you're willing to buy it. You can't hurt the willing.
Okay.
I buy it. That thing's infused with THC naturally by you eating that. I'm all for that. I'm down. That's grass fed.
Yeah, they say that earlier this month, the Association of American Feed Control officials backed using hemp seed meal, which are just hemp seeds ground into meal.
What is your problem?
So there you go.
Yeah, I still think it would be okay because I still think that grass-fed cows are grass-fed cows, and I would be for their THC.
Yeah, it's still grass, right? Isn't that what they call it? Grass.
Grass is grass.
Grass is grass. That's right.
Grass is grass, right? Grass. Yeah, and like I said, if it's got THC, that's added. That's an added bonus because it's pre-infused.
Yeah.
That's they're missing a market.
They're
missing out on a market. There are a whole bunch of us fucking stoners that would buy that THC.
Well, THC fed beef. Yeah.
It's a market. They're missing out on a market.
Yeah. I guess they're worried about someone eating too big of a steak, getting high.
That sounds like a personal problem. Send them a little CBD cap to go with that. There you go.
Yeah, to bring them down, right?
Big steak. It's THC.
Well,
steak. Just send over. I will send you a Rello with some CBD caps, and you suckers are too green now.
Yeah.
It's all that. Done.
Thanks for the love there, JJ.
Yeah.
Well, I just did a news story about a 90-year-old man who ate some plant that they didn't realize was psychotropic, and this guy got really wired. Yeah. And then there was another fellow who had it at a restaurant. Oh, it's the fish.
Oh.
It was the fish. Did you hear about the fish? The Sala Sapa fish. It gets people high. You got to eat its liver and its brain.
Oh, I would be somebody's fucking liver or their brain out, but that sounds really gross.
It does, doesn't it?
Fish liver? And a fish has a brain? When did fish have brains?
Yeah. How does it move its body? How does it eat? Something's got to run all that, right?
It's a tiny fucking thing that you splatted over with a hatchet, yeah, to get
right.
it. No, I'm good without the liver and the brain of anything.
Okay, let me just there we go. The Serpa.
The senior center every Friday for liver and I said, good for you, man. Yeah.
It's called the Serpa Selpa. Okay, and it's native to the Mediterranean Sea and East Atlantic Ocean. They say Stanford University launched a study on the so-called dreamfish to try to determine why its brain and organs can introduce an LSD-like effect on those who consume it. They said the ancient Romans used to use it for recreational purposes.
Oh, yeah, they're out there fishing the fuck out of that shit.
Now, they believe that it's
fish.
Yeah, they don't believe that it's the fish itself. Okay, they say that they believe that it is the chemicals naturally occurring in the fish's body, but rather due to the diet that includes toxic macroalgae and phytoplankton. This process is referred to as, I'm not going to say it. I had to post it on Facebook to see if anybody could say it even once, never mind 5 times fast.
Sounds like arsenic to me.
No, here, I'm just going to blow the word up here, okay? It's in the quotes at the bottom there. See, it's spelled ICH.
Itchy sadomango blah-blah-ism.
Toxism. Yeah, okay, now you understand.
Yeah, I couldn't say that. Califragilisticexpialidocious.
So what else they say? Okay. They said the most recent documented cases of individuals consuming the fish and becoming intoxicated were in 2002 and 1994. 23 years ago, a 90-year-old man ate one at a French river on the French Riviera and started experiencing auditory hallucinations and nightmares for 2 nights. The dream fish he gobbled up had not been gutted properly, and the experience was unintentional.
Yeah.
The latter case.
Good or you're gonna get high.
Now, the one in the 1990s, it happened to a 40-year-old male who ingested a baked sarpa at a restaurant. Ordered the food at a restaurant and started tripping out so hard within a couple of hours that he ended up in the hospital.
Oh no. I don't mean to laugh, but that can be scary, especially like you're probably wondering, like, what in the fuck did somebody put in my drink?
Now, according to a photographer who was there, it is alleged to have he deliberately chowed down on one to see what happened.
Oh,
and you got a chef to broil it for him, and he was pleased with the experience. But I could understand where a 90-year-old man wouldn't be very pleased with the experience, especially one who didn't expect to get high.
No, exactly. And I think I probably, like, he was like freaked out. He went to the hospital. Like, again, if you've never experienced LSD or psychedelics at all in your life, and you're not expecting to eat a fish and get lit, like, I'm sure you weren't fucking, rat a cowboy. They were probably like terrified because, again, depending on the trip that they're having too, like, psychedelics can be a good thing and they can be a bad thing. That's a thing. People have to be in a good mindset and in a good environment to do psychedelics.
Yeah.
You can go into some pretty dark, deep places you don't want to.
They say there's been reports of people seeing Batman and pink elephants.
No.
I know what you mean. Yeah, exactly. I know.
I'm not saying those are bad things, but like, again, like, I've had friends that have taken LSD and have had the most wonderful trips ever. They were in a marshmallow floating around with fucking the Stay Puft Man, like, and then I had other ones that were in a fucking hell. They were fucking being burnt by fucking demons, like, and I'm like, I'm not trying that shit. I'm good.
Yeah, no demons. Saw soccer balls before.
Well, no, like I said, these are two different people that I knew that had, were explaining their experiences with LSD, and I'm like, okay, well, the first one sounded fun, like, hanging out with the State House Puff Man, and feeling like you're floating on a marshmallow, and you got rainbows and fucking clouds that are fucking looking like fucking Care Bears and fucking unicorns. Okay, that sounds like fun. That was okay. But then the other one's like, no, I was fucking wrong. I'm like, okay, maybe not.
All right, we've got to go to a commercial break. We've overrun our time.
Oh my god! All right.
Yeah, I know. All right. Well, as I mentioned, time for us to go take a break. When we return, we'll continue our talk. I got some more studies. Got some more studies to discuss going forward. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
I'm going.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hello and welcome back. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. I'm live, and Tamara's live, but she's just not here right now. I'm sure she'll pop in any minute. Just so you know, if you missed any of our live broadcasts, you can find our live shows afterwards at paceradio.net, as well as on our YouTube channel. And if you're on Spreaker, we release the podcast to Spreaker as well, and that's why we've got radio in our name. So, but it's like tomorrow is going to be a little bit longer than anticipated. So I'm just going to carry on with the study. As I mentioned, I had lots of studies here to bring up. And this next one here, it asks, can low dose THC be used to medicate young children? There's always some discussion about, kids and cannabis and developing brains and this and that. And I'll just remove Tamara out of the screen until she returns. Whether you should, give kids cannabis, and there's lots of success stories out there, and we've had some in the past on the show.
Sorry, I got sidetracked in my fridge.
Yeah. Okay. I was just starting to get into the story here of some research, or it's a question. Really. No, that company. There you go. And the question says, can low dose THC be used to medicate young children?
I think so.
I think so too, as well.
I think it should be used for cats. I think it should be used for everybody.
Yeah. Now they're more or less specifically zeroing on the CBD end of things. What else does it say?
These are great for some people, but again,
Yeah.
it's be the full combination of all of those spectrums. And people, I'm saying is more effective because it just is.
Yeah. It
No,
does say here that low doses of THC are actually beneficial for treating certain conditions in children.
Well, we know a couple that straight CBD didn't do anything. In fact, it made their conditions
Yeah.
worse.
Yeah, and you have, we talk about adding the THC.
Yep.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and I know that we've talked to Ollie Dog in the past. There's itchy bit in his medication that he makes for the dogs because of that synergy effect that's not there when you don't have it, right?
And if you use a very minuscule amount, it doesn't affect
Yeah.
a pet the same way, same as the child, right? But again, a lot has to do with tolerance too.
Yeah.
And pituitary gland, there's so many variables, right?
They say studies have proven time and again that low doses and cautiously titrated amounts yield valuable therapeutic benefits for kids. Some of these benefits include seizure reduction, treating spasticity, and even nausea without worrying about intoxicating children or causing them to be impaired.
Well, because gravel will impair a child.
Yeah.
Right? Gravel impairs anybody. It says right on it causes drowsiness. You used to give kids gravel in the car before you left on a trip so they'd sleep. Just saying.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see what else they got on here. Let's see, THC extract for Rett syndrome. This study was from Melbourne, Australia, analyzed children with Rett syndrome. They say it's a rare condition is characterized by seizures, developmental delays, loss of motor coordination, as well as speech. The patients were treated with cannabis extracts that had both CBD and THC twice per day, and then assessed at the start of the study and then again after 12 weeks.
Yep.
And they say the oral administration of cannabis extracts for 12 weeks was associated with significant improvement in core RTT symptoms, including mental alertness, communication skills, socialization, eye contact, attentiveness, and anxiety. They say the cannabis administration also demonstrated improvements in key secondary outcomes such as overall clinical severity, quality of life, and reduction in caregiver burden.
Seen it with my own two eyes.
Yeah.
So these studies, I'm glad they're actually like publishing them.
Correct.
And making that they're actually like, not some rarity that you just hear about once in a while. We know people that are, we have a couple of them, like I said. Haley's 31 years old.
Yeah. They said that
right?
Yeah, they say that researchers also analyzed autism scores and found that there was significant improvement, and especially in disruptive behavior.
Sure.
Another one on autism. Yeah. So there's all kinds of, benefits to the kids by using THC, and it's not a big scary thing that they keep talking about being, right?
Adults with the same conditions. Like
Yeah.
I've got AU ADHD. I find cannabis very beneficial. It helps me with nausea. It helps me with so many things that I can't even list.
Mm. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. Okay. What are you looking at?
A DB.
Rolling.
I'm rolling a doobie for the first time in a week. I said I had to buy pre-rolls because I was so swollen up for 10 days.
Right. Yeah, well, your arthritis, right?
Yep. So today I am rolling a doobie because I can.
Yeah, when you get a day like this where you can.
My little, buddy box was down on my lap, so I was just looking at rolling this. So I could.
No, do you take advantage of a day where you can roll? If you could roll many, you take the advantage of that, and then have pre-rolls for those days.
I'm not smart. I'm not smart enough to do that.
Well, you can get sore. You can get sore.
Whatever, like the whole quarter that I've got, and smash it all into doobies and put them in one of these little jugs that I've got that I've had to buy pre-rolls, and then I'd have.
Now, rolling joints could rolling 10 joints be a disadvantage because of the fact that it can bother you versus like you'd be excited or happy that you can roll a joint, but after you roll a few, you find that bothers your arthritis?
Yeah, I guess it probably does because my hands are already like starting to kind of like it depends on the time of day too. Like
Right.
in the morning, first thing in the morning when I first get up, I can barely move. But then once I get up and get moving and stuff, but I'm not taking medication for my rheumatoid arthritis except for the methotrexate once a week. Like I'm not taking anything for it pharmaceutically except for that.
Yeah.
Taking medication when it says Tamara, take your meds. That's my ADHD medication. Because that stuff is the stuff that I have to take twice a day that I forget, right? Because I'll take it in the morning when I get up, second dose I'll forget. So I've got a reminder for that. But that's not the only medications I take. Like I'm not taking anything else. So except for this, right? And I smoke this pretty much. I get taken off to school and then I'm lighting one up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And my first duty of the day is usually when I go for my morning walk.
Yeah, well, I'm, usually up making a coffee. Like I'll do all the things I gotta do, like get him off to school, and then I'll sit down with my coffee, unless I have my coffee made before then. Depends on what time I get up. But now my alarms are set for 7 a.m., so I'm getting up a little earlier. So before I was sleeping until 10. And again, I was on a different schedule last year because I was working.
Yeah. Well, moving on to the next report. Always, education, right? CBD is promising treatment in skincare, including for acne and psoriasis.
I've heard that before.
I've heard about psoriasis, but I don't know if I heard about the acne. Maybe it's not something I heard a lot about.
Acne, age reparative, and like more of that than acne, but age reparative with CBD oil.
Yeah, the age end of things. Yeah, there's beneficial anti-aging benefits.
Yeah.
Yeah, psoriasis. I know that I've sat beside many patients that were taking the biological medication that I was on at that time for psoriasis.
Yeah. And they do use that for psoriasis. And
Yeah, it's an autoimmune condition, right?
right. And that's what I thought. Like I thought, well, maybe if I ate cannabis because it's that autoimmune, it would be.
Cannabis it helps with your immune system.
So yeah, I thought maybe if I ate it, it would help everything, and it didn't. It helps some things, just not everything, right?
Yeah, just because you eat a big bunch of carrots doesn't mean you're going to all of a sudden not have to wear glasses.
Right.
You know how they say carrots makes you don't have to wear glasses. Yeah. Eat your carrots. I was allergic to carrots when I was a kid. So. But let's see what it says in here. They say let's see where. Oh yeah, because they're talking about CBD. Okay, dermatologist. Yeah. They say that it found that that it is anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, antibacterial, analgesic, anti-prolific properties contribute to its therapeutic potential, including all these skin things, skin disorders, promoting skin rejuvenation, hydration, protection against oxidative and environmental damage. Could you use sunscreen?
CETA had actually put in, but the thing is, you can't use just the CBD because you have to have the SP whatever in it too.
Yeah.
So CETA made some sunscreen with the SP, but it had CBD. It was a CBD cream that she had the SP too. Yep.
Yep, they say it also shows promise in managing skin cancers. I am a skin cancer survivor myself. I don't talk about it a lot, but I had melanoma. And they said it can help with that. Now, just so you know, I did apply cannabis to my melanoma. It was just my cannabis. It wasn't, I didn't get any CBD product to add to it. I just had had somebody take my cannabis and made some oil, and I applied it to my skin cancer. But I also had an appointment that if it wasn't gone by a certain date or noticeable reduction, then I was going in to get it removed before it spread. Melanoma is one of the worst cancers that you can get, and I have had family pass away from it. So
My grandfather had it on the top of his head.
yeah, we've had family in that place.
So had it on the top of his head.
Yeah. It can just go anywhere. So it's good that they're seeing on that is beneficial. And just so you know that even though I ended up having surgery to remove my cancer, and I used cannabis, it never reached my lymph nodes. It didn't get very deep. And was that because of my cannabis? Did it prevent it from spreading?
Maybe.
I can see it. I can see the coloration changing in it, but the size didn't get any smaller. So
Yeah, I get you.
it was doing something. It was doing something.
Yeah.
So, but yeah.
That's interesting. It's I'm not sure how long you left it or how long you used it for. But at the time, like how many weeks before your surgery that you used it? But
Couple months. Because I started using it before I even got to see the specialist.
Gotcha.
Like once I got the diagnosis.
And then they started.
Right.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah. So and then there was it got a little controversial there at one point, but one place that they thought that was doing the surgery found out that it was already done, and they went, "What?"
Oh Jesus.
Yeah.
No, it's still there. I can see it. Not anywhere. No.
Yeah. Now, here's one that won't surprise, I don't think, anybody in another study. The cannabis improves sleep for insomnia patients.
No, that doesn't surprise me one bit.
No, it doesn't surprise me at all either. But, they always say, well, you need more studies. You need more studies. Well, here you go. Here's a study, right? So, let's see. This was just published just last week. It was conducted over 18 months with 124 participants. Woof, woof.
No, it says he's whining because he's not on the bed. So he's whining.
Does he want to get on the TV too?
He wants attention. He come home just a complete fucking boob.
Let's see else.
On the bed. He wants to get on the bed, but he can't get on the bed because there's no room on the bed.
Mm-hmm. So they say here the findings indicate a promising association between cannabis-based medicinal product treatment and improvements in sleep-specific outcomes. However, it is crucial to knowledge that these findings must be interpreted with consideration of limitations in the study's design, and there's a need for high-quality trials to assess the long-term efficacy and safety. So we need more studies.
Need more.
Cool.
That's it. That's about it. Yeah, I'm just so like,
well. It says here that one counselor has said that cannabis can quiet racing thoughts. I know a person that takes.
Really?
I know a person that takes CBD capsules for that reason. Calms their mind down before they go to sleep. They say that many people with anxiety and depression have had trouble falling asleep because of racing thoughts. So that's where cannabis comes in and helps out short term. But just help calm things down.
Well, it helps me sleep.
Yeah.
I don't know really anybody that doesn't, honestly. Like.
Oh, either do I. There's so many people out there that.
They use it specifically for sleep. Like that's exactly what they say. They eat a gummy before bed, or they, they eat candy before bed to help them sleep, or they have a couple puffs before bed, and that's all they need, and they go to sleep, right? So I don't know how many more fucking studies these fuckers need.
You don't know what studies do what? What
More
was that?
studies these fuckers need. Like, how
Oh,
many-
I know.
ask anyone that uses cannabis. What do you use it for? Sleep, man. It helps me sleep. Any fucking stoner
is-
out there.
No. Yeah. Yeah. And you know, it's not just always one particular.
People say I can't smoke it during the day because if I do, it makes me fall asleep.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, I've heard complaints. Al, your weed gives me the munchies, or Al, your weed makes me have a nap.
Yeah. And I like the fact that Al's weed gives people naps.
Yeah, puts you to sleep.
I hear that lots too.
Yeah.
Stuff just made me want to sleep. Perfect.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
Anything different? Because all I want to do is sleep on that stuff. No, I don't. Sorry. No, that's all I got. You gonna get more?
Okay, I've got a report here from the Ontario Cannabis Store. They put out a social impact report, and they say this is detailing advancements made through a social responsibility program.
Oh my fucking god, this can be good.
Okay, that's how they
This is gonna
emphasize.
be good.
What's that?
I said, imagine this is gonna be good.
Okay. This is the second report that they've put out, and they're going to do more of them. So this report highlights significant investments the OCS made across various social impact initiatives. So this is money that they put out or whatever, right, to do all this. And don't forget, the OCS is one, if not the most profitable business in Canada when it comes to cannabis.
Well, I would fucking hope they've spent a lot of money then.
Here we go. Let's find out where they spent some of it. Public education. They said they spent $2.8 million to promote responsible use and awareness of the legal market.
I don't care about that. That's fucking yellow. Next.
They spent $560,000 to support cannabis-related events through industry sponsorships. They spent $525,000 for community research projects that funded through the Social Impact Fund.
Ooh, don't go, run to the bank with that one.
They donated $357,000 or invested in studying the impacts of cannabis industry and OCS operations.
Okay.
Now, yeah, there's no money allocated for anything that you're probably waiting for.
No, I was like waiting for a drum roll.
Yeah, no. Okay, they highlighted more than $4.6 million spent on creating a more equitable and informed Ontario, they say. They created 38 educational resources, 61 collaborative partnerships, and 3 years of climate smart certifications, or whatever that is. Climate smart. I guess that's not the cancel. I know that. So. Let's see what else they have. That's it. They said there is a full report somewhere. It's available online, but yeah, there was no money donated to helping with this, so no. Yeah, there's nothing that way.
Nothing fabulous. Like, hey, we built 20 parks, or hey, we, helped a bunch of single moms, go to school for free, or hey, we bought a bunch of school lunches, or hey, we hired 500,000 new teachers and doctors, and hey.
No. You warn people about cannabis in the illicit market. That's probably some of that money go towards those fake stores that they had up.
And them stupid fucking ads they put out. Hey man, don't smoke and drive at the same time, man. Hey man, you smoke the joint, let's get in the car, man. Like the ridiculous ads. How much money they spend on advertising? $5 billion?
Almost $3 million just from the OCS is what they said.
Oh my fucking Christ. That just almost makes you want to throw up. That's a waste of money.
See this hat? This worn out, beat up hat.
Yeah,
It's
love
been
it.
more cannabis events than most people. Yeah, it's actually this.
And it smells like smoke too.
I had Gooey wrote an article, patient profile of me, back when he wrote for the Cannabis Health magazine. And that was back in the Hamilton days, Up in Smoke, before Vapor Central. Like you're going back like 2006 or somewhere around there. And I'm wearing this hat in that photo in the magazine.
What does that hat say? Medicinal?
That says 420. Yeah.
Well, that's appropriate, Al.
It is. Yeah, exactly. All right. What do you say? Time for us to take a break?
Sure, I got whining to hook to
All right. We're going to pay some bills. When we get back, we will continue our discussion. We got some more studies, reports coming up, and how much money Canadian households spent on cannabis as well.
that they just, pissed away on absolutely nothing.
All right, you're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at
Gotta
paceradio.net.
pay those bills. Gotta take care of those bills.
All right, we'll see you in a bit. About 2 3/4 minutes. Bye-bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Re-rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching the Pace Radio Show. And tonight we're talking about some studies, some research, and whatever comes off the top of our minds. Right, Tamara?
Usually.
Okay. You know how we're always talking about cannabis, quality of life, it can improve. It's a medicine, how it can help people with so many different conditions. But it can also be a killer. And that is, there's a report here that the darkling beetles are no match for a hemp-based insecticide.
Oh,
Yeah.
so they made a
Exactly.
hemp-based insecticide, and the beetles lost.
The beetles lost. That's right. The adult form of mealworms, they wreak a heavy toll on poultry industry. Okay, hang on.
Well, I'm not sad about that because it's natural-based pesticide.
Yeah.
Inhibit something that's going to hurt my chickens.
Mhm.
Why
They
does
say that there was an experiment that involves students picking an insect and determining an optimal feed formulation had some unexpected results. One student chose hemp as a feed, and while the insects appeared to thrive on a hemp diet, they never fully developed into adults and were deformed and died. And the connection was made. Feed them hemp. It's going to kill them. Okay.
I have to
They
say
said
that
the researchers say that hemp-derived pesticides are not only effective against darkling beetles without harming poultry, but also fleas, cockroaches, and other insect pests. You could feed flies. It says flies, so we can feed hemp to flies. We could, for people like ourselves who are in the rural area,
I have lots of flies.
can have lots of flies. Yeah. Let's see what else it says here.
You just grow the plants, will it keep them away?
Maybe.
But it's
I'm
hemp,
just
not cannabis, right?
Okay. They say they want to establish our pesticides are a vital product, and they partner with companies to bring it to the market. Yeah. So I guess you could. What would you do? They don't talk about how you could. I guess you
Okay, so like diatomaceous,
just leave the hemp out for the bugs to eat. They don't say anything about how they made it.
well, like
Other than
diatomaceous earth is like, it's like crustules, but it's a powder. They
yeah.
grind it all up. So what do? Grind up your dry cannabis or your dry hemp, and then throw it on top of your dirt. So
they don't say how they're making the pesticide, other than they just found it through, this was many years ago that they found that they had ate the hemp and died. So
I'd be down with the pesticide.
hey, I have no problem with putting plants in my living room. Growing cannabis in the kitchen,
No, I don't have them inside. It's more outside because they're like.
Yeah. Well, this seems to be along the line of helping to feed chickens. Because they say that the target species is the darkling beetle, and say the beetles are attracted by the feed, and they not only eat and contaminate it, but they infest the birds as well, and can transmit diseases.
I see.
Yeah.
It
doesn't say if they made a paste or whether they made some spray or whether they just talked about that.
I have whacking nuts with them ostriches out in BC. I have to worry about my chickens every single day.
Yeah, there you go. Well, I'll throw some hemp out there, just so you know. The several years ago, 1994, actually, to tell you the truth, there was an experiment that was done with some chickens that consumed hemp seed. That's what their feed was, hemp seed. And there were several of them that ate this hemp seed. And in the end, the chickens were entered into a contest. And the contest being put on by people connected to, I don't think it was directly to, it was an association. There it was. It was an association, and their members were the Drug Enforcement Agency. So they fed these chickens hemp seed, and they entered the birds into this contest, like I said. And in the end, the hemp seed birds, or the reefer roasters is what the show is called, won. They went home with a certificate. They interviewed some of the DEA inspectors that go around, and they were quite surprised. And they said this is the first time that the DEA ever paid for any hemp that they took. Because normally it's stealing. They're arresting somebody for it.
Yeah.
So, and this was back in 1994. This is well before the Farm Bill was done in 2018. But yeah, look it up on YouTube. Reefer Roasters.
Reefer roasters.
Reefer
I have
Roasters.
I should get my chickens some hemp seed.
Yeah, yeah. I haven't got the video.
But here's my question on that. They won't feed hemp to cows because it won't stay out of their milk for 12 days. But if you feed hemp to a chicken, it's okay. It's going to come out in their eggs.
There was nothing there as far as how do I.
Or did they even bother to test them because they just didn't give a fuck?
Well, I don't know of them testing him for the birds for any THC.
We just had an article, a study on cattle, where they won't, allow the cattle meat to be used because there's THC in it still. Yet they're feeding fucking chickens I guess there's no THC in them. But how is the cattle getting THC?
Here you go. I'm going to actually I'm gonna load one of these videos up right now. And
Jesus, smoking a joint and eating now.
yeah, they fed the birds hemp seed, and they loved it.
Oh yeah.
It may take a few minutes for it to load. So, all right, we'll move on to the next thing.
They love anything. Them fucking raptors will eat anything.
Yes, they will, won't they?
Okay. I'm not sure about a human, but you just never know.
We're gonna move on now to, as I said, how much cannabis did the Canadian household spending on cannabis reaches? I got the hiccups now. $2 billion. It says here, Canadian household final consumption expenditures for cannabis reached a new high of over $1.7 billion in the second quarter of 2025. It's a lot of smoke.
Yeah. We be smoking.
Yeah. I'm just seeing if they're breaking it down to an average per household here, but I'm not seeing that in this report. No.
Why about fucking Johns? Jeez.
I thought they might have said how much on average, like they spend $200 a month or $50 a month or something like that.
I think on average, people are spending probably anywhere between $600 and $800 a month on cannabis.
How much?
$600 and $800 a month.
Wow! Holy smokes! Ooh.
I honestly believe that. I honestly believe that people on average are spending $600 a month on cigarettes and then bitching about the fact that they're broke and can't afford groceries. But their priorities are cigarettes, cannabis, and alcohol before groceries. And then they got no money to buy groceries, and they're bitching to spend $600 on groceries to spend on cigarettes. So
yeah, and
battles, right? Like pick your priorities. But again, everything in life ain't free. And
no.
And you better pick your priorities. And if you're gonna, bitch about fucking you got to pay $2 for Ichiban now rather than, going to the dollar store, I guess, and buying it there. And then complaining that your beer's not, your beer's too much. Like, just then quit drinking the beer, quit smoking the cigarettes. The cigarettes, that's a really hard one. I'm not going to say, it's easy.
Well, quitting alcohol can be tough too, right?
The alcohol too can be tough, but again, like cannabis too can be tough to try and like wean yourself down off. But again, like don't sit and bitch about price groceries when you're spending that much money on weed and booze.
That's why I buy a card a month.
I buy 2 for myself a month, but I'm buying probably 4 a month for myself.
Well, yeah.
About 1 a week, right? And then I'm probably myself going through probably $400 a month for weed myself, right? So yeah, that together that's about $500-600 a month between the carts and the weed for our household, and that's just what I'm purchasing in Grand Prairie. So yeah, another $200 for him, say up in Grand Prairie, that's $800 a month for cannabis.
It adds up quickly, doesn't it?
Yeah, and then again, and we're all medical users. Like,
I'm so glad I can grow my own.
Well, and that's
Yeah.
I can't yet. Like, I just don't
Yeah.
have power, right? But again,
Right.
I'm hoping soon that this is going to come to pass, and I can. But until I can, but again, that's 3 people, and we're all medical users. Like every single one of us are
Right.
using medical. Yet nobody's subsidizing that. Nobody's making it any easier. It's not any cheaper. So
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see. Yeah. I'm gonna load up this video here. Okay, first I'm gonna play this one first, just to introduce you to this stuff here. The reefer
roasted
roaster.
roosters.
Right. I got another one loading, just so you know.
Well, you know Skippy went down to the farm with 10 pounds of hemp seed under each arm. His feet are moving, his mind a clicking. He was going to feed that hemp seed to a chicken. Well, the chicken couldn't get enough. Eating that hemp seed, not that other stuff, was the damnedest thing that farmer ever saw. Those birds got so damn big, we took them to a barbecue sponsored by the pig. Meat inspector blown away. He was even said to say it's not much of me being a poster, but I'd eat that reefer roaster. Me, even breaking the law. Reefer roasters, don't get you high. Reefer roasters, I'll have a thigh. Reefer roasters, juicy and hot. Reefer roasters, not just pot.
Fella sent me a report written by the Birdman of Alcatraz, claiming it was the best singing food for canaries that there was, and that it was literally the best food birds could get with them. I'd already heard in Europe that they had used it to feed chickens and thought it was a good deal, and it had apparently, their study said it made their chickens fat and healthy. So I went from there, and my friend decided to raise some and invited me to come to a barbecue. Wow. A policeman's benevolent organization through a really nice barbecue. Excuse me. And the reefer roasters went, and there were chickens raised here on this farm by some friends of mine, specifically for that. And they're fed this really healthy diet. And these were great chickens. That when we took them we took these chickens to the location, the first thing they had to have done was they had to be inspected by a meat inspector. The inspector's remarks were to the effect, this chicken meat looked so healthy that he had not seen meat like that in 15 years. And he'd been a meat inspector for 20 something.
There you go.
I don't know. But again, where are you going to find clean hemp seed?
Oh yeah. I'm not sure. I've like the whole video is like half an hour long, right?
Yeah.
And I created these small little things for another purpose, and I'm not sure in there that they even mention where they get the hemp seeds from. Because this is 94. You saw the date on the thing there, right?
Yeah.
So there's no hemp farm bill. Hemp, is illegal back then.
I know. That's what I mean. Like, that's why he's kind of snickering.
Yeah.
Even hemp seed back then was illegal. Like, it wasn't something that you could readily get.
No, exactly.
Even now,
Exactly.
it's still regulated the same way as cannabis.
Yep. It was super illegal. Oh, that file is too big. Can't show that file. Yeah. Yeah. It was. You have to look that up
I will.
on YouTube. Reefer roaster.
Sell my new Roku TV. So I
Yeah.
will.
Maybe I'll show it this way. Maybe I can bring it up this way. As you heard him, he was talking about the police about the police thing that they were doing.
Yeah. They were
So-
specific for this event.
Right. Okay, let me see if I can get this.
Chicken was getting done. All sorts of people were coming over to the tent, reading the literature, examining hemp products.
This is
while
the festival.
marijuana leaves fluttered in the breeze. Everything was going well. And then the narcs showed up.
Be there.
After all, this was a police event, and the visit was friendly. No arrests were made, and this time they paid for the hemp products they took.
That's green. They're at a police event.
Just remember, don't try to smoke it.
Plastic.
It's hemp. Too.
Yeah. True.
George McMahon, the chief chef for the Reefer Roasters Project, suffers from nail patella syndrome and is one of the only 8 medical marijuana patients currently receiving government-grown marijuana as part of the government's compassionate
Is that a
use
legal
program.
joint he's smoking?
Yeah.
It's good medicine. That's right. Hot stuff.
Looks like a good, this is a barbecue put on by the police. Looks like everybody's having a good time.
That we're ahead in every category.
Oh my God, chicken. Hemp-fed chicken. Probably lined up that weed chicken.
Even got good tunes.
I was gonna say that.
Everybody enjoying the chicken.
Hemp-fed chicken. What? Hemp-fed chicken. Come on, try just one taste.
The barbecue sauce is made with a hemp oil base, hemp seed oil base. It's no THC. It's okay.
What?
It's a good piece of chicken.
It looks like one of them stuffed bird steaks.
It looks like it's good. He looks to be enjoying it.
Girl coming back to second. Where do you want to know
We'll try high on pork. All right, what happened? What we got here? Above and beyond the college. We don't have any.
Winner,
We smoke
winner.
them. Yeah, and we smoke them too.
The Metropolitan Police has thanked BC Normal for growing reefer roasters on hemp seed and cooking them for the barbecue battle judges. I call that a nice outcome. We're building good relations with the community police.
There you go. Reefer Roasters. Check it out on YouTube.
That's
It
awesome.
is. Yeah.
And that was like 2 decades ago, like 94, 3 decades
94. Yeah. Yeah.
ago, 30 years ago.
So that was
30 fucking wow.
obviously yeah. You can see the one cop there. What? It's what? Yeah, they're raised with hemp, man. So
I think that's great. And like again, I think the regulations on hemp are ridiculous, and it should be able to be grown just like wheat or canola or whatever field that farmer decides to throw in that year. They're reminded that it helps with summer fallow. It takes the toxins out of the dirt. There's so many benefits to having just a hemp field to do like a cleanup on any land.
yeah.
Throwing it around all those orphan wells in Alberta.
Yeah. Help clean up the land out there.
The sand.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, we're down to the last few minutes here. What have I got left here? Did you hear about the big bust? Let's see what the big bust was. Several hundred kilos of cannabis, along with cannabis plants, edibles, vapes, tobacco, cocaine, and cash. 5 people have been charged. They're distributing cannabis in New Brunswick, Quebec, and Nova Scotia. They seized 753 pounds of cannabis.
What? That's
Yep.
quite a fair bit of
28,280 cannabis plants. A few there, eh? 400 cartons of tobacco. Okay. And they found money. Vapes and edibles. 5 people have been charged with that.
it's unfortunate that it still continues to be used as a commodity. Like,
Yeah.
tobacco is legal too. So is alcohol. Yet it's still used. They still have black
There's
market.
still bootleggers in both ends.
There absolutely is. You can make there's contraband cigarettes like all over the place. You can buy it online for crepe's sakes. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's same with weed. You can buy it online, whether it's reputable or not. When you're buying it online, you don't know who you're buying it from. But again,
Wow.
these things are able to be purchased, right?
Yep. What do you got? Okay. Well, you got anything else you want to mention, say, do, bring up?
No, I don't.
No.
Send money to CSP to MarylE9@hotmail.com. Because
All right.
we need stuff. So other than that, we got people waiting. So yeah, we need stuff. But other than that, no. just another
All right.
in the hood.
Yeah. All right, and then we shall sign off and say thanks to everybody for tuning in to tonight's broadcast, as well as to our sponsors, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, and at ease.ca. And other than that, thanks once again, and we'll see you next week. Other than that, bye-bye.
Let's share pace everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where
we
toke cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name's Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, also known as the doobie.
And today we are decked out in some 80s, what would it be described as? 80s, it's not memorabilia, 80s
style,
fashion, stylish clothing, because today is Duran Duran Appreciation Day.
Woo, woo.
Woo, woo.
Right?
So other than that, what else we got on the show? What else we got on the show other than Duran? I'm so
sorry,
excited.
I'll take any excuse to dress up in 80s garb.
I'm excited
for sure.
about
garb. Is that it?
Garb?
80s garb.
80s garb. We're in 80s garb.
Is that the word?
That jacket is awesome.
This actually is from the 80s. This was my mom's.
Oh, that looks fantastic.
Right?
Yeah. I love the earrings match.
I got those at Kimberly's.
Kimberly's
Deja Vu
Boutique
in
Belleville.
Belleville. Yes, I love her stuff, and it's a consignment store.
Yeah.
So it's not something that somebody else is going to be walking around wearing.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, before we break down the outfits a little bit more.
Oh yes, what's coming up?
What's coming up on the show?
We've got our word of the week
and our high five list.
Mary Jane strains.
Playing a game of strain or no strain, but this time Mary Jane Baker is the contestant.
Oh, I'm scared now. Not really. And then we have Teaching Timmy.
I love Teaching Timmy episodes.
I was hoping I could scare you.
What have I been taught so far? I've been taught how to roll a joint.
Yeah.
I've been taught how to do weed math.
Yes.
And I've been taught how to make a bong out of a water bottle with a pen.
Yes.
That was it.
That's it. Well, and we had to use a lighter, but
yeah. That was awesome. And so I don't know what today's is. I have some stuff over here, but I don't know how it's all going to unfold. But there's
no folding.
There's no fold
or unfolding.
Oh, I thought you were going to teach Timmy origami.
No.
Oh, maybe on another day. Hey, do people roll their joints in special origami shapes? Because that would be pretty cool.
What's interesting? Some people like to fold the paper in a certain way before rolling a joint. So kind of origami-ish.
Has anybody rolled origami? Has anybody rolled a joint that looks like a swan?
Yes.
Okay.
I would say yes, because if you don't know who Weedstagram is,
Right.
You need to look him up.
So he
I
rolls
think
joints.
I've sent you some of his stuff. He rolls crazy joints. That's actually how I met Weedstagram, was at some event somewhere where he rolled this incredible joint. I think he even made the news for rolling a joint that was like a hand.
Okay, what's the craziest joint that you've seen then? Like in a crazy, not like, because I know people are like, this is the largest joint in the world, but like I'm talking like have you seen one that's shaped like a gorilla or a goose or a
Yes.
monkey? Those are all just random things picked from my brain.
Yes, I'm like, oh, Cody Van Gogh. I was that whole time, Cody. I'm sorry, I was racking my brain trying to think your name. He creates masterpieces with weed and papers.
I can imagine you wouldn't want to smoke it afterwards, though.
Honestly, I wouldn't. I probably would purchase it just to leave it on a shelf in a
Right.
cupboard, because I mean, I know they can burn. They do burn. I've seen people like these guys roll them especially for events, and then they light them. But it's art.
Right. I
It's
can imagine
beauty.
you'd have to be like completely out of weed. Like
smoke
to sit
it?
there and say, am I going to take that off the counter? Or am I going to?
No, because probably by then it would be so degraded that you wouldn't want to smoke it.
No.
I mean, like, honestly, Cody, if you should probably just have, for people like me, use something like oregano instead of cannabis, just to showcase your art.
Just to do the art. Yeah. Right.
Because
could you smoke oregano?
I wouldn't suggest
recommend it?
but
It's not a
there
good
are
substitute?
there are herbs that have been used for
Why,
many
isn't
years
cannabis an
for
herb?
like tea. Like somebody gave me some blue lotus flower recently, dried blue lotus flower, and said it was a blend that I could blend with my cannabis. I'm not really comfortable blending flowers with my flowers.
Right. And you've taught me about flour.
Yes.
Wait, okay. There's flour. There is tinctures. There is edibles.
Yeah.
There are topicals. And I always feel like I miss one. Wait. Flour, topicals, edibles, tinctures, and concentrates.
Yes, which is also
an extract. Ah.
Yes.
All right. Teaching Timmy is working. Mary Jane Strains is working. Word of the Week is working. I am learning a ton on this show, and hopefully you as well, because we want non-consumers to be watching and listening as well, to kind of break down some of the unknowledge. But I'm sure there's people in the cannabis industry that also, you were saying that people don't tend to use the word flower, and you had talked about that one day, and that's not a well-known term, and maybe somebody learned from that too.
It's more a legal term, yeah. And especially with the words of the week, I'm specifically trying to start at the very beginning. Like we talked about THC and CBD and hemp. And now we're going through the different types of concentrates. So we've done keef, we've done hash, and then today we're going to do resin. So trying to teach people, so that way when they do go into a cannabis store or go online and they see something that says, edible or topical, they can actually know, oh, okay, so a topical is for my skin.
Right.
So they already know that.
Because you don't want to be rubbing edibles on your skin.
Or topicals in your stomach.
Yeah. So, I mean, so if you haven't been watching the show, you need to go back to the beginning, because you're actually like walking through. Even though all of our shows, I think, function on their own, we do have kind of this flow, like you said, that you're building, teaching people right from the very beginning and walking through a series. So if you're new to this, or you're just interested to kind of learn a little bit more, go back to the beginning, work your way through the episodes. Hopefully you have a lot of fun and learning at the same time.
I think you should go back anyways, just because we had some really amazing guests.
We have
early on,
and some great outfits.
That's true, and some awesome outfits. Remember Towel Day?
Towel Day was good.
That was
Towel Day
fun.
was good. Towel Day was a precursor to Naked Day, which we haven't officially set up, but we're,
Naked Gardening Day has already passed.
yeah,
for
but
this
we'll
year.
eventually get through to Naked Gardening Day.
Yes.
And so basically, we're trying to build a following so that when that day comes, it's an exciting day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, so today is Duran Appreciation Day. Is an 80s theme for anybody who knows anything about me. Like the 80s is, well, the 80s is, it's the greatest thing that's ever been created.
It is.
I
was created in the 80s.
You were, yes, absolutely, right. So
And you were born in the 80s.
I was born
So
1980. Imagine that.
you were still created in the 70s.
Yeah, but
it was like you were like, no, I'm not. I'm
yeah.
Yeah.
I think my mom was carrying me for like 8 years. I was like, I'm not coming out yet.
I'm waiting
I'm
till the
not
80s.
coming out to the 80s. The 80s was the greatest thing ever. If you go online, you can actually find. I have a Christmas song.
You do,
but it's more of an 80s tribute, even though it's Christmas themed, and it's just called Santa, Please Bring Back the 80s.
It's like a prayer.
It's a
to
prayer.
Santa.
It is. It's a prayer to Santa. Yeah, and I
It's
think
actually kind of sweet.
there might be a video up there as well when I do the entire my 80s tribute on stage. I'll have to see if that's even up there online. But if you haven't seen that, that will come up again. Usually I do it in the Christmas season.
Yeah, the song on YouTube is great, but seeing you perform it on stage, it's like a 5-minute song turned into a 45-minute.
Yeah, it's
amazing.
It is an 80s. It is an 80s
awesome.
extravaganza. And I wear this, and now so I even came. So you've got. Let's just. I do want to point this out though. Not only do the colors reflect the 1980s.
Yeah.
But
the shoulder pads.
The shoulder pads. But when we were looking up, because we did a little bit of research on Duran Duran.
Oh yeah.
And we found all these pictures of them wearing like these blazers.
So sexy with these like shoulder
Right?
pads.
And I'm like you nailed it. You got the color right. You got the shoulder pads. You got the blazer look.
Yeah.
Like if you're gonna have Duran
And the earrings to
Appreciation
match.
Day, right? Now over here, I didn't go Duran, but I went 80s. Any opportunity I can go 80s. So I'm rocking my Ninja Turtles.
I can't believe you stuck the tag over Michelangelo's face.
It's everybody's least favorite turtle. But anyways, okay, let's not get into that now. I don't we literally probably lost viewers. I apologize. All Ninja Turtles.
All Ninja Turtles matter.
I wasn't gonna do it, but you did it.
But I said all.
I know.
Or is it every?
I don't even
know.
The
Ninja Turtles matter.
Ninja Turtles matter. The
Is that
four of
right?
them and the rat.
Michelangelo matters.
He does. Donatello was actually my favorite. I used to play the
purple
video
guy?
game one in the arcade, and he had the rod, and he could like stick it in and leap over.
Careful.
Yeah, I know. So which is okay. So for those
You're
of you who
no
can't
Donatello.
see, no Donatello. No. Normally I can stand up. Okay.
Yeah, you're not in shoes today though, Timmy.
No.
Oh
So
dear.
so these
Careful.
are my shorts.
Those are your shorts. Those are
And
short shorts. Oh dear.
Look at the toe.
Just turn a little bit that way.
Oh.
Oh yeah, those are short shorts. Sit and put your foot on the table. There we go. Oh, the socks. The
Right?
socks.
Oh, yeah, there we go. How's that look? Yeah,
I can hear the producer in there giggling. Oh, yep.
So in the 80s, we liked the short shorts. We liked clothes that didn't fit
And the bright
properly.
colors,
And the bright
right?
colors.
Like the bright
I feel
socks.
I feel like I want to like show my skates more, but these are actually I tell all these in my stage
Can
presentation.
you put one up on the table?
I'm gonna put one up.
Okay.
Yeah. These are rentals, and a whole long story about why I have them, but
Yeah, because they don't have roller skate
No,
arenas
no,
right
and
now
they used
anymore,
to have
so you
roller-
can't rent them.
they literally used to have roller skate arenas like they were like Tim Hortons, like literally every corner. Like, I think the goal was back in the 80s was like, just because it was the 80s, like every 8 minutes you had to come across a roller rink. That was a rule.
I honestly think they should bring them back. Personally, they were awesome. Those skates are not so awesome.
They are. I got to find a way. Okay.
We need to fix it. We need to get you a new rubber stopper. We
Yeah.
need to get it like sealed your foot. It's like
seal. Kiss
it's
by a
flapping.
rose. I know. Hello. I feel like it's like a Pee Wee Herman show. Pee Wee's Playhouse.
We really should do a Pee Wee
Hey,
show.
Mr. Roller Skate. Hey, Timmy. How are you?
Wait, they can't see it. Do it again. There we go.
Hello.
It actually looks like a face.
Hello, Timmy. Hello, Timmy. Is that better? It's amazing the amount of work we try to do just to get one good shot.
You think that's bad? You should see us at home. Oh dear.
Talk through my skates all day long. MJ loves.
I meant trying to
skate
find the
conversations.
right. Don't tell people that.
Oh, okay. All right. Won't tell our secrets. So anyway, so that's why we're decked out for Duran Appreciation Day.
Yeah. I even got the leather on the bottom too.
We're killing it. And I think your hair has been teased up a little bit.
Yeah, I said a couple nasty things to him before we came in the studio, so it's a little pissed off.
That's so bad. All right. So before we get into, we have a couple. Well, no, we don't. We don't have a couple. We have one 80s themed thing after this. My high five list is 80s theme, but the rest of it is
my word of the week is not.
It's all cannabis
80s
related.
Yeah.
But so let's go into your word of the week first.
Okay.
And we'll go from there. All right. Word of the week. Let's
All
do this.
right. So this week's word is resin.
Resin.
Not to be confused with that stuff that other people use to do art and, seal things. Like maybe your roller skates.
Can resin
I don't
do
think.
that?
I don't. Honestly, maybe I don't know, but not this resin. This is also
actually
known
skate in
as.
these, by the way, in case anyone's thinking they're just props. I go skating with them like this.
Yes.
So
on the beach,
on
at
the
the
beach.
boardwalk.
Yeah.
Well, not the boardwalk. That like paved thing beside the boardwalk.
Yeah. It's impressive. Everyone else on their rollerblades.
Yeah.
Please.
I'm a rollerblader.
I can do the crossovers.
See, that's funny because I was born in the 80s,
Mhm.
but I'm a 90s baby.
Yeah.
Because I was born in like the late 80s.
Yeah.
So everything I know and love is 90s.
Yeah, it's a shame. Some
Wow.
people,
Except for you, you're 80s.
well, I literally, I don't know. I feel blessed to be one of the chosen ones, right? There was a handful of people in the history of our world that got to really enjoy the 80s at the right time of life. And I just feel, I don't know why I was chosen, but I mean, I've actually been chosen as a prophet to tell people about the 80s. Yeah. There's always one person, kind of like a lampstand.
See, I would have liked to have been around the 60s. That's where I would have I wanted to go to Woodstock.
Well, 60s was a very cannabis decade.
It was
right?
just very loving.
80s was very cocaine.
Acid.
Yeah, that was a whole different. Yeah, I can see. Yeah. Now, mind you, I
You
I
didn't
don't want to go back
partake.
to the 80s because I want cocaine, but but you want the 60s because that would be a very free. Now, but here's the thing, though.
I just
cannabis
love
was so free flowing, but yet it was illegal, wasn't it?
I just honestly, I like the bus. I like the hippie
Oh,
hairstyles. I love the clothing. I love the music. I love the feeling from just there was this like unity, and I kind of feel like you can almost catch a whim of it. Like we went for a walk the other day. How many people were out on the street? There was tons.
Yeah.
And people were smiling. There was like everybody was friendly. Now I know this doesn't happen everywhere, but I really felt like maybe we might be coming into this state of unity again.
Well, they do say they, like, who's they? Like, I mean, how do we know?
Everybody's
how do we know who these people are? But somebody says that when we come out of COVID, that we're going to go into like we could go back into like a late 60s, 70s, like a free love, like a very, like people are afraid that when we come out of COVID, everyone's going to like somehow we've been conditioned and trained to be separate. But I think there's going to be this. So they're saying, yeah, that it's a very close, open people risking things and
well, like
living.
the Roaring 20s.
Yeah, that would be a similar thing too. I think that's going to be the case for like entertainment. I
Mhm.
think live entertainment. I mean, I'm just happy that I've been able to stay alive financially and just squeak through this period,
Mhm.
because I do think that the entertainment world, I think live theater, which was dying, is going to come back with a vengeance. But I think culturally, there's going to be this boom of people trying new things and experimenting and dropping, like they say, the great resignation is coming, where people have realized that they want to try different jobs, and
It
some people
sounds
have already.
biblical.
Yeah, well, it's not. Well, it could be, unless you
It's
unless you
coming.
believe it's the end times or whatever. But I don't
No,
know.
you
I
just
think
said
there's
like the Great Resignation.
yeah, that's what it's called, the Great Resignation. It sounds biblical, but
That's it. I quit.
I quit. That's what's happening. People are like, I'm tired. I'm tired of working at this job where you overwork me. I've learned a lot about being able to work at home, work at my own pace. I've learned to create new skills. I've learned to start a new business that I could create some income while I wasn't able to do whatever my old job was. And people are realizing that they had these passions, they had these skills, they had these desires, they had these things that they always wanted to do. And then COVID stopped them and they realized they had procrastinated. And there's,
I think you're giving people too much credit.
I don't
Honestly,
think so at
I
all.
think there are those people,
Mhm.
but you will also have the people that were used to going to a building from 9 to 5 and enjoyed that life as much as they might have bitched about it on the weekend and TGIF. They enjoyed the fact that they were able to leave their house and go to an office and chat with people on their break and their lunch and then go home.
Yeah.
But now work has changed. So they're doing the same work, but they're doing it at home, paying for their own hydro, their own internet bill, their own phone bill, using their stuff for work. And they're like, why am I doing this when I can find something that's more suitable for myself?
Oh yeah, there will always be a segment of the population that kind of has that.
Mhm.
But I do think though there's going to be an opening up.
Oh yeah.
And it's going to be quite the time for those of us who have had to come through it. A lot of people, we were talking earlier just before taping today about the fact that people who complained, I'm bored. It's like,
Mhm.
okay, well, you just had a year and a half of COVID. Now you know what boredom can feel like. Now you can't be bored anymore.
So my son the other day, he says, I'm going for a walk. And I almost fell off my chair because this kid has shown no desire to go for a walk.
Because he has no legs. It'll be like a miracle.
He might as well have no legs, because for the last year and a half, every time I said I want you to go outside, he'd go, oh, but why? And now he's literally so sick and tired of being in the house that he's like, yeah, I'm getting tired of this.
Yeah.
So I feel like whether you said, you didn't have enough time or now you have too much time, either way, you better come out on the other side of this excited to be on the other side of it.
Appreciating life. And like I said, I think it's a time to explore and to try new things.
That was a big rabbit hole to go on from the word
Yeah.
resin.
Yeah, from resin.
Because I didn't even finish the word.
That's what we were doing, word of the week?
We were.
Oh, I thought we were still in our intro.
No.
Okay, all right, let's get back to word of the week.
Okay. You should put your skate on the ground. Yeah, I seen that look. Okay, so.
Then I wouldn't be able to do that. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, so resin, also known as live resin. There's a reason why it's called live. Okay, it's because it's made from freshly harvested, flash frozen cannabis buds and sugar leaves.
Okay.
Did you get that? I know that was a lot.
Flash frozen leaves.
Okay, so flash frozen, freshly harvested cannabis buds and sugar leaves.
Okay,
so the
freshly, so they pull it up and they freeze it. It's
exactly.
Just like so it's as good as freshly picked.
Exactly. And the reason they flash freeze it is to preserve the essence of the plant. It also gives you more flavor and aroma.
Okay.
So there is an extraction process that is done immediately after you take the plant material out of the freezer. It is used, you used a solvent, or you're supposed to use a solvent with it.
Okay.
Most solvents, all solvents, except for water, which I don't think is actually a solvent per se. But as we talked about with hash, right? Like, anyways, it's either like an alcohol or a gas or something like that they would use to extract the resin from the fresh plant material. However, it is extremely dangerous, and people have been known to. That's why I'm like, I don't even feel comfortable telling you what solvent people use, because all this information is online. You can search it yourself. But with that being said, this is extremely dangerous stuff. People have blown up their houses, their apartments, their families. It best to be left to the people with labs that do closed loop extraction. If you're going to Google that.
Closed loop extraction.
Yes, because that is the safe method on how to create that sort of concentrate. And that's why I just purchase that stuff, because I don't know how to do it, and I'm no scientist, and I don't have a lab, and I just leave it to the experts.
Right.
But that's what live resin is.
So live resin is, let me see if I get this right. It's freshly harvested, flash frozen leaves and buds.
That is put
Sugar
through,
leaves.
yeah, which is put through an extraction process, and then you end up with this like.
Was that the thing that I saw where we went somewhere and they do this press?
That's next week.
Oh, tune in to next week when we talk about.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And very similar. Next week, our word is rosin.
I couldn't believe
This is
how
resin.
little you were getting out of the pressing but anyways,
that
that's a whole
depends on
different
how
thing.
much trichomes are on the plant.
All right, so tune in next week for that episode. All right,
Yes.
so resin.
Resin.
Every time you said flash frozen, I kept thinking of flash dance.
Oh.
I have this interpretive dance.
And you think of
The
that, I
Flash
think
dance.
of the Flash, like, the super fast superhero.
Yeah, he's so far down my superhero list. I don't even.
Super what?
Super what?
Exactly.
Flash Gordon.
That's why he's never in your
I
thoughts.
think that's like a
'cause he-
70s. Was that a 70s show? Flash Gordon.
I don't know.
Anyways, so our high five list today.
High five.
High five. We wanted to specifically, even though we are 80s themes, we did want to celebrate Duran Duran Appreciation Day.
Yes.
What's interesting is that this day is Duran Duran didn't set it up. It was a disc jockey. I can't remember which city he was from.
Okay.
He was a disc jockey, and he just picked this particular day because it was his birthday. So
happy birthday.
Yeah, so on my birthday, I am going to officially call it Share Appreciation Day. So Share Appreciation Day is July 21st. So next July 21st, we will all celebrate Share Appreciation Day. But today, because he got to it first, we do Duran Duran Appreciation. So I got these. These are my top 5 interesting facts about the musical band Duran Duran.
Okay.
And if you're in the age group that's like, who? Google them up. Not hard to find, because they were one of the most popular bands in the world. Okay, get this. They started in 1978.
Okay.
Their first album came out in 1981, which was just called Duran Duran. Okay, for those kids, D-U-R-A-N. Just use the first word, copy, paste, put it up there, then push send. So 1981. So the bulk of their most famous work were through the 80s. They started in 1978. They were part of the British kind of invasion of stuff that was coming in through the 70s and 80s. 100 million records were sold by Duran Duran. They're on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. 14 studio albums. Okay, you probably recognize some of the songs to this day. Ordinary World, The Reflex.
I'm literally sitting here like blank because I don't know.
Hungry Like a Wolf.
I do know that one.
Right. That one actually was in an earlier episode. We did top 5 new terms for the Munchies. And I said it should just be called Hungry Like a Wolf.
Okay.
That's what that reference
throwback.
was. Right.
You like those throwbacks.
I do like those throwbacks. Girls on Film, which was something something they had done. It was actually banned on MTV. Remember MTV?
When they actually used to play music?
Yeah, it was banned on MTV and the BBC, but I think everything gets banned on the BBC. And then like Rio's a great song too. Anyways, I know this is out of your
yeah.
This is out of your thing, but here we go. Here's some interesting facts though. Interesting facts.
Oh, those weren't any of the facts?
No, that was just
Oh.
that was just.
I learned so much already. Okay.
Those were just like facts. Like
my head hurts.
I couldn't put 100 million albums sold as one of my top 5 interesting facts.
Okay,
It was
so
just an
let's see
interesting
what you
fact.
have for
now
the
we're going for the top
interesting.
5 interesting facts because you found some of those interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, how about these? Number 5 on Timmy's high 5 list. Princess Diana, the late Princess Diana, one of my favorite princesses of all time, said multiple times publicly that Duran Duran was her favorite band. So the people's princess gives them the stamp of approval. So if you love Princess Di, check out Duran Duran. Because
who didn't love Princess Di? She
right?
was the people's princess.
And if she says Duran Duran is the best, who are we to argue at that point? But true story. She was publicly, and they were flattered, as I would be too.
Yeah.
If she was still around today, I'm sure Timmy Boyle would be one of her favorite comedians. But we'll never know. So we'll just assume that
I'm
would
like
have been her choice.
trying to imagine a world that she still existed.
Right? Sad. We don't want to get into a sad thing. Here we go.
No, it'd be an amazing world.
Number 4 on Timmy's high 5 list on Duran Duran Appreciation Day. They used to perform in a nightclub called Barbarella. Okay. So their name came from a character in the movie Barbarella. There was a movie Barbarella with Jane Fonda, I believe, back in what did I have here? 1968. It was a sci-fi film. And there was a character in that movie named Mr. Durand Durand. So they just took off the D's. I don't know why. I don't know why you would just call yourself Durand Durand. It is harder to say. Try saying it. Durand Durand. It makes sense.
Oh my
to pull
God,
the D's
that's
up.
like the rural
Durand,
juror.
rural juror.
I'm in that movie, the
rural
rural juror.
Yeah, check out 30 Rock for that reference there. So that's where they named it from. It was actually a character from a sci-fi movie from the 60s called Barbarella, which was the same name of a club that they used to perform in back in England. And his name was Mr. Durand Durand. But I now know why they dropped the D's, because Duran Duran flows better. Number 3 on my list of Duran Duran interesting facts. There were 3 tailors in the band. Now, that's not an interesting fact if you know the band.
Like by profession or by name?
Nick Rhodes, John Taylor,
name.
Roger Taylor, Andy Taylor, and Simon Le Bon.
And
now,
none of them were related?
None of them were related.
Oh, that's messed up.
None of them were related.
I call hashtag bullshit on that. How are they all 3 of them tailors?
Right?
That's like, hey, we're putting out a casting call for all musicians with the last name Baker or Boyle.
Well, they tried putting that out for Le Bon's, and they couldn't find any more. So they were like, okay, let's go. Should we go with Rhodes or Taylor? And they're like, let's go with Taylor. So they went and they got 3. So 3 other 5 bands. It reminds me of my junior high class. Back in junior high, I had in my class, I might not get this exactly right.
Or you
but
say it's Ryan?
No. So there were 2 Tims.
Okay.
Okay, like if you're in this class, just understand you'll get the principle, even if I'm not right. There were 2 Tims, there were 2 Andreas, 2 Sarahs, 2 Kathys, 2 Jasons, and I think there was a couple. Was it? Did I say Andrea already?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe that was it. But literally half our class was made up of 5 names.
You know why that is?
If you were in that class, you know who you are.
You know what happens?
What?
Everybody watches television. Like, okay, so I named my son Aiden.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, yeah, because you know him. That's what you've been calling him. So when I named him, I thought it was like super rare. Never heard anybody with that name before. Now, this was 2005. Fast forward, I started hearing about Aiden, Braden, Jaden, Caden, Hayden. And I'm like, what is going on? Payden?
Right now, everybody.
You know what happened? I didn't watch soap operas.
Oh, see, that's why you should watch soap operas.
The hot doctor on one of the soaps was Aiden.
Right.
So all the other women that are pregnant at home
Yeah.
watching soap operas, they're all like, "Oh, Sarah."
That's why that's why
Oh, Tim.
That's why junior high classes in the early 2000s or late 2000s had like 2 Rosses, 2 Rachels, 2 Monicas.
Oh
only
my
one
God,
Phoebe.
the Phoebe.
5 Phoebes.
Do you know how to spell Phoebe?
Phoebe.
P as in Phoebe, H as in Hebe, O as in Obi, E as in EB, B as in BB, and E as in hello there, mate.
I'll give you a high five for that one. So 3 Taylors, not related. Number 2 on my list of Duran Duran interesting facts. They actually wrote a Bond song. So, the James Bond movies. So in 1985, it was A View to a Kill with Roger Moore. He was one of my favorite Bonds. And they wrote the Bond song for that.
Oh.
It was called A View to Kill. But this is interesting. It's the only James Bond song that reached number 1 in the US. So Duran Duran wrote a Bond song for one of the James Bond movies, and it reached number 1. Only James Bond song to do that. In the UK, it was, I guess recently is relative, but it was only recently passed by Adele's Skyfall, which she did for not Roger Craig, Craig, that guy. His last name's Craig. What's that James Bond guy's name? Michael Craig? Jimmy Craig?
I'm
Jimmy
not,
Craig
I'm
Corn,
not
and
into
I don't
the
care.
Bond. I'm not into the Bond.
I have
the only one I know is that dun 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 dun. Oh wait, that's Mission
No,
Impossible.
that's Mission Impossible.
See, this is how much I watched
like
those.
Ethan
Like
Hunt. Yeah.
I thought it was Tom Cruise.
It was. Yeah. Yeah. He
Oh
plays
my
Ethan
God.
Hunt. That's okay. It doesn't matter.
I don't. Yeah, it might as well be. What's that guy who goes to the Nakatomi Tower?
That's John McClane. And that's
See,
not
thank
funny.
you. I thought it was.
And the number one interesting Duran Duran fact on Timmy's high five list is that they have a board game.
Get
1985.
out. Shut up.
Yeah, an actual board. It's called Into the Arena, and it came out in 1985. A Duran Duran board game. I have not seen
They made some really weird board games.
I
What
have
is
not
that about?
seen. I don't know.
You just.
But
know...
I want to find it on eBay. I want to try to find it. Look. Bon Jovi is, I think, one of the best bands coming. Bon Jovi doesn't have a board game.
Are you sure?
I don't know. I need to know.
You didn't look yet.
Does AC/DC have one? Does Def Leppard have one? They probably have. I bet you they have Monopoly games, like the Bon Jovi Monopoly games. They have Monopoly
there's a
games
Monopoly everything.
There's like a Monopoly Belleville.
There's Weedopoly.
What? Yeah, well, that makes sense.
And Ghettopoly.
Ghettopoly. That's not right.
No, there really is.
There is?
Yeah.
What's the most expensive street on that one?
I think it's someplace in Oshawa.
It's
like Wentworth or something.
All right. Well, if you live on Wentworth in Oshawa, you're famous now. All right. So that was my high five list. Interesting fact. Those were interesting.
They were really interesting.
I think ultimately, though, I enjoyed the 3 Taylor one. But anyways.
I still call bullshit.
We'll look into that, and we'll also find out how we can buy one of those games.
Yes.
Okay. Mary Jane's strain. Let's get into that.
Okay, so this strain is a particularly one that's close to my heart because I just tried this and was knocked on my ass. I don't want to say it. Okay, I was knocked on my ass. I'm just gonna say it.
Believe me, we've already lost listeners at this point. So
visitors. So it's called GMO cookies. And it's by Spinach. And I generally don't like GMO anything.
Cookies with spinach.
Well, Spinach is the company, the licensed producer that's making the product.
Okay.
But the GMO stands for garlic, mushrooms, no monkeys.
And ostrich.
Onions.
Oakville. Onions.
It's funny because when you go to Pita Pit, they ask you, would you like OMG? And it's onions, mushrooms, green pepper.
Oh, that's smart.
Right? And this is GMO. Guys, spinach, you failed. It should have been OMG.
Yeah, OMG.
Onion, mushroom, garlic,
Yeah,
because
but they knew somebody else already did that, so give them some credit.
Well, GMO kind of like I was a little hesitant, but of course I'm a researcher and did the
What
research.
about MOG? Mog.
Mog.
It
sounds like a game, like those Pogs.
Yeah. Let's play some.
See, that's a '90s thing too.
Yeah, it is actually.
Yeah. All right. So, GMO cookies is a very, very strong indica. Comes with percentages THC of 24 to 31.
Okay, from basically what you've been telling me, that's high.
Yes.
Like I would have a problem with that one.
Yes. When I go into the store and they ask me, do you want indica, sativa, or hybrid? I just giggle and say, I don't go by that.
Right. Yeah.
I go by THC levels. I go by licensed producer, like which company makes it, depending on whether it's an edible or, flower. So I'm really willing to try anything once because I like to see what my experience is with everything. So after trying the GMO cookies, it makes sense why you would get these effects, the following effects of euphoric.
Wait, can I guess? Red eyes?
No, I'll give you
mouth?
that. Those are those are possible side effects.
Oh,
yes.
those are side effects. Okay.
Yes. But that's to say with like most cannabis, right?
Oh,
Dry mouth.
Name me a cannabis strain that doesn't give you red eyes and dry mouth. That seems to be a regular theme.
Yeah, I haven't had any yet. Yeah, those are telltale signs of cannabis consumption. So.
Right now, my mouth is dry and my eyes are probably
Some
red, but
water.
that's because I didn't sleep well and
It's
I
warm
haven't
in
drank enough
here.
water. And it's warm in here. I'm gonna take off these shorts.
Okay, so with the THC being very high, you get a sense of like just this overall euphoric, drowsy, sleepy, kind of like just chill. This is my experience. It was just like a very, very chill experience. So when I was researching the terpenes, it says that it's caryophyllene or caryophyllene. I never know how to pronounce that one.
Okay.
Humulene, limonene, myrcene, and neuralidol. And the very interesting thing that that I read on their website, I giggle because I've said this to you before. This weed smells like chicken noodle soup.
Right. Yes.
Right?
Yep.
I've said this to numerous people and I'm like, I don't know what this is, but it smells like my grandma's chicken noodle soup. And everybody thinks I'm crazy. Now I'm starting to wonder because Nana used to smoke.
Okay.
And she'd always smoke in the kitchen. And she would always make chicken noodle soup. And I wonder if she used chicken noodle soup to help cover up the smell of her joints.
Oh.
I can't ask her because she's not around anymore.
Right.
But I wonder if because she was smoking weed and cooking chicken noodle soup, if her strain of cannabis triggers this memory of chicken noodle soup for me. So I don't know if that's what it is, but whatever this terpene is that I just stated before, one of those to me smells like chicken noodle soup. And I giggled because when I did research on their website, it says you can't make soup out of it, but it sure goes nicely in a bowl. And I thought, chicken noodle soup. It was like it was confirmed.
Right. Okay.
But not confirmed. I just want to add
you're on the right path.
The GMO cookies by Spinach is cost friendly. If you can find it at one of your local retail stores, great, because it's all sold out on the OCS website. It is a very a desired strain because high THC, lower cost.
OMG.
Right?
Right?
GMO cookies.
Mog.
And that's it. That's the strain. Like you just took a drink. That's Mary Jane's strain for the week.
Mary Jane's strain. All right. So now we just talked about a strain. We're going to do. Usually we do strain or no strain with the occasional guest. We've played strain or no strain.
Yes.
So there's some on this list that I just wanted to kind of run through with you, and see whether you can pick out which ones are strains and which ones are not strains.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm worried about where you got your list. Don't worry.
You don't need to be worried.
Okay.
Okay. Here we go. Strain or no strain with Mary Jane Baker. Who's done this game before? Jenaway McLean did it,
Yeah.
and she did very well.
Mm-hmm.
Who
I
else
think
did it?
that was the only one.
No, I think someone else did it. Doesn't matter. You're going to be able to kill it here. Are you ready?
Sure.
Here we go. Purple monkey balls.
I want to say yes.
Is that your final answer?
Sure.
It is, in fact, a strain. Purple
Ah.
monkey balls is a strain, everybody. OMG.
Something I would probably try once.
Right? Okay. So 1 for 1. Lady J.
No. I feel like that's a rapper.
No, that is a G.I. Joe character.
Oh.
I made that one up. She's one of my
Okay.
favorites. She's one of my favorite fictional characters.
And see,
of all
I wouldn't
time.
have known that because I don't watch
Lady
G.I.
J.
Joe.
Mafia burger.
Oh, no. Is it a strain? I've never heard of it.
Why are you so adamant that it might not be?
No.
You convinced?
Yeah, it sounds like a burger restaurant.
It is not a strain. Good for you.
Okay.
You are 3 for 3. I literally came up with that one by going onto a website that said, we will just put 2 words randomly together. And those 2 words got put randomly together.
Mafia burger.
Yeah, but it sounds like it could be a strain name. I would
It
think.
actually, it to me, it sounds like it's a restaurant.
Okay. So
With
you're 3
like
for
two
3.
two shadow guys, like with the hats, the mafia burger.
I think you're going to get this one. Yeah. Larry OG.
Oh, that's definitely a strain.
So why is Larry an OG? Well,
He
does
was
anybody
grown
know
by
who
the
Larry is?
ocean.
Okay. All right. 4 for 4. Moon Climax.
Oh, no.
Wow, you're nailing this thing. That's 5. 5 for 5. You're going to pass no matter what you do with these next ones. Smurfberry.
Okay, so my brain is saying that sounds like a strain somebody would name if they didn't know what the bag was. And they'd be like, oh, it's like blue, and I'll call it Smurfberry. So I'm going to say no.
It is a strain. I thought it would be like a cereal.
Okay.
Like a children's cereal.
Do you know who it's by?
I do not know, but it is a strain.
I want to
Type in
look that up.
Google Smurfberry. So you have 5, 5 and 1. And last one, Papa Shango.
No. I feel like you're trying to trick me with that.
That is, in fact, a wrestler.
And I did not know that either.
He was a voodoo expert, Papa Shango. He creeped me out. He was on wrestling. Well, that was good. You got like you got 6 out of 7. Very good.
I'm sad though. I didn't get a perfect game.
I know Smurfberry.
I take competitions very seriously.
Smurfberry. Well, Google it up. You just make sure if you want to fact check.
Alexa.
Yes. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, I was being quiet for a second because if you are listening to Alexa right now, I apologize.
Hey, Alexa. Turn off bedroom light. Just in case.
Yeah. So I like to play song quiz. It's a game you can play with it. So you just activate quiz on road, and it said where I'm from the land of cannabis. Because I thought I was just being smart and I was having a little bit of fun. Turns out I go to play and it says your opponent is the magnificent Miss Mary Jane Baker from the land of cannabis. And I was like, oh no. So no matter what I do, I can't lose.
So you were playing with yourself.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Is it weird that I was in the bathroom at the time?
Did you win?
I thought we went over this. I was playing myself.
So you did win.
Yes, I won. I remembered. I have to say yes. Okay. Yes,
All right,
I won.
All right, nice.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Alexa drives me crazy. I hate when she says, I'll be like, Alexa, turn off my bedroom lights. And she'll be like, turning off just turn the
You
lights
don't
off,
even
Alexa.
have Alexa.
Well, I have Google.
Is that why you hate Alexa? Because you don't? She's not even at your
Okay,
house.
fine. I have Google. If you want true story stuff, I have Google. And I'll
Yes.
and
Who is Timmy Boyle?
Yeah.
And then ask, who is Mary Jane Baker? But you have to ask Google, not Alexa.
Ask Google, who is Timmy Boyle?
Yes.
Who is Mary Jane Baker?
Yes.
That's a test. And then mention in the comments below this video.
What it says.
Yeah, tell us what it said.
Yeah.
All right. Let's teach Timmy. Like when it's teaching Timmy day, I get
You're
all
gonna
excited.
have to move that skate though.
Or please don't send me away.
He's crying.
Please don't send me away.
Bye.
Goodbye, Mr. Boot. Goodbye, everybody.
Oh my God. It's like the IKEA commercial. Do you remember that one with the
Podcast
lamp?
people are wondering what in the world's going on. Why are they making weird voices?
Do you remember the IKEA lamp commercial?
Yeah, I made you cry.
Every time. Do you feel sorry for this lamp? I don't understand. It's just a lamp. You left it on the curb. That's why it's a perfectly good lamp.
I can't get my boot back on.
Okay,
All right, I
so
won't put it
teaching
where I
Timmy, we're gonna need your space there.
Teaching Timmy.
It's hands-on, but not quite hands-on.
Okay,
So,
all right.
like I said, we're trying to build education for newbies.
Yes.
So new consumers, just like babies, small children, when you're introducing new food into their diet, you should introduce one new thing at a time, and you should monitor how they react.
Right.
So in this, we are going to, I got you a nice binder.
So it says healthcare, but it
Yes.
also says heal, care, THC. Well, I guess it says heal R. Anyways, doesn't matter. It has THC in the middle.
Yes.
I like how you did that.
Yes. Thank you.
Health
I would like to take credit for that, but
it's not
it's
you?
not my idea, no.
Okay. All right. Well, it's a very good idea. Whoever did it.
Yes. So I got you a binder specifically instead of a little book with like pages that are stuck in it, because I feel if you're going to have a book, you should be able to move the pages around.
Okay.
Just so that way, if some people like tabs, you put all the strains that you like in the front, all the strains you don't
Okay.
like in the back. You can organize it by indica, sativa, hybrid, however you want to do it, alphabetical order, yada, yada.
Okay, I can see already the benefit of having a notebook. It seems like a lot. It's kind of like how I learned so much about my diet.
Yep.
When I started to track my food. And some people are like, "Oh, I don't want to take the time to track my food. It takes too much time." But when I was tracking my food daily for like a month solid when I first started doing it, I learned so much about how poorly I was eating, how quickly I can get carbs in, how quickly the sugar can go up, how little fiber I was getting.
Well, it's not
And I
only
can see that can happen with cannabis. Is like there's so much science that you've been teaching me about.
Well, for somebody that has, like myself, who has adverse reactions to certain foods, I've had to keep a food diary. Like you're saying, track what you're eating. If I end up getting an upset stomach or a bathroom issue later on in the day, I can then go back over that book and say, now, what did I eat?
Right.
What did I put in my body that made me feel so crappy? And this is exactly the purpose of the book, is because as you're trying new things, even consumers that have been smoking for years, maybe you have never tried an edible, or you had an edible and you had a bad experience. This is a great way to monitor what you're taking, how much, and all of that.
Right, because we've talked about the fact that when we first met, and you had introduced me, because I was like, I want to try some new things, and
Yes.
you introduced me to cannabis. All three of them were very different responses.
Yep.
The third one made me say, I'm not going to smoke again. Obviously.
And the third one, I'll let you know, Timmy, was about 23% THC.
Right, which I've learned recently is pretty high.
Yes.
Right. So I can see the value of something like this, because I don't actually remember anything about. I know the 3 experiences that I had,
This was 2 years ago.
but I don't know
Like
what
this
they
is
what they
over
were.
2 years ago. that
So
it's
yeah, it
been,
would be
yeah.
it would be interesting to have written this down even at the time, and we'll walk through some of it now because I'm interested to know what kind of questions you would even ask.
Absolutely.
But to go back and go, like say, I wanted to have a smoke one day. Like I'm not opposed to ever. I don't see myself necessarily doing it, but who knows? I didn't see
You could be
myself.
at a party, later
Yeah.
on this summer, and somebody might say, "Hey, would you like a cannabis beverage?"
And it would be good for me to know what affected me and what didn't. So I would know,
Well,
it's
that's
all
the
about
thing.
being informed, right?
Drinking and eating, as we've learned, hits you differently than smoking.
Right.
Different THC levels, different products, different everything. So in your book.
Okay, so what would I do? How would I track this for
Okay.
newbies who are out there?
So first page, you're going to write at the very top the date and time of day.
Date and time of day.
Yeah.
So am I doing today's date?
Just put date and then put time of day.
Date and time.
Because we're going to leave yours blank for now.
Okay, so date and time.
Yeah.
Do you think that is important for, like, does cannabis affect you? Like if I was to track something like this, could I be able to pick up a pattern and go, wait a minute, in the evenings it affects me different, or in the mornings, or
so you are a statistics person?
Yes. See, I would break all this down.
You absolutely, and this is why I'm going to give you a couple different things, okay? And we'll talk about what you're getting at after you get all this on the paper.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
So, how are you feeling before?
Okay. So before feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then in brackets, if you needed to, you could put like stressed, tired, happy.
Right.
So basically your overall state.
Okay.
Then you're going to put, what did you consume? So was it flour? Was it an edible?
Was it a tincture?
Right.
Was it a topical? Was it a
did you
concentrate extract?
Yes, you got it. All right. Okay. So what did you consume?
Okay. What did I consume?
Was it an edible? Right. I said that. What strain was it? If it was flour.
Is that a different line?
So this is in the what do you consume?
Mm-hmm.
You need to break it down.
Okay. So it would be like, so I'd have to rewrite this out to make, we should have like some sort of like.
We might have to do this digitally and see if we could do like a spreadsheet.
Yeah. Can we do that? Can we create kind of like a downloadable printout?
I think maybe we should. So that way people can get this.
Yeah.
Because this would be a great tool.
Okay. So I would have to mark down my strain.
Yep.
And I'd have
what
to mark
form
down
of cannabis was it?
Yeah.
And then you have to do how much of it.
My goodness. See, this is the thing, is that right away I can already, like, by not doing this, it's just it's like it's a flat out crapshoot, because what if you could have the same strain, but take it in a different form, and the only thing you change is how much. So you could have the same strain, same form, and then you change the quantity, and that could affect it. Or if you change the form but have the same strain and the same quantity, that could affect it.
What about your mood?
There's a whole, I can see.
What about your mood?
People don't want to take the time to do this, but I would suggest, just because I've seen what it does for me with food, changed my life once I realized what food was doing to me. I can see the value of this.
People don't do this with alcohol either, but they should. Most people just go to the beer store, they buy a 12-pack of beer, and then, they drink the 12 and go, oh, I don't feel so good. And next time they know, maybe I'll try 6.
Yeah.
It's like it's a trial and error, but you should be writing this stuff down.
Yeah. Okay.
So the other thing you should, after how much, would be how are you feeling afterwards?
So that's the after feeling.
Yeah.
After feeling.
And then just have a spot for notes. Anything you want to write. Sometimes a certain strain might make you feel creative.
Okay. Yeah, this as a stat person, I would run this through a spreadsheet.
Yeah, I know
right
you
away,
would.
because I'd want to see stuff like if any of these factors, I can understand now why like medical experiments and scientific experiments take so long sometimes to figure out, because Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis
talk
from both sides.
Is that even possible?
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's September the 4th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I'm live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. As I've mentioned in the past, Cindy is off. She is out west doing some training on her psychedelics, so she won't return for about another 3 weeks, somewhere in there, the end of the month. So until then, it's myself, and occasionally Steve will fill in for Cindy. Steve didn't answer his alarm this morning, so he's out west. So it's 6 o'clock in the morning out there. So I'll be going alone today, but who knows? He may show up tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but Thursday, and he may show up before this broadcast is over. So there's a possibility of that as well. So I'll get started on my first story of the day, and hopefully I can get all the stories in because the storm is just blowing in here. And I'm watching the trees go sideways, so we'll see what happens. Okay, first story, as I mentioned, here we go. Headline comes to us from Marijuana Moment, and it is 2 in 3 American voters support legalizing marijuana nationwide. Poll shows as Trump weighs rescheduling. There is a difference, people, between rescheduling and descheduling. About 2 in 3 American voters say legalizing cannabis nationwide would be a good idea, according to a new poll. Now, as advocates and stakeholders await a decision from President Donald Trump on a more robust rescheduling proposal, the survey from the Emerson College found that 65% of registered voters are in favor of going further by ending prohibition altogether. Just 35% said legalization is a bad idea. Now, the 65% who support figure marks a 5 percentage point increase compared to the last time the Emerson College inquired about the issue last October. So that's not, it's gone up 5% in that short amount of time. So that's good. Now, Democrats were the most likely to back legalization at 80%. That was followed by independents at 66% and Republicans at 49%. Now, the majority support for reform extended across all age demographics except those 70 and older. They say that they are narrowly divided on legalization, with 52% against and 48% in favor. So a little bit on the downside there. Support is highest among voters under 30. That's at 71%. and in their 40s, which is at 74, according to Spencer Kimball, executive director of the Emerson College polling. Now, what else does it say? It says if Trump was to make a decision about legalizing, boy, that would really turn things around on his favorability, which has been pretty stagnant for the last few months, according to Kimball. Now, the survey involved interviews with one is the latest in a series of polls investigating public opinion on cannabis. And they say, for example, recently released polling data from the Pew Research found that an overwhelming majority of Americans, nearly 9 in 10, support legalizing cannabis in some form. The numbers are there. The numbers are there. The percentage, the people have spoken. They want cannabis to be legalized, not just rescheduled. Legalized. There is a difference. If you don't know, you're not sure, there's all kinds of information available online for you to take a look at, because I haven't got all the time right now to explain it all, but I would look into that if you are concerned about the two of them. All right, on to my next story. This one comes to me from the Medical Express. Headline says, Beyond the Trip, How Compounds Derived from Psychedelics Could Help Treat Inflammatory Conditions. Now, psychedelic drugs, well known for their powerful effects on perception and emotion, may hold the key to treating a wide range of inflammatory diseases, where new therapies are urgently needed, from neurodegenerative conditions to gut and respiratory disorders. Birmingham researchers have highlighted the emerging therapeutic potential of a new class of compounds derived from psychedelics, which they coined PIPI, so hippie drugs. Well, they could pronounce it PIPI. The psychedelic drug informed, but psychedelic experience and inactive drugs, that's what it all stands for. It could mean that it is open the door to safe, targeted therapies for widespread use in clinical settings. Now, in a review published in the British Journal of Pharmacology, scientists led by Professor Nicholas Barnes, principal founder and CEO of the University of Birmingham, examined emerging evidence on how psychedelics may do far more than alter consciousness by influencing immune system function, making psychedelics-derived medicines promising candidates for diseases and conditions featuring inflammation. Hey, right here. Now, psychedelics alone influence neuroinflammation, which is a critical factor in chronic and debilitating brain diseases such as Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease, schizophrenia, depression, and the consequences of neurotrauma. Now, a key drug market of psychedelics is the serotonin receptors in the brain. Yet, these receptors are also found in other tissues, including the immune cells, and significantly, the anti-inflammatory actions of psychedelics may be biologically distinct from the mechanisms responsible for their hallucinogenic effects. This means it may be possible to develop next-generation treatments that harness the therapeutic power of psychedelics without introducing hallucinations or changes in perception, and these molecules are now beginning to emerge. Now, Professor Barnes, who has studied the 5-HT receptor system for over 40 years, and is the chair of the IUPHAR 5-HT receptor nomenclatural committee, said this fight highlights a frontier in psychedelic research that could transform how we treat some of the most challenging and persistent diseases of our time. He goes on to say it may mark a major shift in how we address chronic diseases where inflammation delivers pathology. As PIPI drugs move into clinical investigations, they say that they hope that their therapeutic potential is translated to deliver benefits to patients. So hopefully, as things more studies are done and more reports come out that psychedelics will become more mainstream in order to help patients and make things better for patients, improve their quality of life. It's nice to be able to have a cure for everything, but until we can do that, then improving someone's quality of life, there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. So, all right, on to my next story, and this one comes to me from the International Cannabis Business. There we go. Bring it right there. Conference. There we go. Now, cannabis proposal signature submitted to Ecuador National Assembly. Do we have another country that is about to legalize? Maybe. And here we go. It says Ecuador has sorted paths when it comes to cannabis policy. Like many of its continental peers, Ecuador has experienced a significant amount of violent cartel activity over the years. Geographically positioned between Peru and Colombia, two of the largest cocaine-producing countries, Ecuador's cannabis policies have historically been driven by a war on drugs mentality among its leaders. Now, for a long time, Ecuador's cannabis policies did not differentiate between personal cannabis activity and large-scale trafficking activity. Both sets of cannabis activity resulted in harsh penalties for people caught by authorities. And in 2013, Ecuador's National Assembly passed a new criminal code, which went into effect in 2014. The new criminal code effectively decriminalized the personal possession of up to 10 grams of cannabis. Unfortunately, the public policy change would later be repealed. Now, cannabis advocates in Ecuador, affiliated with Network of Cannabis Organization and Individuals of Ecuador, launched an initiative in 2023 to gather the necessary number of signatures to force consideration of a cannabis regulation measure. Now, RedCan recently submitted the first batch of signatures to Ecuador's National Assembly. It says here, the Network of Cannabis Organizations and Individuals of Ecuador presented some 20,000 signatures to the National Assembly as part of the popular normative initiative process that seeks to regulate the use of cannabis in the country. It goes on to say that we're going to use the signature collection as a two-pronged strategy to follow the process established by the CNE and to begin stimulating the debate within the National Assembly. We're also submitting a letter to the President of the Legislative Assembly and the Health, Economic Development, and Justice Committees, stated Gabriel Boutron, president of or spokesperson for RedCan. Now, Ecuador's initiative process requires that the equivalent total of valid signatures amount to 0.25% of the total voter registration in the country, which is about 35,000 signatures. Now, RedCan's goal is to gather the remaining 15,000 signatures by October. And if they succeed, Ecuador's parliament will have 180 days to process the proposal. Now, the initiative aims to place cannabis under government control, to allow adults to obtain a medical prescription, to tax the prescriptions, and to invest the generated revenue to education and prevention. The proposal also seeks to create a National Institute for Cannabis Regulation. Well, let's hope there's some legalization in there, because I just hate it when you hear that patients are being taxed for their medication, because patients shouldn't be taxed for the medication. Hey, Cindy, how you doing? Thanks for the thumbs up. I don't know if you caught the beginning of the show, but I think maybe Steve slept in today. So, alrighty. Oh, I got what? 1, 2, 3, 4. I got one more story to bring up before I go to break, and let's see what it is. Oh, we're going back on the psychedelic end of things. There we go. This story today comes to me from greenstate.com. Headline there says, why Why shrooms help some people and not others? Cannabis is the same thing, different. That in my mind, it is. They said your genes play a role in how you respond to magic mushrooms. Well, studies have shown that psilocybin or magic mushrooms can help treat patients with generalized anxiety disorder. Current data indicates that it does not have a high efficiency rate. In a recent phase 2 clinical trial, only 44% of participants responded to the psilocybin treatment. However, a study which was published in the International Journal of Psychopharmacology found a new way to identify which individuals with GAD, which is the generalized anxiety disorder, are likely to respond to psilocybin treatment. It says that this study was the first study to utilize multi-omic approach to look at psychedelic treatment for mental illness. Now, the researchers analyzed samples of blood taken from 11 participants who responded to psilocybin and 13 participants who did not respond to the treatment. They identified 5 genes that were differentially expressed in responders, but not in non-responders. Through a cluster analysis, they were also able to identify the expression levels of 4 genes. Now, these genes separated 45% of participants who responded to psilocybin from all other participants, suggesting that these genes may play a role in one's reaction to psilocybin. The implications of these results have the potential to significantly help doctors prescribe the most effective treatments possible. By being able to differentiate between patients who do react well to psilocybin versus those who do not, doctors will be able to direct those who might not respond well to alternative therapies. Being able to isolate the patients that do not have this genetic predisposition means that those patients can receive treatment that is likely to be more effective faster, bypassing the potential adverse side effects from psilocybin. Now, while the implications are vast, further study is needed to validate these genes as treatment response biomarkers and predictors of treatment response. So there you go. Who knows? Maybe they'll be able to pre-test you to see if you're going to respond favorably to the treatment. And as I said, that may reduce people who may not respond well. And instead of dealing with the nasty side effects or something, or maybe being disappointed, they'll know that ahead of time and just move on to something else. So, alrighty, it is halfway through the show. I got 4 stories done, and I got 4 more to go. But time for me to go to break. And right after that, I got those stories for you. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I'm live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, I'm back. We're live. Already got to bring up 4 more news stories, and we're going to be talking, I'm going to say, psychedelics for 3 of 4 stories that we're going to be touching on. And so I'll just get right at her. Here we go. First story. This comes to me from Entrepreneur. Headline says, U.S. military adds psilocin to drug testing policy. Ooh. Yep, U.S. military personnel will start being tested for psilocin, a chemical found in psychedelic mushrooms, on October 1st, so within the next month. According to Marijuana Moment, they say here. The changes stems from a memo last month containing updates to the Pentagon's drug policy, which cited the risks of impairment and subsequent deterioration of security, military fitness, readiness, good order, and discipline as justification for adding psilocin to the drug panels. So is alcohol banned there? Just making sure, not 100% sure, but I hope it is. Now they say here, the Department of Defense maintains a zero tolerance policy prohibiting drug use, and we remain committed to continually expanding drug testing capabilities and enhancing our education and prevention efforts by providing effective information on drug misuse, including the use of psilocin, according to a statement from the DoD. Now, the change comes as veterans are increasingly looking to psychedelics like psilocybin, another psychedelic found in magic mushrooms, and MDMA as potential sources of relief from treatment-resistant conditions like depression and post-traumatic stress injury, as we like to call it here. Meanwhile, psychedelic mushrooms remain a Schedule I substance, which is supposed to be reserved for drugs with no currently accepted medical use and a high potential for abuse. That hasn't stopped State Oregon and Colorado, however, from legalizing and regulating medicinal access to psilocybin at the state level. Now, in 2024, the Army started testing service members for Delta 8 THC. So there you go. They're going to be start testing military personnel for psilocin to see if anybody is taking any mushrooms. And who knows, maybe that's a patient who hasn't spoken up yet. And I hate to see a patient get into trouble for something that they find is benefiting them. So, all right, on to my next story. And this one comes to me for StratCan. Headline there says, the Dutch cannabis coffee shop trial moves to the next phase with local hash supply. That's right. September 1st marks the first day coffee shops participating in the Netherlands cannabis supply pilot project will only be able to sell hashish from regulated sources. That's right. Yeah. Now, the Dutch government announced its plans for a closed-loop supply chain project in 2022, which includes exploring the possibility of closed cannabis chain for cannabis coffee shops in several cities across the country. Now, beginning in April of 2025, participating coffee shops in 10 cities in the Netherlands were only able to sell cannabis from authorized growers.
but were allowed to continue to source and sell hashish from the illicit market for a limited time, now giving regulated suppliers more time to get established. There are currently 7 growers harvesting and supplying legal cannabis to those participating coffee shops. Now, as of September the 1st, the 75 participating coffee shops are also required to source the hash from the 5 regulated suppliers they've been sourcing cannabis flower from. Now, the selection of Dutch-made hash has expanded considerably, according to the NRC, which is a daily paper in the Netherlands. It says, regular customers, with few exceptions, have switched fairly easily. One participating coffee shop owner in Zaanstad told the NRC in April, who said at the time that he planned to remove 5 black market source varieties from the menu as of September the 1st. However, the owner, along with others, told the NRC that it would be difficult to replace all hash products that their customers like with Dutch ones, especially well-known products like Moroccan hash. Now, according to the owner of Zaanstad, they say, I think the conclusion of the experiment is that we can't replace Moroccan hash with Dutch products alone. Look at the board there. All the products they got for sale. Now, first announced in 2022, the goal of the Dutch closed-loop experiment is to explore the possibility of a quality-controlled cannabis production and distribution system in the country as an alternative to the long-standing tolerance policy that has not legal but tolerated coffee shops. Now, their points of sales and unregulated illicit growers who supply them. However, when the Dutch government fell in June of this year, the cannabis pilot project was included in a list of controversial topics. NRC's reporting notes that although both the Christian Union and the Christian Democratic Appeal parties initially voted in favor of the cannabis experiment, both parties now want to end it, according to their election manifestos. Let's just hope it's not going to end it like I don't know. See what happens here. Now, the CDA writes, we're pulling the plug on the weed experiment. We're introducing a weed tax until we're done with the weed experiment. We're using part of the proceeds to discourage drug use by providing more information in schools about the dangers of drug addiction. Now, the NRC reports that the Christian Union calls that cannabis trial disastrous and wants to end it immediately. So when they're calling it disastrous, it sounds like ending it completely outright. And I guess that puts, some people would be happy with that because I'm sure there's people who preferred the old system. And then there would be some people, especially business owners, that maybe put some money into the new system. Obviously, maybe out. So, all right. On to my next story. These 2 next stories, we'll find out. I don't know. We'll find out. Here we go. Headline. This one comes to me from Mugglehead Magazine. Headline on there says American priest ousted by church for psilocybin advocacy. Now, it says that Episcopal priest who founded a Christian psychedelic organization after a magic mushroom experience has been kicked to the curb by his religious superiors over the drug's legal status in the U.S. Reverend Hunt Priest participated in a psilocybin study held by Johns Hopkins and New York University in 2016 and was so moved by his trip that he wanted to spread awareness about it. This immense enthusiasm for the natural psychedelics effects inspired him to leave his job at the parish and create an advocacy group, Legare, in 2021. It sounds similar to a cannabis patient. When a cannabis patient finds out and feels and experiences the benefits of cannabis, they can't be quiet. And this sounds like maybe this is what's happening to this fella. Now, on August the 5th, Priest was officially expelled by the by the church for what the religious organization perceived as using his pastoral status to promote usage of psychedelic drugs. He had been a member for 2 decades. Now, Bishop Frank Lagou of the Diocese of Georgia described it as conduct unbecoming a member of the clergy. Now, according to a report from the Religious News Service, also a conduct involving dishonesty, fraud, deceit, or misrepresentation, as specified in the religious publications article. Concerns also emerged about Laguerre hosting a psychedelic retreat in the Netherlands, with what concerned figures viewed as an inadequate training. They perceived priests to have a lack of concern for risks associated with psilocybin mushrooms, deeming him irresponsible. Goes on to say, the long and short of it is that I felt there was a really reckless disregard for public safety and for considering the risks of psychedelic uses, says Reverend Joe Welker. Now, Welker is a former intern from Laguerre who left over his feelings about the organization's of lack of concern regarding the dangers of bad trips and potential spiritual damage. Now, priest expulsion follows a 13-month investigation inspired by a formal complaint filed by now Presbyterian Pastor Welker. He has also been highly critical of the 2016 study priests participated in. Now, despite the criticism and conflict, Laguerre adamantly believes that psilocybin can be highly beneficial for treating people with mental illness and addictions. The organization says promising research into treating substance use disorders and end-of-life anxiety, as well as treatment-resistant depression and PTSD, is refueling interest in psychoactive plants and fungi and their synthetic analogs. Now, the removal of Laguerre's founder from the priesthood highlights tensions brought about by the modern-day psychedelic renaissance and traditional religious institutions. Many other offbeat religious organizations in the United States have been integrating psychoactive substances in their worship practices and attracting condemnation because of it. Yes, I remember hearing about that study about the priests going to those places, and I'm not surprised that one of them wanted to speak up. Now, talking about cannabis and psychedelics, not cannabis psychedelics, but religion and psychedelics. This next story just continues right along with this. This comes to me from the marijuana moment. And with it says the headline, come on. There it is. Why are more religious groups using psychedelics as spiritual sacraments? I don't know. Let's find out. Maybe they find it beneficial. They say Texas passed a landmark law in June 2024, supported by former Governor Rick Perry, that allocates $50 million to support research on ibogaine, one of the most powerful psychedelics, for treating opioid addiction and treatment-resistant PTSD. Says Arizona passed a similar law in May, funding research on ibogaine's effectiveness for treating veterans and those with traumatic brain injuries. These laws come on the heels of states such as Oregon, Colorado, Kentucky, and Georgia legalizing ketamine, a psychedelic that has been used in emergency rooms as an anesthesia for therapeutic purposes in the past 2 years. On a side note, I know I've talked to a vet that they say they use it on the animals. Now, psychedelics, broadly defined, are classed as psychoactive substances that alter perception, cognition, and mood through their interactions with neurotransmitters such as serotonin. Now, as a medical enthusiast, anthropologist, the author says that he has spent the past 25 years studying the rise of alternative approaches to mental health treatments, and has specifically focused on the past 4 years on the impact of psychedelics on consciousness and spirituality, The push to legalize psychedelics in America is not new. What distinguishes the latest round of advocacy, however, is its backing by a holy trinity of supporters, some scientists, politicians, and clergy. Several religious groups have historically used psychedelics for sacred healing. Some clergy who have been exposed to these medicines in the past few years are advocating their use for gaining mystical insights. There are several kinds of psychedelics. Classical psychedelics include compounds such as LSD or psilocybin and mescaline, which is derived from peyote. Another psychedelic is DMT, found in there's ayahuasca and other plants. About the classic category and other psychedelic compounds, sometimes group of psychedelics include substances such as MDMA, a class of psychoactive drugs that induce feelings of love, empathy, and correctness with others. Now, a 2021 study on MDMA showed a 67% reduction of PTSD symptoms after 3 sessions of MDMA therapy. While the study had a limited sample size, which was 104, it marked a turning point in how the psychologists understood MDMA as a potential healing modality. Now, dissociative agents such as ketamine, which can produce altered states of consciousness, are also included as a category of their own. Traditionally used as medical anesthetic, ketamine has more recently gained attention for mental health treatment, particularly for its antidepressant effects. Derived from the iboga plant, native to West Africa, ibogaine introduces powerful visions and dreams. It has a long history of being used for traditional healers in villages throughout Africa to treat mental health issues such as anxiety and depression. A 2022 National Institute of Health review of 24 studies showed that ibogaine significantly reduced depression, PTSD, and opioid addiction in at least 2/3 of the 743 participants. This mirrors the scientific evidence provided in the 2024 Stanford Brain Study, which showed an 88% decrease in PTSD symptoms following use of ibogaine in 30 military veterans. Now, several mental health practitioners and scientists have been staunch advocates for psychedelic therapy based on this research. What is somewhat new, however, is the addition of a handful of high-profile clergy to the list of supporters. A recent study published by the New York University and Johns Hopkins University highlights a number of religious practitioners ranging from the Episcopal ministers to Catholic priests, rabbis, and Zen monks. 24 of the 29 participants made the case that psychedelics can lead to a profound spiritual experience. Now, a 2025 article in the New Yorker noted that several of the clergy who participated in the New York University Johns Hopkins study found or went on to become vocal advocates. And we just read about one that got fired. While the sample size was small and heavily composed of Christian religious leaders, the findings are noteworthy. Some 96% of study participants described the use of psychedelics as one of the top 5 most spiritually significant experiences of their lives. An NIH study conducted in 2019 focused on spiritual encounters experienced with DMT. The study revealed that 75% of the 42 participants reported an intense mystical encounter and believed that it brought them closer to the divine. They narrated the experience as one in which they saw flashes of white light, heard angelic sounds, felt tingling in their bodies, and had an overall sensation of God's love. Now, leaders and members of the churches that use psychedelics as sacraments describe the role of these substances as facilitating a deeper connection with the divine. The psychedelics are offered at the beginning of weekly services by the religious leader, and then the congregants move into singing, chanting, or praying. Several leaders of such churches whom I have interviewed, the author has interviewed, have described the role of psychedelics as facilitating a deeper focus on God for longer periods of time. The Native American Church, which is considered the largest indigenous church in America and is located throughout the Southwest, has been legally using peyote for services since the 1990s. Now, 1994 American Indian Religious Freedom Act allows Native American churches to use and transport peyote, even though it is a Schedule I substance, meaning that its use is technically illegal outside of the special circumstances as provided by exceptions to the law. Congress in the church note that they have been using natural because they can remember, even before it was officially legal. More recently, there have been a series of churches opening up across the U.S. that use ayahuasca as their sacrament. In May of 2025, the Gaia Church in Spokane, Washington, became one of the first churches in America to receive the DEA administration's exemption for the use of ayahuasca in religious ceremonies. The DEA exception makes the use of substances completely legal for all members of the church as long as it's taken as a sacrament and provided by the spiritual leaders. One alderman who runs an ayahuasca-focused church in Hawaii, who the author interviewed last year, described the psychedelics as a chairlift to God because of the number of people in his congregation who report seeing, feeling, glimpsing, or sensing God after drinking ayahuasca. There is no doubt that psychedelics can induce profound spiritual experiences. One priest who has become a psilocybin advocate says, if this is what can bring people back together and back to the church and harmonizing the ways of the ancient with plants, medicines, modern technologies, and religion might be the way to heal society's ills. Although most classic psychedelics are considered safe and non-addictive, they also carry some risks. Psychedelic use can induce acute anxiety, cause panic attacks, and lead to paranoia. In rare cases, they say they could lead to psychotic breakdowns and suicidal thoughts, particularly among individuals with personal and family history of schizophrenia, just like a lot on the cannabis end. Now, psychedelics can also temporarily impair judgment and coordination. Well, this is what they suggest going through with therapists and stuff like that. So, they say they may risk accidents. Yeah, if you're doing a bunch of LSD or whatever, sure, I can see all that. They say risk can also amplify by uncertain doses, unaltered substances, in the absence of certified and trained facilitators. And it's not like the old days where you just go to the bar and you can pick up a few tabs. Now, most mental health practitioners and advocates of these medicines suggest that they be taken under the care of medical and spiritual professionals who have trained in administering and facilitating preparation and aftercare for psychedelic use. And I've heard Cindy say the same thing. And like I said, she's off doing more training to do all this stuff. Now, shamans and indigenous practitioners have long regarded these substances as sacred medicines and used them for healing. Modern day science is confirming some of their benefits in supporting future treatments of trauma and addiction. Moreover, the mystical experience of these medicines offer as pathways to connect people to the divine are profound. So there you go. Religious and psychedelics. Who would have ever thought? I know when I was younger, we would never have thought of that. I know that for sure. All right, got a message here about a podcast on psychedelics and stuff like that. All righty, here we go. I'll just bring it up. I know of Chris. Okay, there we go. I don't know the podcast though. All righty. Well, I see you got another thumbs up. Thanks, Paul, for stopping by and checking out the program.
as well. We talked a lot about psychedelics, but quite often it can be a mix. We could have 4 psychedelics, 4 cannabis stories. Who knows? We just picked some stories that we believe that our viewers would like, and to inform them. As it says, education is in our podcast names. Alrighty. Other than that, I'm done for the day. Looks like the wind has calmed down out there, but the sky is looking dark, and they are calling for heavy rainstorms in my area. So we've been screaming for it for 8 weeks, so it's finally here. So we'll take it as it comes. Other than that, folks, I am done. I'd just like to say thanks to our buddies at the Camelford Lifestyle Shop at ease.ca, at Limestone City Hydroponics.ca. And in closing, as always, I'd like to say thanks to you. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching the program. Whether you're watching here on social media, our website, or catching the podcast afterwards as an audio podcast on Spreaker, thanks for tuning in. And as I always say, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Rerolled 420pace.ca. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.